A man sits alone, surrounded by run-down, dirty walls. The old wooden furniture looks like it could break at any moment. But worst of all, there are other inhabitants here. Little flies that occasionally buzz in through the vents. One of them drifts lazily through the stale air, and it's this tiny, insignificant creature that he finds himself envying more than anything. With a sudden smack, his hand closes around the fly mid-flight. He opens his palm to look at what's left, a strange aura faintly swirling. And then, without a single change in expression, he licks it clean. A bitter taste fills his mouth, a grim reminder of his desperate meal. He stands in the center of his world, a bare, underground cell. This bunker has been his entire life, and a flicker of defiance lights his eyes. His only constant companion has been the single light bulb hanging overhead, and even that seems to falter, threatening to plunge him into darkness. He takes a seat at his desk, preparing an introduction for a future he's not sure will come. He believes this journal will be handy one day, if he ever escapes this hellhole. But as he begins to write, his hand stops. He realizes he doesn't even know his own name. He looks to the only photograph he owns, certain that he must have one, and he's just as sure that the woman in the frame, his mother, is the one who gave it to him. His mind pieces together a fragmented memory. He was separated from her at birth. He knows this because of the way she's holding the infant in the picture. His gaze falls on that single, precious photograph on his desk. In it, a woman with a gentle smile cradles a newborn baby. A warmth spreads through his chest. He just knows his mother must have loved him. But a cold, sudden voice shatters the moment, declaring that she's dead. The chilling words come from an older man, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. He whips around, his heart pounding, demanding how this stranger could know such a thing. The man elaborates with a twisted glee, saying she jumped off a bridge shortly after his birth. The news doesn't bring tears, but a low, broken laugh as his hand begins to quiver. And the man delivering this soul-crushing news, seen standing beside his mother in a photo, is none other than his own father. The very same man who has him locked away deep inside this concrete bunker. A realization dawns on him. His father is a truly sick, twisted individual. His entire world has been reduced to a single, barren room. A maze of long, dilapidated hallways and countless locked doors. And for every single one of those locks, his father holds the key, dangling them with a smug sense of ownership. He promises his son with a chilling smile that he's never, ever leaving this place. Then, twisting the knife, he asks if he remembers why his mother chose to end it all. The son glares back, his silence thick with rage and confusion. His father simply reaches over and picks up a chocolate chip cookie. Then he lunges forward, shoving the treat right in the boy's face. He explains that his mother was afraid because she knew a terrible secret. A horrifying realization begins to dawn in the young man's eyes. His father's speech grows grander, likening the cookie in his hand to the planet Earth, and to our very home, held delicately in his grasp. She knew, he claims, that the world would eventually meet its demise. The apocalypse was coming. As he says this, he cruelly crumbles the cookie, letting the pieces fall all over his son. And that, he declares, is why he can't let him leave, framing this prison as a father's love. His son can only listen in agony as his father insists he's keeping him here to save him. The young man's fists clench, trembling with a rage that's about to boil over. The father continues, callously suggesting his wife chose death because she was afraid of the apocalypse. That's the last straw. The prisoner erupts, shouting that he doesn't believe a word of this twisted lie. Unfazed, his father dismisses his outburst, tapping a small book on the table before him. He holds up the diary, declaring his son won't be needing it anymore as he flicks open a lighter. Pure horror washes over the young man's face as he reaches out, desperately pleading for him to stop. But the flame has already touched the paper, and the diary begins to blaze. He callously drops the burning book into a bin, leaving it to turn into ash. Utterly broken, the son collapses, muttering that the man before him is disgusting, and no father at all. The man just shrugs, a twisted smile on his face, claiming this is all for his son's own good. But his son's eyes, quivering with silent rage, tell a very different story as the man announces it's time to go. Numbly, he gets up and follows, his spirit completely crushed. They walk down the same bleak hallway they do every single day. The low whir of ventilation fans is the only sound that breaks the oppressive silence. And a chilling realization dawns on him: he never hears any other living beings here. Throughout this entire, sprawling bunker, the only people are him and the monster he once called his father. They reach another door, the man's hand clacking against it as he opens it. And inside, the same room, the same desk, the same horrifying routine begins all over again. The man teaches him the same lessons, the same training, day in and day out. But through this crushing monotony, there's a single flicker of hope that keeps him going. He carefully pulls out a hidden notebook from his desk. Every day, he's allowed a small window of free time to read books from the library. In this small, brick-walled room, he finds his only solace. The library is vast, but his favorites are always the ones that describe the outside world. He looks up, his hand reaching for the sterile ceiling light, imagining what real sunlight feels like. He knows it would be warm and gentle, nothing like the cold glare of this bunker. For a moment, he is completely lost in the fantasy, a desperate yearning in his eyes. The dream of green trees and an open sky is the only thing keeping his spirit from shattering. He imagines feeling the soft grass beneath his bare feet for the very first time. The simple dream of running free in an open field, a peaceful life he's never known. He yearns to be among people, to not be an isolated subject in a cage, to speak with others, to connect, and maybe, just maybe, find a friend. But that beautiful daydream is just a fantasy, and a grim reality sets in. He knows that if he ever wants to get out of here, he needs to. A sudden, violent thud shatters his thoughts as the book is smacked from his grasp. The man looms over him, his glasses glinting coldly in the dim light. Thrown to the floor, he's reminded that reading is a privilege, strictly for free time. His captor glances at the confiscated book, discovering its dangerous contents, a story of the outside world. A cruel, mocking grin spreads across the man's face, finding the boy's hope absolutely pathetic. He looms over the prisoner, who trembles with anger and humiliation for still dreaming of the outside. How many times must he be told? He will never see the world beyond these walls. The captor begins his usual chilling lecture, speaking of a coming apocalypse. He paints a twisted picture of a world burning, of nothing left but screams and ashes. He insists this underground bunker is the only path to survival, a reality the boy refuses to accept. But the prisoner has heard this tired repertoire 1,000 times, this same lie about the end of the world. It's nothing more than a ridiculous excuse to keep him locked away, a justification for the constant torment. Clenching his fists, he makes a silent, burning vow that one day he will leave this hellhole. But for now, his hand can only twitch on the cold floor, a small sign of the storm brewing within. His captor finishes his speech, deciding that now is not the time. But the boy thinks the same thing, he just has to wait for the perfect moment. Every day, he waits. For the one instant his tormentor finally puts his guard down. But that time isn't now. Now, there is only the sound of labored breathing. The empty, sterile room is his training ground and his entire world. Every session pushes him to the absolute edge of his limits. He slumps against the wall, body screaming, completely exhausted. His captor looms over him, mocking his weakness, asking if he's already tired. After all, he's only done 10 push-ups with a mountain of weight on his back. With a final, violent twitch, his muscles give out as the weights crash to the floor. He's left a heap on the ground, every fiber of his being screaming in protest. His captor approaches, his steps echoing in the stark, silent room. But instead of another blow, the man offers a hand, and our boy can only stare in disbelief. In this sterile prison, such a gesture feels utterly alien, a predator offering aid to its prey. There's a glint in the older man's eye, a look that promises anything but salvation. The prisoner hesitates, clearing his throat, trying to make sense of it all. He can't help but ask, full of suspicion, why this man would ever help him. Against his better judgment, he reaches out and takes the offered hand, and is immediately yanked forward with brutal force. The help just another part of the lesson. The man scoffs, asking when he ever said he was actually helping, and with a vicious kick, he sends our boy flying across the room. The prisoner tumbles helplessly through the air with a sickening thud. He crashes headfirst into the wall, shattering the mirror on impact. His tormentor looks on, imparting the first brutal lesson. Never trust a helping hand. He explains that humans are the real monsters to be feared, especially when the apocalypse comes. That is the very reason for all this suffering, the reason he is being trained so relentlessly in the art of combat, so that if he ever encounters another human, he can take them down with his bare hands. This, the man explains with a chilling finality, is why. The young man lies motionless amidst the shattered glass, seemingly broken. His mentor scoffs, disappointed at how easily his student was knocked out. Deciding the lesson is over for the day, he carelessly turns his back. The clank of keys is the sound of his overconfidence, a fatal mistake. But the prisoner's eye suddenly snaps open, glowing with a cold green light. He wasn't defeated. He was waiting for this exact moment for his guard to drop. In a blur of motion, he pushes himself up from the ground. His hand finds exactly what it's looking for, a jagged shard of mirror. He lunges forward, a silent predator closing the distance in a heartbeat. His bare feet dig into the floor as he coils his body for the finishing blow. His mind is set. Kill the old man, grab those keys, and finally escape this hell. He launches himself across the room, a blur of desperation and raw intent. A manic grin spreads across his face as he feels victory within his grasp. The glass shard sings through the air, aimed right for the jugular. It closes in on the man's exposed neck, just an inch from the killing blow. But the attack halts, and a chilling realization dawns on him: he's made a fatal mistake. The older man stands completely unfazed, not a single scratch on him. His cold gaze turns inward, lost in a sudden, harsh memory. He sees a familiar shadow cast upon the floor, of hands bound and helpless. It was the lesson his own father taught him. A true predator never lets his guard down. The memory continues. A blade held to his father's neck, a perfect ambush. But with a horrifying burst of speed, the older man had turned the tables in an instant. Our prisoner jolts back to reality, his body trembling from the phantom fear. The terrifying, distorted face of that monster is forever seared into his memory. He fights it down with a grunt, steeling his resolve and gripping the glass shard. With a desperate shout, he swings with every ounce of strength he has left. But the sinister man simply tilts his head, the blade whistling past his ear. He flows into an effortless spin, completely avoiding the telegraphed attack. The prisoner's all-or-nothing strike slices through nothing but empty air. A look of pure disbelief washes over his face. He missed. It was over. The sound of a single drop pierces the darkness, and his eyes fly open with a silent scream. He jolts awake, finding himself not in a fight for his life, but back in his drab, cold cell. That same dripping sound echoes from a bucket in the corner, a constant, maddening rhythm. A calm voice tells him he's finally awake, and the prisoner flinches, startled by the sudden intrusion. And there he is, the sinister man, standing by the doorway as if nothing ever happened. He even offers a bit of mock praise, calling his desperate assassination attempt a good try. Holding up the glass shard, he reminds the prisoner of a very important lesson he seems to have forgotten. All this training is utterly meaningless unless he can win with his bare hands. So as punishment for using a weapon, tomorrow's session will be twice as hard. The prisoner can only seethe in silence as the door clicks shut, locked in once more. With a wicked grin, his captor bids him goodnight, promising a brutal day of training tomorrow. The single light hanging from the ceiling flickers out, plunging the room into darkness. His footsteps echo down the hall and then fade, leaving the prisoner utterly alone. But a determined look crosses the young man's face. There's one thing his dad doesn't know. Every night, when the lights are cut, all the electricity in the room dies with them. The constant, low hum of the machinery on the wall sputters to a halt. And in that perfect, manufactured silence, he can finally begin to listen. He moves to the cold stone wall, placing his hands flat against the bricks. In this brief moment of stillness, his senses sharpen. He can hear the things he's not supposed to, a secret training his captor knows nothing about. His senses expand, catching the faint chirping of birds and the distant turning of wheels. He can even hear the low, steady hum of the city, a world he's never been allowed to see. Through this nightly ritual, he's pieced together two undeniable truths. The first is that when his father tells him it's time for sleep, it's actually morning in the real world, with the sun shining bright. And the second, more important discovery, is that Earth is still peaceful. He finally understands. The story of the apocalypse was all a lie, a cruel fiction designed to keep him trapped in this underground bunker. But his resolve hardens with this knowledge. He will escape this place one day. And when he does, he'll find the one person he needs to see, his mother. He remembers every time he's asked about his mother. And every time, his so-called father would just smile and tell him she was dead. But now that he knows the world outside is fine, that smile seems more like a mask. A chilling thought takes hold. If the apocalypse was a lie, then her death must be one too. A fire ignites in his eyes. She must be alive. And he swears he will find her. As this new resolve solidifies, the sound of steady footsteps echoes from the hallway. A quiet, unsettling chuckle drifts through the air as the man approaches. He looms in the doorway, a predator returning to its cage. But then his confident walk breaks, his foot faltering for just a moment. He stops, a strange look on his face, as if he can sense the change in the air. But before he can take another step, a sharp buzzing sound cuts through the tension. It's his phone, an incoming call from someone named River. His eyes widen, a flicker of genuine annoyance on his face. He answers with a sharp click, his voice dripping with impatience. He reminds the caller that this line was supposed to be for emergencies only. The conversation is clearly about the prisoner, who appears to be sleeping soundly. The man glances back toward the cell, his posture stiffening. He reports that the subject is quiet, nothing to be concerned about. And indeed, from a distance, the boy seems to be resting peacefully in his cell. The warden stands alone in the bleak hallway, completely unaware that his docile little lab rat is gone for good. With a cold final wish for their survival, the man ends the call. But in the next instant, he himself collapses to the ground as if his strings were cut. He chokes, gasping for air, an invisible force crushing him from within. Miles away, the prisoner lets out a quiet, chilling chuckle. The laughter grows, a low and menacing sound building in the darkness. Then his eyes snap open, gleaming with a terrifying, unholy light. That same maddening laughter echoes directly inside the warden's mind. The sound torments him, twisting the very air around him into a vortex of despair. But suddenly, the prisoner's amusement vanishes. He senses something is not right. A sharp, squeezing sensation grips his own chest. a phantom pain connecting him to his victim. He blinks, finding himself suddenly bound to a chair, the phantom pain replaced by confusion. Across the empty room stands his tormentor, and the prisoner immediately demands to be set free. But the only response is that same, insidious laughter echoing directly into the man's mind. The prisoner's face hardens with realization. His pleas are being completely ignored. Fine then, if he won't be released, he'll just have to free himself, and with a surge of will, the thick ropes begin to strain and tear. He grits his teeth, a grim smile forming as his bindings start to snap. He pushes harder, pouring every ounce of his focus into shattering these mental chains. And in that shared psychic space, the warden can only stare in abject horror, his smug demeanor gone. A silent, agonizing scream is ripped from his soul as the prisoner's will crushes his own. But just as his will is about to completely shatter his captors, a new command slams down. Stop. He's thrown back into a disorienting memory, a nervous gulp escaping his lips. Tied to a chair, he looks up, confused, asking about the double training they had planned for the day. The warden, however, stares back with a chillingly empty gaze, informing him that plans have changed. In fact, he continues, they won't be doing a single thing today. His profile is like stone as he delivers a simple, final no, and it's not just for today. From now on, the prisoner is to do nothing but stay in that chair. Panic floods the young man's eyes. He screams, reminding his trainer this was to survive the apocalypse. But the warden coldly cuts him off, telling him to just forget the training. He struggles in his bonds, his mind reeling. What is this sudden change? He can't do anything like this. A flash of his mother's face, the very reason he's fighting. If he stays here, he'll never see her again. Fueled by this single thought, he puts every ounce of his trained physique into his bonds. The warden watches, almost bored, wondering what this pathetic display is supposed to accomplish. But this isn't a pathetic display. With a grunt and a surge of power, the thick ropes begin to tear, and with a final, explosive rip, he shatters the restraints, the chair back still in his grasp. The warden's expression shifts ever so slightly. This wasn't part of his calculation, and then, a sound breaks the silence. Not a scream, but a single, sharp laugh. The laughter grows, echoing in the room, a chilling sound of a mind pushed past its breaking point. His face twists into a terrifying visage of pure madness, the darkness finally consuming him. With a final, hysterical cackle, he swings the broken chair like a club, lunging at his captor. The prisoner's desperate, wild swing is met with a single, contemptuous blow. He's sent sprawling, crashing hard onto the cold stone floor. The warden, utterly unfazed, takes a calm, measured step towards him. It's a familiar scene, the man's hand on his head, a condescending warning. He had been told in no uncertain terms to not even think about moving. But instead of fear, a low, unsettling chuckle had started to escape his lips. His eyes had glinted with a terrifying mix of madness and raw defiance. He'd strained against the ropes, every muscle screaming in protest. That pathetic attempt only earned him another sharp, punishing strike. And now, he's right back where he started, broken on the ground, staring up at a monster's triumphant laughter. Even on the cold stone floor, a glint of defiance remains in his eyes. His bound hands throb with a mix of searing pain and raw fury. Another vicious kick sends a shockwave through his entire body. Nearby, a glass of water is knocked over, its contents spilling uselessly. Looking back now, he admits to a single, deep regret from that moment. The logical choice would have been to obey his father and find another way. But under the sterile glare of the prison lights, logic felt like a luxury. He remembers that smug face and knew he'd rather die than lose to him. Because being locked away and tormented daily by his own father had forged his hatred into something absolute and unbreakable. But then, the moment came when those thick ropes finally fell away. As his hands were freed, a wave of joy unlike anything he'd ever known washed over him. It was pure, unadulterated elation. All his life, his father had only ever looked down on him with contempt, and he couldn't wait to see the look on that man's face when he finally crushed him. As his father lunged forward, he got his chance to see it. Looking at the man who tormented him, there was no doubt that beneath the shadow cast by those familiar glasses, and behind those tightly gritted teeth, his father was wearing an expression of pure, unrestrained anger. And suddenly, he was pulled back into a memory from his childhood. Had seen that same unrestrained rage on his father's face before. But something was different. He caught a glimpse of something else in the man's eyes. A flicker of deep, profound sadness. The realization left the young boy completely stunned. It was a brokenness hidden just beneath that cruel, twisted expression. And seeing that same look now, in the present, he can only ask why his father looks at him that way. The past and present blur together as the memory takes hold. He remembers his father's hands pushing him, sending him reeling backwards. His world turns dark as he falls. That pained face, the last thing he sees. The world tunnels into a sliver of light as he falls into unconsciousness. His father's face, upside down and distant, is the last thing he sees. A faint, desperate plea for forgiveness echoes through the darkness of his memory. Then, a single bare light bulb flickers on, illuminating a different time. His father stands before him in a sterile room, a teacher giving a critical lesson. He tells his son to always remember the first and most important rule of survival. The #1 principle for making it through the apocalypse is to never, under any circumstances, leave the underground bunker. He insists there is no place on the outside world safer than this. A fortress built to last for over 126 years, stocked with endless resources. His father explains that attempting to leave this place would be an act of suicide. The apocalypse will strike without warning, which is why he must never, ever leave the bunker. That single word, never, echoes in his mind, a commandment he's forced to live by. But when he finally regained consciousness, he was sprawled on the cold tile floor. He pushes himself up, only to find the room empty. His father was nowhere to be seen. A cold dread washes over him. This has never happened before. The only time his father ever left him alone was when it was time for bed. His mind races, trying to piece together the sudden change. He recalls his father's strange, almost panicked behavior from the day before. Something is definitely wrong. And so he sits, trapped behind bars, grappling with the terrifying silence. His entire life had been a never-ending, monotonous routine. But recently, that predictable cycle had been shattered by one strange incident after another. A deep, primal instinct warned him that something massive was about to happen. He could feel it in his bones, a change hanging in the stale, underground air. And then, a loud clank from above proves his instincts terrifyingly right. He snaps his head up, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing. Was this really happening? The door to his cell, his cage, swings wide open, revealing an empty hallway. The initial shock gives way to a single, electrifying realization. This was it, the chance of a lifetime, and he bolted without a second thought. He tears through the empty corridors, bare feet pounding against the cold floor. In this moment, he reflects that his father wasn't around to stop him from making this desperate bid for freedom. But as he sprints, metallic clanks echo through the massive facility. He isn't the only one. He grits his teeth, pushing past the burning in his lungs. Every gasp for air is a testament to his will to survive. Then, he skids to a sudden halt around a corner. He's found what he was looking for, a narrow maintenance shaft. His eyes lock onto a ladder stretching up into the darkness, his path to the surface. Without a single moment of hesitation, he begins the long, arduous climb. Every metallic clang of his hands on the rungs is a desperate prayer. His gaze fixes on a circular hatch above, his one hope for sunlight. With a final surge of strength, he slides the heavy cover aside. He hauls himself out, his bare feet meeting the cold, hard pavement. He takes a single, shaky step into this new world. A wave of blinding, brilliant light washes over him, a sight he'd almost forgotten. And as his vision clears, he finds himself surrounded by towering skyscrapers. The sounds of a living city honking cars, distant chatter fill his ears. This isn't just freedom, this is a modern, thriving metropolis he doesn't recognize. The staggering realization finally hits him. He actually made it out. It's so real he can barely process it. The sound of car horns jolting him. His daze is suddenly broken by a gruff voice shouting from behind. A bald man leans out of his car, furious that some kid is just standing in the middle of the road. But our boy's reaction isn't fear or apology, it's pure, starstruck wonder. Another person. The driver can only stare, completely bewildered as the kid beams at him like he's a long-lost friend. Then, a sudden jolt of clarity cuts through the euphoria. This isn't the time to be sightseeing. He may be out, but he knows he can't let his guard down for a second. Because if his father finds out he's gone, the hunt will begin. With a new fire in his eyes, he breaks into a desperate sprint, a smile finally gracing his lips. Hess running towards the sun, towards a life has only dreamed of, to finally become free. He reflects on the sterile walls of his prison, a place he never dreamed he'd leave. But as the adrenaline pumps through him, a single thought cuts through the noise. His feet pound the pavement, carrying him further and further away. Each step is a frantic beat towards a freedom he can barely comprehend. But then, he slows to a stop, the initial euphoria fading into confusion. The question echoes in his mind. Why did the doors open for him at all? A cold sweat breaks out. Was it just some random error in the security system? No, he knows better. His father is a meticulous man who would never make such a mistake. A chilling stillness washes over him as the pieces start to click into place, and a horrifying possibility begins to dawn on him. What if this wasn't an escape? The man's sinister grin flashes in his mind. The only explanation is that his father let him out on purpose. He violently shakes his head, trying to force the terrifying thought away. It couldn't be true after all. His father was the one who set the ultimate rule. The memory is crystal clear. He was commanded to never, ever leave that underground bunker. A sudden noise makes him flinch, and he snaps back to the present, his eyes wide. It's the sound of laughter, coming from people enjoying a sunny day at a cafe. Everywhere he looks, students and friends are smiling, living their lives without a care. An old man gives his grandson a balloon, their shared joy a completely foreign concept to him. Hez completely frozen, overwhelmed by this vibrant, happy world he's never known. The simple, pure laughter of a child seems to spiral right into his soul. All this joy, it sparks a memory of a gentle, smiling past he barely remembers. Before he can process it, a pack of kids comes tearing down the street, full of life. They nearly collide with him, their carefree energy a stark contrast to his frozen state. As they run past, his expression shifts from shock to dawning comprehension. A tiny, triumphant smile forms on his lips. He knew it. He was right. He watches another small child, happily clutching a bright balloon. But then the string slips, a tiny puff of air as it breaks free from the child's grasp. The final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. Everything his father ever said was a lie. His hand reaches out, as if to catch the fleeting symbol of freedom. The balloon drifts higher and higher into the sky, over a world that is so incredibly peaceful. And he realizes the world outside isn't dead, it's teeming with life. He can almost see it now. Students walking home from school, just like any other day. The red balloon continues its ascent, a single, strange object in a peaceful sky. People are out there enjoying coffee, their lives untouched by this supposed doom. The prisoner's face breaks into a smile of pure, vindicated certainty. He knew it. As the balloon floats higher, it begins to eclipse the sun itself. The thought solidifies in his mind. There's no way this apocalypse is real. It's all a stage, a grand deception. Somewhere, people are laughing at cafes. They're living their normal, everyday lives, completely oblivious, and their laughter is the proof that his entire reality has been a lie. He can almost hear it now, the carefree laughter of a world that doesn't know he exists. All those people, living their normal lives, proving this whole thing is a farce. But another memory cuts through the noise. A chilling voice warning that the apocalypse would come, without any warning at all. And just then, the birds take flight in a panicked swarm. On the streets below, students suddenly freeze, their eyes wide with disbelief. The women at the cafe drop their phones, their casual afternoon shattered in an instant. A silent wave of dread washes over the city as every living thing looks to the sky. That simple red balloon, his symbol of the lie, finally eclipses the sun, but as it drifts past, it reveals something impossible hidden in the glare. A colossal, dead planet now hangs over them, and the truth crashes down. This is very, very real. On the ground, students can only stare, their minds struggling to process the impossible sight. Even the prisoner, in a time long past, looks up with the same wide-eyed horror. From the dead planet's perspective, Earth hangs vulnerable, a blue jewel in the void, and on its dark, scarred surface, something begins to stir. Fibrous, organic strands start to writhe and twist together. They coalesce into a single, colossal tendril, a root reaching out into space. A low rumble echoes through the atmosphere as it slowly unfurls, descending toward them. The women at the cafe can only watch in terror as the thing gets closer and closer. People fumble for their phones, desperately asking if that thing could possibly be the moon. But amidst the panic, one man grins, wondering what nonsense they're all talking about. His eyes flare with disbelief. Is he the only one who can see what's really happening? A blinding light pulses from the descending object, a horrifying truth revealing itself. It's not just a root, it's a face, a monstrous visage with teeth like daggers. The young man's mind shatters at the sight, his face a mask of pure terror. And that single face is just one part of a much larger, grotesque body. A body made of countless other creatures, all writhing and clawing over each other. It's a tangled, hellish pillar of flesh, a monument to cosmic horror. The entire mass begins to vibrate, a low thrumming that shakes the very air. It twists and churns, coalescing into a grotesque, fleshy tornado. A vortex of monsters now descends upon the unsuspecting city, ready to devour everything. A memory flashes through his mind, a cold voice from the past laying down the law. Never leave the underground bunker. This, the instructor had said, was the one rule that would guarantee their survival. But the young man remembers asking about the one terrible exception. What happens if the enemy discovers the location of their so-called safe house? He sees the answer in his vision now, a corrupted creature slithering out from their only sanctuary. Then, a volcanic eruption of dark energy, the entire bunker violently breached from within. The instructor's hand crosses out the words on the board. From that moment on, the first rule is void. A remote command is issued, a last resort protocol. Release all door locks. This isn't an escape plan for humans. It's a floodgate opening for a horde of monsters. An army of grotesque, roaring abominations is unleashed from the depths. And on the surface, the unsuspecting public can only stare upwards in utter disbelief. Before them looms a grotesque mountain of flesh and bone, a monument to the slaughter that just occurred. This nightmare has erupted right in the middle of their city, bringing the world to a standstill. The crowd watches, a mix of horror and morbid curiosity, completely unaware of the true danger. Suddenly, a fleshy tendril whips out from the pile with a sickening swoosh. Before anyone can even scream, it wraps itself tightly around a man in a business suit. His mind goes blank with sheer terror as he's bound and immobilized in an instant. What is happening? The question screams behind his wide, terrified eyes. He's helpless as the tendril begins to drag him off his feet, pulling him into the gruesome mass. And as he's reeled in, he comes face to face with the spiked, gaping maw that claimed him. The crowd can only stare, their minds struggling to process the grotesque scene before them. A sudden crash of shattering glass breaks the stunned silence. And then they see it, the man's severed head, launched like a cannonball across the street. It slams against the top of a bus stop with a sickening thud, before rolling to a dead stop right at the feet of a lone, unmoving figure. A few onlookers track the gruesome trajectory, their eyes wide with disbelief. Disbelief that curdles into sheer, unadulterated terror. The first scream finally rips through the air, raw and panicked. And just like that, the spell is broken. The morbid curiosity transforms into a stampede. Pure chaos erupts as everyone finally realizes this isn't a show, it's a slaughter. It's every man for himself as the crowd tramples over one another, their screams for help swallowed by the noise. But amidst the stampede, one student remains perfectly still, lost in his own world, headphones blocking out the apocalypse. He watches the wave of panicked faces rush past him, a silent, confusing movie playing out before his eyes. It's only when a fleeing person bumps into him that he finally starts to question what's going on. A sudden shadow falls over him, and his head instinctively snaps upward. A thunderous boom shakes the very ground as a massive object craters the pavement, flinging people like rag dolls. And from the smoking pit, a hulking golem of earth and rock pulls itself free, cracking its stony fists. Without a moment's hesitation, the monster hurls another chunk of debris with terrifying force. Now, the entire street is a kill zone, with projectiles raining from a massive tornado tearing through the city. And as if things couldn't get worse, a glance at the sky reveals another nightmare, a winged creature circling overhead. And it's not just rocks and debris, new horrors made of splintered wood stomp through the streets. The world dissolves into a black and white nightmare of silhouettes running for their lives. In the chaos, a father's desperate scream is cut short as his crushed trying to shield his daughter. Elsewhere, another kind of terror emerges, silent, clay-like figures with glowing eyes, watching the slaughter. They leave behind nothing but mangled bodies, a grim testament to their silent rampage. One man can only stare in abject horror as these things close in on him. His eyes squeeze shut, a futile defense against a reality too monstrous to witness. But amidst the stampede, one young man is completely still, paralyzed by the sheer scale of the apocalypse. Screams for help echo around him, but the desperate cries are met with a chilling truth. No one is coming. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh cuts through the air, snapping his head to the side as something blazes past. And as he stands frozen, a memory surfaces, raw and unwelcome. His father's voice echoes in his mind, a prophecy from long ago. He said the apocalypse would drown the world in bloodshed and anguish, that in the end, after all the screaming, nothing but ashes would remain. He remembers a time before, a peaceful day filled with music and laughter, a memory that is instantly corrupted by the image of their broken, blood-soaked bodies. The sheer horror of that day is still etched onto his very soul. But what's happening now is a nightmare on an entirely different scale. Below the colossal beast, the crowd can only stare upwards, their faces pale with dread. A single, piercing scream tears through the air, a symphony for the end of the world. There was no warning. One moment, peace. The next, a shadow that swallowed the world. Giants of living rock descended upon the cities, their steps reducing everything to dust. They were joined by twisting horrors of splintered wood, tearing the very sky apart. And as he lay in the dirt, our hero finally understood the terrible truth in his father's words. Every single prophecy about the apocalypse had just come true, which meant the most painful prediction of all, that his mother was gone that had to be true, too. Around him, the city crumbles, and the screams of the dying are endless. Humanity is nothing but prey, trampled under the feet of monsters. The world is ending, the city shaking apart as people scramble over the fallen. But through the haze of despair, a hand suddenly reaches out for him. He's yanked from his daze, completely caught off guard. It's his father, dragging him forward with a desperate urgency. He can barely process it. What is his father even doing here? All around them, the streets are a graveyard of the slow and the unlucky. But there's no time for answers, only a single, desperate order: run and don't stop. The harsh command finally seems to snap him back to the horrifying reality. They join the mad dash, feet pounding on the broken pavement. Just two more faces in a sea of pure, unadulterated terror. But his father is already being swarmed. a horrifying tide of claws and teeth closing in. A final, piercing scream is all that's left as the monster horde completely engulfs him. The boy can only watch, his heart pounding in his chest, paralyzed by the sight. Just moments before, his father had been running for his life, trying to find any escape. He forces his own legs to move, the terrible image replaying in his mind. His father had seen it first. The path ahead was just as infested with monsters. With no other choice, he'd vaulted a railing, yelling for his son to follow. The boy leaps right after him, putting his trust in his father's desperate plan. But the alley isn't a safe haven, it's a dead end, packed with other trapped survivors. His own cries for help are muffled as the crowd surges, realizing they've run right into a cage. The street is no better, it's a highway of pure, unadulterated chaos. Right before his eyes, a fleshy, writhing mass erupts, snatching people up effortlessly. Another man is skewered instantly, his scream cut short in a spray of red. The victims are pulled in, absorbed into the grotesque creature like it's just another meal. But watching this nightmare, something inside the boy shifts from terror to a burning rage. The other survivors are still lost in their panic, screaming for everyone to just keep moving. One woman looks back, her face a mask of horror as she realizes children are being taken. But her fear is cut short by a tremendous rumbling sound from directly above. A colossal, feathered beast now blots out the sky, descending upon the bridge. The ground shakes and the bridge begins to crumble as a new apocalypse begins. With the city falling apart behind them, the two make a desperate run for it across the bridge. The boy's heart pounds in his chest, a frantic rhythm matching his desperate footsteps. He can't help but glance back, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. And he sees exactly what's chasing them. A grotesque, ever-growing mountain of flesh. People are being swallowed whole, their screams lost within the writhing, monstrous mass. The boy cries out that they're going to get caught, but the man just yells back to keep moving. He's convinced this bridge is the only path to survival, the one way out of this hell. But as they look ahead, they see the path is anything but clear, clogged with abandoned cars. Looking down from the bridge, the true scale of the horror becomes apparent. The monster isn't just chasing them, it's devouring the city itself, street by street. The young man sprints for his life, fueled by pure, unthinking panic. Behind them, the grotesque mass of flesh rumbles forward, consuming everything in its path. While the older man remains stoic, the boy's composure is rapidly crumbling. He looks back, screaming in despair that the monsters are right on their heels, even on the bridge. But just as he pushes forward, his frantic run comes to a sudden, jarring halt. A sharp pain shoots up his leg, his eyes widening in shock. He glances down to find a hideous, three-eyed creature coiled tightly around his ankle. The monstrous tendril crackles, tightening its grip with unnatural strength. With a vicious swoosh, it yanks him clean off his feet, dragging him backward. All he can do is grit his teeth against the agony, his escape instantly turning into a capture. The young man strains against the grip, his mind screaming that he has to get this thing off him. But before he can act, the older man calmly lifts a heavy slab of concrete over his head. With a brutal crunch, he smashes the rock down directly onto the little monster. It lets out a pained shriek, its tendrils spasming as it's forced to release its hold. The creature tumbles off the side of the bridge, screeching as it plummets into the abyss. He's free, but collapses to the ground, grabbing his injured leg while his rescuer just stares down, unimpressed. His muscles quiver uncontrollably, the limbs screaming in protest from the crushing force. Just as a wave of relief hits him, a deep, ominous rumbling shakes the very ground beneath them. The abandoned cars on the bridge begin to rattle and shake from the approaching vibration, and their brief moment of safety shatters as a writhing tide of flesh and eyes pours over the wreckage, blocking their path completely. The entire bridge rumbles as the monstrous tide begins its slow, inevitable advance. His body shivers uncontrollably, every nerve fiber screaming in protest. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, a single thought cuts through the haze. He has to get out of here, no matter what it takes. He forces his legs to move, stumbling barefoot through the gridlocked cars. But the further he runs, the more he can feel it. A terrifying presence, the sensation of the monsters getting closer and closer. A sudden, sharp jolt of agony shoots through his injured leg. It buckles beneath him, sending him sliding across the rough asphalt. Lying there, gasping for breath, he realizes with dawning horror that there's no escape. His body trembles, every muscle screaming in protest. But as he looks up, a shadow falls over him, a chillingly familiar face from his past. Hez speechless, caught in a waking nightmare. The man tells him to go on, declaring that he, for one, has no intention of running. He even suggests that our hero could survive, if he just leaves him behind. The figure plants his feet firmly on the asphalt, an unmoving pillar of judgment from a life he tried to forget. Go on, the voice repeats, cold and steady. Run away. The words dig deep, revealing a hidden scar. Just like you always have, We're thrown into a memory, a terrified child staring out from behind cold iron bars. That helpless fear twists into a desperate, childish rage, hands gripping the steel. An adult figure simply walks away, leaving him with the crushing weight of neglect. A voice echoes in his mind, accusing him of being abandoned from the very start. He snaps back to reality, his face pale with shock from the vivid nightmare. The phantom from his past looks down, coldly asking why he's still on the ground. A jolt of terror and confusion washes over our hero. He finally finds his voice, screaming at the man to get away from here and run. Didn't he hear him? Running is pointless against those monsters. But the man calmly states that he knows a way for our hero to survive this. Our hero can only stare back, utterly baffled by the impossible offer. He thinks to himself that there's no way to survive this nightmare. But the man from his past remains resolute, his gaze locked onto him. Panic starts to creep in, his mind racing with disbelief and fear. He grits his teeth, torn between the instinct to flee and this man's strange certainty. The man's face suddenly twists with a fierce, almost pained urgency. He doesn't wait for permission, seizing our hero's hand with a powerful grip. With a sharp pull, he yanks him forward, breaking him out of his frozen terror. There's no time for explanations, just a single, desperate command to run. And together they bolt, their footsteps pounding against the deserted asphalt. He tries to demand a plan, anything to make sense of this madness. But his words die in his throat as his focus suddenly shifts. He realizes something has been pressed into his hand. The man gives him no time to think, just a frantic order to get away from the bridge. So he runs, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He pushes himself harder, gasping for air, fueled by pure adrenaline and fear. Limping, he weaves through the graveyard of abandoned vehicles, a lone figure sprinting down the desolate, empty highway. He finally reaches the end of the road, the bridge crumbling into a sheer cliff face. And as he looks out, a brilliant, all-consuming light greets him. It's not a light, but a shockwave, a physical force that slams into his back. His eyes widen in disbelief, trying to process what's happening behind him. He whips around to see the massive supports of the bridge splintering apart. A deafening rumble echoes from the chasm, shaking him to his core. The very foundations of the bridge begin to crack and crumble away. With a horrifying clang, the thick suspension cables snap like old rubber bands. The entire structure gives way, a cascade of concrete and twisted metal. It folds in on itself, a dying metal serpent plummeting into the depths. He watches as the last remnants of the highway disappear into the abyss. And now, he stands utterly alone at the edge of a newly formed cliff. His breath catches in his throat, eyes wide with pure, unadulterated shock. The world feels unreal, a haze of dust and crumbling cityscapes. His mind struggles to piece it together. The bridge, what just happened? And then, a horrifying thought begins to bubble up from the depths of his memory. He recalls the sinister man's chilling promise, that he knew a way for him to survive. This was the plan? To cut him off, to isolate him, to save him? A single, desperate question escapes his lips. Why? Why, after a lifetime of torment and abuse, would he do something like this for him? His legs begin to quiver, unable to support the weight of this impossible truth. So he just sits, alone at the edge of the world, trapped by a monster's final, twisted act of kindness. He clutches the asphalt, the grim reality sinking in he may have survived. But for what? With everything gone, what could possibly come next? His mind retreats to the familiar emptiness of his cell, wondering what he has left to live for. Yet, a sliver of an old dream begins to shine through the darkness. All his life, he had yearned to reach the outside world, to finally touch the light he'd only ever imagined. He'd pictured a peaceful life, but the only image that comes to mind is of cold, lifeless bodies. Head dreamed of beautiful scenery, but the world he's inherited is nothing but rubble and ruin. But there was something else he wanted, something far more important, and a burning desire for it now ignites his very soul. A single, faded photograph reveals the simple life he truly yearned for. But that wish, his mother's dream, was consumed by fire long ago. The pain of that memory forces a single tear down his cheek. He trembles, overwhelmed by a question he can no longer ask. Why? His mind screams the word at the specter of the man who made him. Why did you go to such lengths just to make sure I survived? The memory of his younger self, desperate and weak, flashes before his eyes. Even then, the question burned inside him. What was I supposed to do? And now, he cries out, what is my purpose in this desolate hellscape? His voice echoes into nothing, a raw scream of utter despair. He reaches out, his arm trembling with the force of his anguish. What am I supposed to live for now? He screams into the desolate air. But through the haze of pain, a memory surfaces, a firm hand grabbing his. The grip was strong, insistent, pulling him from one fate to another. And in that phantom touch, he recalls something being pressed into his palm. He snaps back to the present, staring down at his own clenched fist. He realizes with a jolt that it's not just a memory, there's something inside. Slowly, he uncurls his fingers to find a small, crumpled piece of paper. His eyes widen, the tears freezing on his cheeks. In the deepest pit of his despair, a single, impossible clue from the past. But that fragile hope is left forgotten as he sits alone on a shattered highway. A broken boy in a broken world. The silence is violently shattered by a heavy thud that shakes the very ground beneath him. A hulking monster made of rock and rage drags itself from the chasm, its glowing eyes locking onto him. And just like that, any semblance of a plan evaporates, replaced by raw, primal fear. The creature's immense weight cracks the asphalt as it heaves itself onto the road. His body moves on pure instinct, scrambling away in a desperate attempt to survive. With trembling hands, he yanks a rusted piece of rebar from the concrete, a pitiful weapon against a mountain. Another deafening thud echoes as the monster's feet finally plant themselves firmly on the highway. He glances back, terror still etched on his face, but now mixed with a sliver of desperate resolve. The beast towers over him, a spined silhouette of pure destruction, ready to crush the life from its prey. With no other choice, he takes a desperate, insane leap. He throws himself clean off the bridge, the monster right behind him in midair. The ground rushes up to meet him, and he lands with a bone-jarring crash. A moment later, a massive thud announces the monster has landed too, completely unfazed. He's on all fours, trembling, the dust from the impact choking him. A sharp pain shoots through his leg. He can barely even stand on it. His vision blurs with exhaustion. He's running on empty. The creature's heavy stone feet step forward, casting a shadow over him. Its glowing eyes seem to mock him, a permanent, cruel smile carved into its face. Utterly broken, he collapses to his knees, accepting that this is the end. In that final, quiet moment of surrender, he genuinely believed he had nothing left to live for. But his trembling hand clenches, and he feels something crinkle within his grasp. It's a small, crumpled piece of paper he'd forgotten all about. As tears of despair begin to fall, his eyes shoot open, not with sadness, but with raw, unadulterated shock. He unfurls the note, and his entire world shifts a message telling him his mother is alive. The ground shakes as the monster's heavy foot stomps forward, impatient. The beast continues its advance, ready to crush him, oblivious to the change it just triggered. With a reason to fight, a reason to live, he forces his battered body back onto its feet. Every muscle screams in protest, but he staggers upward, ignoring the pain. Tears stream down his face, not of sorrow, but of a desperate, burning will to live. He stands his ground against the beast, vowing to survive and find his mother. In response, the rock monster lets out a furious, earth-shaking roar. And just like that, the brief surge of courage evaporates, replaced by chilling reality he can't win. A memory surfaces, a cold voice belonging to a man with chained glasses. He's back in a classroom, listening to a lecture on the inevitable fall of humanity. The professor explained that humans simply lack the strength or knowledge to survive an apocalypse. Snapping back to the present, the sound of heavy footfalls thuds through the air. The monster is closing the distance, each step a hammer blow of impending doom. The professor's words continue to echo that even if people survive the initial chaos by luck, they will inevitably fall to the constant, grinding perils that follow. A furious roar from the rock monster rips him back to the horrifying present. All his earlier resolve crumbles into pure, unadulterated panic. He screams into the empty street, questioning what he's supposed to do now. The only answer is the heavy thud of the monster's fist closing the distance. His mind flashes back to that lecture hall, screaming at the memory of his professor. So according to that logic, he's just supposed to stand here and do nothing but accept his own death? And as the monster's stone fist hurtles towards his face, it seems that's exactly what's about to happen. The world slows to a crawl as the stone fist fills his entire vision. But a voice from the past cuts through the noise, his professor, asking if he's forgotten his teachings. In that instant, the lesson clicks, and his eyes widen with a startling realization. He ducks under the devastating punch as it whistles past his ear. Then, he does the unthinkable. He grabs the monster's arm, digging his heels into the ground. Using its own momentum, he heaves, sending the creature skidding across the asphalt. A lone silhouette stands defiant in the swirling cloud of dust and debris. He emerges, panting heavily, sweat dripping down his face, but alive. Across the ruined street, he locks eyes with the beast he just outmaneuvered. The monster's shock gives way to pure fury, its glowing eyes burning with rage. But the monster's fury triggers something deep within him, a memory that sends a jolt of pure terror through his body. A sinister voice from his past echoes in his mind, telling him he's not like the others. His legs begin to tremble uncontrollably as the chilling words wash over him. It's a truth he's been running from, a part of himself he tried to bury. His eyes widen, the sheer weight of the memory threatening to break him. The voice clarifies what makes him different. It's the simple, brutal fact that he knows how to survive. He hunches over, gasping for air as the wave of panic finally begins to recede. The shaking stops, replaced by a grim clenching of his jaw. He plants his feet, pivoting into a low, ready stance. The fear is gone, burned away by a cold, hard focus as he prepares to fight for his life. And not a moment too soon, as a hulking rock monster thunders towards him. But he doesn't flinch, his eyes locked on the approaching threat, cold and unblinking. The beast lets out a furious roar, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. He realizes his whole life has been a brutal, endless training for this very moment. Sliding across the dirt, his hand finds the only weapon available, a sharpened stick. With his mind clear, he dashes forward, knowing he must use his knowledge to win. The monster is a fortress of stone and spikes, seemingly impenetrable. But he's already moved, a blur of motion, ready to fight his own way. Leaping onto its back, weapon raised high to carve a path through this apocalypse. This is his world now, and with cold precision, he prepares to strike. His knuckles turn white, gripping the only thing that stands between him and death. In the end, he thinks, maybe this is all he was ever meant for. But the camera pulls back, revealing the horrifying truth. This isn't just one fight. The entire city is a monster-infested wasteland. Strange, alien creatures now cling to the sides of skyscrapers. A silent, desolate graveyard where humanity used to be. Yet, hidden deep within the rubble of this fallen world, a few desperate survivors cling to their phones, praying for a signal. 4 days have passed, and their hope is cracking, wondering where the police are. An old man just sighs, accepting that they were simply lucky to have found a good hideout. But their luck has finally run out. The last of the food is gone. One girl tries to break the heavy silence, but the others just stare blankly ahead. They're trapped in a tomb of rubble with nowhere left to run. She apologizes, sensing that no one is in the mood to talk. But still, she tries to offer a sliver of hope, suggesting they just need to wait it out. Suddenly, one of the men has had enough, telling her to just stop it already. He bluntly says that her constant chatter is making everyone else uncomfortable. She's confused, defending that she was trying to be as quiet as she could. The man sighs, the sheer exhaustion and frustration etched on his face. It's not about the noise, he clarifies, as we see the injured boy beside her, missing an arm. He dismisses her with a sharp turn, deciding it's not worth the energy. Walking past, he mutters that this whole situation is really starting to tick him off. He stops and turns back to her, asking if she's already scoured the entire area. She confirms that she has, but there's absolutely no food anywhere in the rubble. The grim reality sets in for him. They have to find something, anything, to survive this. She says nothing, letting his desperate realization hang in the air. But then an idea hits him. He suddenly remembers a spot he hasn't looked yet. Before he can go, the girl points, volunteering to check it herself, telling him to hold on to hope. He's completely taken aback, a flicker of genuine gratitude lighting up his weary face. He thanks her so sincerely that she's the one left utterly confused by his sudden change. He explains that in the chaos, everyone has been too tense and scared to help one another. She's the only one, he says with admiration, who has actually been trying to support the group. Completely caught off guard, she stammers that she's really not that great of a person. But her small kindness has lit a fire in him, and he declares with renewed vigor that they'll get through this. She can only stand there, speechless, as he turns away with this sudden burst of optimism. With her promise made, she heads into a dark, debris-filled corner to search for food. She soon spots another pair of survivors sitting quietly amidst the rubble. Trying to get their attention, she approaches, but is met with cold, annoyed stares. Still, she asks them politely if they've seen any food in the area. They just stare back blankly, their expressions making it perfectly clear she'll find no help here. Then, a rustling sound draws her attention as the woman reaches for something. She pulls out a sealed bag of food, explaining they found it in the debris earlier. The girl's face lights up, relieved they've found more provisions for everyone. But her hope instantly shatters as the woman rips the package open for herself. Before she can even protest, the two are already shamelessly stuffing their faces. They devour the food greedily, completely ignoring her stunned silence. She finally finds her voice, demanding to know what they're doing. But the woman just scoffs, saying that sharing was just some boring old man's idea. The girl reminds them they were happy to eat the food everyone else shared just yesterday. The man just picks at his teeth, feigning ignorance and claiming he can't remember. Clenching her teeth, the girl's had enough of their nonsense. She threatens to go straight to the man in charge and tell him everything. The buzzcut survivor just glances over, completely unfazed. Then, he slowly rises to his feet, a silent act of intimidation. The girl can't help but flinch back, startled by his sudden move. He cracks his neck menacingly, daring her to go ahead and see what happens. Standing over her, he makes it clear he has no intention of letting her snitch. But she finds her resolve, defiantly telling him to try and stop her. Oh, but he's got a master plan. He smugly boasts that she can't catch him anyway. His ultimate trump card, apparently, is being really good at running away. But just as he gloats, a pair of footsteps echoes nearby, someone thinking they tried to be nice. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the silence from somewhere off-screen. The raw terror in that sound makes both the buzzcut thug and his companion flinch hard. They exchange a worried glance, confirming they both heard that horrifying cry. The redhead tries to rationalize it, guessing it sounded far away enough for them to be safe. He eagerly agrees, a wave of relieved sweat on his brow as he convinces himself it was nothing. But then his eyes lock onto something in the distance, and his relief vanishes. He sees the defiant girl, no longer standing her ground, but crouched low among the debris. She's trembling uncontrollably, hands clamped over her ears as if trying to block out a nightmare. And this idiot, completely misreading the room, just laughs, mocking her for losing her nerve. He decides she's just a little scaredy cat after all. He even mocks her, pointing out how she's quaking in her shoes. But then, in an instant, the shaking just stops. She stands up, leaving him staring at the empty space she just occupied. The sudden shift leaves him completely bewildered. He turns around, trying to process what just happened, and finds her standing there, perfectly calm, as if nothing was wrong. He stammers, asking if she managed to look around the area. With a quiet, chilling confidence, she says she did. A nervous sweat breaks out on his brow as he presses her, asking if she found anything. She can't meet his gaze, her expression filled with uncertainty. Hesitantly, she pulls back her jacket, revealing a single, small potato. She admits with a heavy heart that there's nothing else left. But the man quickly puts on a brave face, trying to rally everyone's spirits. As he preaches about being alive, a grotesque monster rises from the rubble behind him. In an instant, it strikes with devastating force. The impact throws dust and debris across the ruined landscape. A hand reaches out from within the settling cloud of smoke. The girl finds herself on her knees, stunned into silence by the sudden carnage. A moment later, that silence is broken by her own horrified scream. Her scream of pure terror rips through the desolate air, but through the dust, she sees him still alive, crawling before that grotesque, one-eyed monster. He's reaching for her, his arm trembling with desperation. His face is a mask of primal fear, the look of a man staring death right in the eye. He weakly begs for help, but the girl is completely paralyzed, shaking in place. Then, survival instinct kicks in. She turns and bolts, shouting a hollow apology over her shoulder. The man's expression shatters, terror twisting into utter disbelief. He can only watch in horror as his one chance at survival abandons him. The girl grits her teeth, forcing her legs to move, guilt and fear warring within her. As she runs, she screams that she told him so she was never a good person to begin with. The man's final, desperate scream fades behind her as she runs toward the blinding light. Her flight, however, has attracted the attention of other survivors, who are now also running for their lives. But the ruined city is a death trap, with monsters hulking around every corner. The red-haired woman shouts at her companion, a cold, ruthless idea already taking shape. She thinks to herself that if that kid gets caught, it'll create the perfect distraction for them. A cruel sneer twists her lips. The girl is finished. What kind of fool runs directly at a monster? And indeed, the creature looms over the desolate street, a gnarled pillar of death. The girl keeps running, her face a mask of pure terror, pushing her legs faster and faster. With terrifying speed, the monster's woody arm lashes out to intercept her. It slams into the ground with enough force to shatter concrete, right in her path. But instead of freezing, the girl launches herself into the air with a powerful jump. She soars over the deadly appendage in a display of impossible acrobatics. Hitting the ground, she tumbles, absorbing the shock with a practiced roll. In one fluid motion, she flips back onto her feet, not missing a single step. The two survivors watching from the alley can only stare, their minds completely blown. The girl lands perfectly, her eyes now burning with a cold, focused light. And just like that, she's a blur, dashing away and leaving them in the dust. The buzzcut man is floored. He was so sure he could outrun anyone here. They realize with dawning horror she was serious, just as a new monster appears right behind them. A scream echoes from a nearby skyscraper, as their cruel plan backfires in the most brutal way imaginable. The sun beats down on the silent, ruined cityscape. Finally, finding a moment's peace, the young girl sits down to rest her weary legs. She's panting hard, the adrenaline from her narrow escape still coursing through her. Leaning back with a sigh, she allows herself to believe she might actually be safe here. But her brief moment of calm is broken by the sight of someone else in the shadows. Before she can even speak, the strange boy simply collapses to the ground. She inches closer, a small gasp escaping her lips as she realizes he's still alive. That small sound, however, is answered by a horrifying chittering from the ruins nearby. Her heart pounds in her chest as she freezes, praying the creature didn't hear her. But the monster's unsettling clicks and growls echo closer, its many eyes scanning for prey. Frozen in terror, the girl can only listen as the chittering sound grows louder. The unconscious stranger beside her is a dead weight, an anchor in this death trap. But she can't leave him, and with a surge of adrenaline, she hauls him into the deeper shadows. Miraculously, the creature's scraping footsteps begin to fade as it moves down the street. She holds her breath, heart hammering in her chest, daring to believe the danger has passed. The relief is so overwhelming she collapses onto him just as his eyes snap wide open. Her gasp of relief turns into a shriek of pure shock. He's already on his knees, staring up at her with a look of utter confusion. His voice is a low growl as he demands to know who she is and what she was doing. All she can do is stammer, completely baffled by the sudden hostility from the man she just saved. A harsh lesson, burned into his very soul, forces its way to the surface. He must always keep his guard up around other people. The girl is utterly confused, trying to explain she was only hiding him from a monster. But his father's words echo in his mind. Never trust anyone. They'll use you up and then kill you, a truth he now accepts as law. Just as his paranoia peaks, his stomach lets out a pathetic gurgle, and he faceplants into a puddle. He quivers on the ground, clutching his stomach, overwhelmed by a crippling hunger. It's been 5 long days since he last ate back in the bunker, and he's at his absolute limit. He'd put himself into a deep rest, just to conserve energy, only to be woken up by her. The girl just stares blankly at his pathetic state and says she doesn't have any food on her. He looks up, completely thrown by her strange declaration. He didn't even ask for food, so why is she bringing it up? She tries to backpedal, saying he just looked hungry, but as she nervously gestures, a small package drops from her pocket. Her smile freezes, a mask of pure panic as sweat drips down her face. His eyes immediately lock onto the mysterious object on the ground. He points a shaky finger, demanding to know what it is she just dropped. The girl is a stammering mess, completely at a loss for words. His mind races. What was that thing that fell out of her pocket? It looks like bread, wrapped carefully in paper. He clutches his gut as a wave of instinctual hunger hits him harder than ever before. With her plan in shambles, the girl's face is a mask of pure panic. She lets out a desperate, unconvincing no. He seems to back off, murmuring that maybe he's just seeing things, and she quickly agrees. For a brief moment, she thinks she's gotten away with it, believing he's a total idiot. But his silence isn't confusion, it's calculation. Suddenly, his demeanor flips, his eyes blazing with fury as he calls her a liar. The girl is completely blindsided by his sudden explosion of rage. He explains that Head never just believes someone, because it's human nature to lie. She clutches her head in despair, realizing he's not dumb, he's just completely broken. And her theatrical panic is all the proof he needs to confirm his suspicion. His mind is set. He needs to get his hands on whatever she's hiding, and if she doesn't cooperate, he's fully prepared to take it by force. But his cold determination is enough to make her break, offering up the food. She hands over half, trying to save face by saying he just looks really hungry. He's taken aback, completely unable to process this gesture. Sharing food is suicide in this world. But then comes the fine print. She expects him to pay her back 4 times over. Oh, so it's a loan with interest. Now it makes sense to him. He devours his share, his belief that all humans are cunning creatures reaffirmed. The moment he's done, he gets up to leave, prompting her to ask where he's going. His answer is blunt and simple. Has eaten. Now, it's time to move. She scrambles after him, completely bewildered by his decision to just walk off. She tries to stop him, insisting she knows this neighborhood and there's nowhere safe to run. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, and she bumps right into his back. Puzzled, she mumbles, asking why he isn't moving anymore. He turns, his gaze intense, and asks her to repeat what she just said. Does she really know this place? A little flustered, she confirms it. She's lived in this neighborhood her entire life. A plan seems to form in his mind as he asks a very specific question. Does she know where the subway station is? The sun beats down on the skeletal remains of the city, and in the next moment, they're taking cover behind a massive concrete barrier. The girl is left in stunned silence, wondering how on earth he found this place. Internally, she's kicking herself, wondering how she ended up playing tour guide for this bonehead. She even starts regretting sharing that pastry with him in the first place. But even as she complains, a part of her hesitates. Finally, she blurts out her question. Why is he so obsessed with the subway station? He simply tells her it's safe there. An answer that leaves her completely baffled. He explains that it's stocked with all the supplies they'd need to survive. On top of that, its tunnels offer countless pathways to escape the monsters roaming above. But he raises a hand, signaling the most crucial piece of the puzzle. He points down, his gaze sharp, revealing that the underground terrain makes it hard for monsters to detect humans. The girl can only stare, a thought echoing in her mind. This guy is weird, but it feels like he knows something no one else does. Her mind races with doubt. How can he know all this, yet not recognize a simple piece of bread? He suddenly stops, announcing with confidence that they've finally arrived. She looks around the desolate area, utterly confused and asking where they are. Her suspicion boils over, and she accuses him of plotting something against her. He scoffs at her, clarifying that of course this isn't the subway station. He's looking for the entrance. But as he turns to point the way, a new figure emerges from the shadows of the ruins. It's an old man, his eyes wide with panic as he urgently shushes them. He explains that he heard their footsteps and talking, never expecting to actually find anyone. Our boy wastes no time on pleasantries, his voice sharp as he demands to know who he is. The old man deflects the question, suggesting they save the introductions for later. Without waiting for an answer, the old man simply tells them to come with him, leaving the girl to nervously ask where he's taking them. He glances back, a strange mix of relief and urgency on his face, asking if this isn't the very place they were looking for. Our hero and the girl peer over a ledge, their expressions a mix of suspicion and curiosity. The man leads them down a broken set of concrete stairs, descending into the darkness below the city ruins. They arrive at a dead escalator, and he gestures forward, confirming that this is the entrance they sought. A flicker of disbelief crosses our boy's face as he stares up from the bottom of the stairs. Riding the escalator down, the silence is broken by the distant clamor of dozens of voices. The girl is absolutely stunned, pointing out in awe that there's a ton of people down here. But our hero is simply frozen in place, the sheer shock rendering him speechless. He never imagined that a whole community of survivors was hiding right beneath their feet. An old man, seemingly the leader, begins to explain to them how this all started. He tells them there's a moment from that day still burned into his mind. A memory of pure, unadulterated terror floods his vision. The day the monsters just appeared out of nowhere, turning the world into a slaughterhouse. He truly thought they were doomed, with beasts swarming them from every direction. But against all odds, following the desperate crowd led them to this sanctuary, a true blessing. He continues, explaining they sometimes risk going topside for medicine, but they've never met anyone else. Our hero just listens, his face an unreadable mask as he processes this new information. His internal plan immediately shifts. He was going to use this station as his base, but there are far too many people. His eyes narrow as he scans the crowd, realizing he's not just seeing survivors, he's seeing a variety of them. He sees those who have been completely broken by the horrors of this world, people so exhausted by the sheer hopelessness that they've already given up. Their minds are gone, utterly convinced that death is just around the corner. But then, on the opposite end of the spectrum, he spots the predators, the ones who let their ugliest instincts take over. Our hero walks through the crowd, a silent judge observing it all. His cold eyes take in every detail, categorizing everyone he sees, and then his gaze lands on them, the truly mysterious ones he can't figure out. A figure sits alone, completely shrouded in shadow, their motives a total blank. He realizes a grim truth. The more people there are, the more variables, and the more monsters. Surrounded by these people, he feels the risk isn't from monsters, but from them. In his mind, they are a faceless horde, a wave of potential variables. He lets out a slow, deliberate breath, and after analyzing them all, he comes to a simple, arrogant conclusion. None of them are a threat. With his judgment made, he stands calm and resolute. He knows what true danger feels like, a familiar energy that resonates within him. It's the same oppressive aura he felt from the monsters roaming the world above, a primal instinct he learned to recognize for his own survival. It was the exact same feeling he got from his own father, but as he glances at these broken survivors, he feels absolutely nothing. Fine, he'll stay here for the time being. He's absolutely confident that none of these weaklings could even scratch him if they tried. The old man suddenly steps forward, introducing himself with a wide smile as B.M. Huang, a doctor. He explains that he only ran into the two of them because he was already above ground, searching for medicine. With a hollow laugh, he admits he came back empty-handed and asks what their story is. Our prisoner just stares back, offering nothing but a cold, unwavering silence. The tension is palpable, but the young girl next to him seems to realize someone has to speak. Trying to break the awkward quiet, she claps her hands together and introduces herself as Haru. Huang immediately compliments her name, correctly guessing from her uniform that she's a student at Gasang Middle School. Haru is surprised he knows the school, but confirms it, all while our boy remains a silent observer. The old doctor cheerfully clarifies that his hospital was right across the street, but Haru stares back, her mind racing. There was never a hospital there. Before she can question him, Huang turns his attention to our silent protagonist. He awkwardly points out the young man's clothes, noting how tattered they are. The observation hangs in the air as his gaze pans down the grimy shirt and settles on the prisoner's bare, dirt-covered feet. Realizing his blunder, the doctor quickly apologizes, insisting he didn't mean to offend. He changes the subject, trying to break the ice by asking for the boy's name. For the first time, the stoic prisoner seems to react to the question. "My name?" The thought flashes to a memory of an old handwritten book. The prisoner's reply is chillingly simple. He doesn't have one. Dr. Huang is stunned into silence, unable to process what he just heard. The boy clarifies with a deadpan stare. He's never had a name, leaving Haru equally shocked. Instead of pressing, the old doctor takes a moment, thoughtfully stroking his chin. He He decides on kindness, telling the boy not to worry, and to share it only when he's comfortable. But their strange conversation is shattered by a woman bursting in, screaming for the mister. She warns them that the situation has gotten worse, leading them to an injured survivor. The wounded boy looks up, a wave of desperate relief washing over his face. One glance is all it takes for Huang's expression to darken. This is looking very bad. He explains that his first aid is failing, the wound is deteriorating far faster than he expected. The old doctor warns that without immediate surgery, a deadly infection is guaranteed. With no time to waste, he whips open his coat with a sudden flourish. Revealed inside is a full set of surgical tools, ready for the impromptu procedure. He grabs a bottle of disinfectant, preparing to begin the operation. But the nameless prisoner just watches, recalling what he secretly read about doctors. They were people who healed others, but always in exchange for payment. In this apocalypse, however, money is just paper to be burned. So he cuts in with a chillingly logical question. What is the doctor's price for this? Everyone is stunned into silence by his cold, transactional view of the situation. The injured boy just looks on. Confused payment? What could he possibly mean? The old doctor stares back, completely baffled. Payment? Is that really what matters right now? The other survivors are just as lost. Their faces a mix of fear and confusion. But Huang doesn't waste another moment on the absurdity of it all. He simply states that treating the injured is the duty of a doctor. With practiced hands, he pulls the makeshift bandages tight around the boy's wound. He offers a reassuring smile, telling the young man there's no need to worry. After all, he proudly proclaims, every single one of his surgeries has been a success. And just like that, it's over. The boy, overwhelmed with relief, throws his arms around the doctor. But from the corner, the prisoner watches, completely unable to process what he's seeing. Helping someone for nothing in return, are humans really that foolish? He can't shake the feeling is this old man truly acting out of pure kindness. Huang just smiles warmly, telling the boy to get some rest. Overcome with emotion, the young man sobs his thanks, feeling like he's been saved. But then, a name tag on the doctor's coat reveals a chilling detail. He's a veterinarian. The mood shifts instantly as the doctor announces it's time to begin, warning it might hurt. A cold dread washes over the boy as he realizes he's tied to the chair, pleading to be untied. The doctor's reply is blunt and final. No can do. He turns back, his face no longer kind, brandishing a scalpel, and warning him not to struggle. Panic finally erupts as the boy screams, realizing he's in the hands of an animal doctor. But Huang just gives a wide, unsettling smile, asking a simple question. Aren't humans animals too? The injured boy thrashes against his restraints, but the doctor simply tells him to calm down. He turns away casually, declaring that all this struggling just means they'll need an anesthetic. While another survivor doubts they'll find any real medicine, Huang has already found his tool. It's not a needle or a gas mask. He picks up a heavy, solid brick. In a brutal memory, our prisoner is forced to use that same method to silence the boy's screams for good. Now, far away from that room, he finally sits in the deafening quiet. He can't shake the image of Haru's terrified face, knowing they had to abandon that scene of horror. He sits alone, contemplating the silence that hangs in the air after the grim task was done. But the immediate danger is over, and a familiar question returns. What now? All he has left in this broken world is a single, worn photograph of his father. On the back, a handwritten note changes everything. His mother is still alive. But sitting alone in the dark, he feels completely stuck, with no way to find her. He stares at the old photo, recalling how something about it had always seemed wrong. It's the background filled with bizarre, mushroom-like flowers that just don't belong. He remembers searching through books in the bunker, but this species was never in them. A realization sparks. Could this be a unique flower that only grows in one specific region? If so, this picture isn't just a memory. It's a map leading to his mother's location. His eyes narrow with newfound purpose. He needs to find an expert, someone who recognizes this plant. This strange flower is the only real clue he has in this entire broken world. He must guard it with his life and ask every human he finds about it. His train of thought is suddenly derailed by the annoying buzz of a single mosquito. With a sharp smack, he claps his hands together, crushing the tiny pest instantly. He opens his palms, staring at the small black smear left behind. Then, in a moment of pure desperation or madness, he licks it clean off his hand. The taste is immediately revolting, and he grimaces, complaining about how bitter it is. Elsewhere, in the depths of another survivor shelter, a new plan is set in motion. A woman with a ponytail reports to her scarred captain that she has gathered everyone up. The leader turns, his eyes cold and determined, announcing that it's time to begin. His orders are clear. Assemble all the survivors in the subway station, and his final command leaves no room for argument, bring them by force if they refuse. The survivors are herded together, confused and exhausted, whispering about some big announcement. But one man has had enough of being pushed around, shouting for the ones in charge to explain themselves. He points accusingly at the scarred leader and his lieutenants, who watch him with cold indifference. In response, the leader simply turns, and a single, soul-piercing glare silences the entire station. All the man's bravado instantly shatters, replaced with a raw, shuddering terror. The leader clenches his fist and takes a single, deliberate step forward, his presence overwhelming. For him, this is simple. He can see the deep, dark abyss that lies within every person. He looks past the man's exterior and sees everything he's hiding in the depths of his heart. His eyes, glowing with a faint, predatory light, seem to strip away all pretense, and the terrified man feels that gaze on his soul, leaving him utterly exposed and broken. The leader's vision zeroes in, peering past the noise and into the man's very soul. There, he finds him, a small, pathetic figure huddled in the vast darkness of his own heart. The core of his being is simple, a single, all-consuming emotion, fear, and the leader sees this truth with perfect clarity. He knows they all try to hide it, putting on a cheap facade of confidence and strength. The man begs him to stay back, his false bravado melting into a pathetic scream. But in the presence of true power, that fear is bound to rise to the surface as a single punch connects. The defiant survivor is sent tumbling across the concrete floor like a discarded doll. Every other person in the station watches, their faces frozen in a mask of pure shock and terror. All the man can do is tremble on the ground as the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps draws near. The scarred leader looms over his new subject, his expression utterly devoid of pity. A cruel smirk spreads across his face as he yanks the man up by his shirt, savoring the look of raw fear. This is the expression he wanted to see. A man utterly broken and pathetic. He demands more, a glimpse into the survivor's personal abyss. He wants to see the man's true self, the sniveling coward hiding beneath the bravado. The sickening thud of fists echoes through the station, but the man's pleas to stop only feed the leader's twisted grin. But the entertainment is cut short when his subordinate suddenly calls for him to wait. Annoyed at the interruption, he turns his head, a silent "what?" in his eyes. The woman nervously reports that, now that she's checked, they seem to be missing a few people. Wiping his hands clean with a cloth, the leader's focus shifts instantly, asking what exactly happened. She reports that the guy with the chicken comb hair, who was supposed to be in charge, simply disappeared without a word. The leader sighs in frustration. Ah, him, that man was always an unpredictable thorn in his side. Fine, if you want something done right, you do it yourself. He decides he'll go talk to the cowards personally. As he walks off, one of his underlings asks what they should do with their current plaything. His orders are chillingly simple: tie the man up and leave him on the surface. The survivor's face twists in horror. He pleads with them, desperately reaching out, crying that the beating he took should have been punishment enough. But his cries seem to awaken a terrifying rage in another man, whose eyes blaze with a furious white light. A fist clenches, trembling with barely suppressed power, ready to explode. Then, his eyes snap open. He realizes with a groggy mumble that he must have fallen asleep. The constant vigilance against monsters has worn him down for days, leaving him no chance to truly rest. But Hez not in the real world. Hez somewhere else entirely, a swirling abyss with no end in sight. His head pounds, his vision sparking as he struggles to get his bearings in this disorienting nightmare. He feels his body moving, his bare foot stepping forward onto a strange, yielding surface. Yet there's no solid ground here, only a tangled mess of threads that give way beneath his weight. Every step is a struggle, wading through a sea of darkness that seems to be actively pulling him in. And then, a chilling realization begins to creep into his mind. It's not that this space is trying to swallow him. The horrifying truth is that he's already been consumed. Dark tendrils suddenly erupt from the void, wrapping around his arms and body, yanking him back. He can only let out a silent scream of terror as he's dragged into the suffocating darkness. His hand reaches out, desperately clawing at the emptiness. But the void offers no purchase, only a swirling abyss that pulls him deeper. He is completely consumed by the crushing, suffocating black. With a violent jolt, his eyes snap open and he gasps for air. It was just a nightmare, but the feeling of being swallowed whole felt terrifyingly real. He slowly sits up, his mind struggling to process where he even is. Before him stand three strangers, their cold eyes fixed on him. The man in the coat steps forward, his voice cutting through the silence with a grim ultimatum. He gives the boy exactly 2 minutes to reach the central area of the station, or face exile. Another boy smirks, telling him he'd better start running now if he hopes to make it. Without a word, the boy forces his weary body to stand. The man in the coat lets out a disappointed sigh. He had hoped for someone brave, but this one just looks like another letdown. Suddenly, his condescending look vanishes as he flinches back. The prisoner is just casually stretching, patting the back of his neck. He rubs his eyes, trying to shake off the lingering haze of his nightmare. But to him, this is nothing, just another morning surrounded by monsters. His gaze locks onto them, his voice cutting through the tension as he asks how they plan on exiling him. The other boy scoffs, completely blindsided by this sudden show of defiance. But the leader's face splits into a wicked grin. This is exactly the response he wanted. He dares the boy to show him the abyss, the darkness he can sense hiding behind those empty eyes. And with a sudden lunge, the man rushes forward, his face a blur of manic speed. He moves so fast, it's like the world itself struggles to keep up with his violent advance. The younger subordinate smirks, telling the prisoner he's completely screwed now. But the boy doesn't even flinch, casually asking if 2 minutes will be enough. He corrects himself with chilling calm, lifting 2 fingers, not minutes. 2 seconds. That's all the time hell need, he declares, to take this so-called captain down. The subordinate absolutely loses it, howling with laughter at the sheer audacity. Once he's done cackling, he pulls a gleaming knife, asking if the kid is finally done yapping. But a hand gently pats his shoulder, and he freezes. The prisoner is already right behind him. A sudden jolt of alarm hits our prisoner as he frantically searches his pockets. A voice from the shadows mockingly asks if he's looking for something. The smirking thug dangles the crumpled photo, sneering that he found nothing of value except this old picture. But the prisoner's eyes ignite with a terrifying, cold fury as he makes a simple promise. Damage that photo, and you die. For a split second, the thug's smug expression shatters into pure, undiluted fear. He pinches the photograph, but another hand snatches it from him. The leader now holds the picture hostage, warning the prisoner that one more step means it gets torn to shreds. But our boy is already on the ground, his arms pinned as if by an unseen force. The smirking thug kicks him, laughing about where all that confidence went, asking if this scrap of paper is really so important. In his mind, the prisoner seethes he let his guard down, and they stole the one thing he had left while he slept. The smirking thug recalls a painful lesson. More than any monster, it's humans you have to watch out for. He asks his captain if they're finally going to kick this troublesome prisoner out. But the leader, staring intently at the family photo, surprisingly says no. His mind flashes back to the moment the prisoner first arrived, a strange power emanating from him. When he looked into the man's eyes through the peephole, he saw something that wasn't human, a deep, dark abyss that set him apart from all the others. Back in the present, he hands the crumpled photo back to his subordinate. He orders the thug to keep this picture on him at all times as leverage. His subordinate grumbles, questioning if all this hassle is really worth it for one guy, but the leader's command is absolute. As he agrees, the thug can't help but remember that terrifying aura that made him flinch before. With a twisted grin, the thug dismisses any lingering doubts. None of it matters anymore. He chuckles, dangling the family photo in front of the quivering prisoner, thinking the kid can't do a thing. But just then, a confused sound cuts through the air as a blonde schoolgirl appears in the doorway. Her eyes dart between the men, demanding to know what's going on and what they've done to him. The leader's expression shifts. So, there's the other target. This just saved them a lot of trouble. The girl stammers, a nervous sweat breaking out as the terrifying realization hits her they were looking for her. He gives a sharp command for her to be moved, and she flinches back with a terrified squeak. The smirking thug waves her off with a laugh, promising to take very good care of the picture for her. She's brought to a stop, now standing right in front of the prisoner, who remains slumped against the wall. Her eyes are wide with fear, a single drop of sweat tracing down her cheek as she stares at him. She reaches out a hand, her voice soft, asking if he's all right, but his only response is a clenched fist. Without warning, he smacks her hand away, a sharp, aggressive rejection that shocks her to her core. She yells out, completely bewildered. Why is he taking his anger out on her when she was just trying to help? But his eyes are like ice as he glares up at her, coldly stating he doesn't need anyone's help and telling her to move. Fed up, she points right at him, declaring that she has a name, it's Haru, and he will at least remember that. He turns away, his voice devoid of any emotion, asking for a single good reason why he should bother. Sometime later, the two of them stand silently on either side of an old man in a lab coat, the tension palpable. The man asks Haru if something happened, and she snaps back that there's just no talking to a bonehead like him. But our prisoner just scoffs internally, as if he would ever accept the help of another human being. Because deep in his mind, his father's words echo a chilling lesson: never trust a helping hand. His mind is made up, a grim certainty hardening in his eyes. Humans are his enemy. And just like that, he spots his target. That smirking kid is holding his picture. The boy waves it around like a trophy, but our prisoner knows he could piece it together even if it's ripped. But his hand trembles slightly. He can't bring himself to risk ruining it. It's the only possession he brought with him from that hellish underground bunker. He decides to be patient, waiting for the perfect moment for the boy to let his guard down. But that moment is cut short as a new voice cuts through the tension, announcing it's time to begin. A tough-looking man and his crew lay out the new rules for everyone in the station. They're given two simple choices: follow his lead and be safe, or end up like the poor soul he's pointing to as an example. The The man struggles, bound and gagged, as he's presented to the crowd like a trophy. The leader announces that this man's crime was trying to cause chaos in their only shelter. The blonde schoolgirl and the old scientist can only watch in horror as the sentence is passed. The punishment? He's being thrown out, and anyone who sides with him will be treated the same. Our prisoner listens with cold eyes, unimpressed by the leader's hollow offer of choice. The leader's message is clear. He isn't asking for followers, he's demanding them, because his word is now law. The terrified crowd of survivors exchange nervous glances, realizing the choice has already been made for them. Fear and uncertainty ripple through the group, their spirits already broken by this new apocalypse. No one dares to speak up, they just fall in line, a silent herd under a new, self-appointed shepherd. But amidst the quiet compliance, the old scientist nervously glances over, his eyes landing on something or someone unsettling. He looks upon the terrified faces of the younger generation, seeing their hope drain away. The old scientist can only watch as they resign themselves to this new, brutal reality. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but he knows it's the law of nature. The strong rule the weak. In a world that has fallen apart, he thinks, this kind of tyranny was almost inevitable. He sees right through the leader's words. It wasn't a choice, it was a threat. For everyone else, siding with that monster is the only logical path to survival. But as he processes this, something inside the old man snaps. A strange, unnerving grin starts to spread across his tired face. He adjusts his tie with a newfound confidence, deciding he's lived long enough to take a stand. If he submits, he'd be abandoning his duty to help others. And that's a price he refuses to pay. He clenches his fist, making his final choice. He's staying right here. The old man stands his ground, declaring he'll face this alone if he has to. But his solitary resolve is immediately shattered by a quiet voice beside him. He turns to the young schoolgirl, who flatly states she's not going anywhere either. Panic sets in. He grabs her, urging her to join the others and not make this foolish choice. But she just smirks, pointing behind him, saying he might want to reconsider who the foolish ones are. Confused, he slowly turns, his eyes widening in complete and utter shock. Because it's not just them, a whole crowd, including our protagonist, has chosen to stay. Elsewhere, a boy with glasses wakes up, his face a mask of pure terror. He screams in frustration, realizing he slept through the decision and is now stuck on the wrong side. He begins to spiral, screaming that they're all screwed and will be tortured for their defiance. A calm voice cuts through his panic. A girl beside him, thinking he's overreacting, a flicker of hope lights up his face, desperately asking if she really thinks so. She clarifies that no, they won't be tortured, they'll just be starved or fed to monsters instead. His brief moment of relief instantly evaporates into pure, silent horror. Just then, another scream echoes through the tense room, but it's not from him. The old man in the lab coat is startled as a little girl runs straight into him with a thump. Her father rushes over, apologizing profusely for not keeping a closer watch on her. But the old man just smiles warmly, kneeling down to tell the young lady to listen to her dad. Her response? A hard stomp on his foot, leaving the old man utterly baffled. And with a solid bonk, the little girl headbutts the old man, shouting that he is not her father. She stands her ground defiantly, insisting her real mom and dad are out there looking for her. The man with her quickly explains to the stunned scientist that she isn't his daughter at all. He just happened to find her after she was separated from her family in the chaos, and decided to look after her. Elsewhere in the shelter, a couple of thugs stand guard, chatting by a doorway. They stop our protagonist cold, informing him that he is forbidden from leaving the room. He gives them a dead-eyed stare as they explain these are the captain's orders, and disobedience will be punished. One of the goons, armed with a pipe, gives a smug chuckle, adding that his age won't get him any special treatment. But the boy's mind isn't on them. It's on that smirking face from before he has to find out where he is. The captain's iron rule is absolute. As survivors are warned, they'll only get their meager share of food, and any cheating will be discovered. A few of the survivors are outraged, complaining that their food portions are way too small. But the man handing out supplies is unmoved, simply stating that it's the captain's orders. He scoffs, telling them they're just prisoners anyway. They don't need much to eat. Just then, the delicious aroma of cooking food drifts through the air. The scent wisps its way over to a muscular man lounging nearby. His eyes snap wide open with a jolt. Something smells good, must be time for dinner. He rises to his feet. Back at the distribution point, the men realize someone important is missing. They haven't seen Chicken Comb around, the captain's left-hand man. And as if summoned, the imposing figure looms behind them, already looking for trouble. The men whisper about him, confirming he's the one who barely listens to the captain's orders. Yet, for some reason, he's still considered the captain's most trusted enforcer. The rumor is he's a complete psychopath, a vicious thug who murders people with a huge, unsettling grin plastered on his face. His companion gulps, realizing this is not a man you want to cross. Just then, a survivor dashes past with food, accidentally bumping right into someone. A little girl tumbles to the ground, her meal spilling everywhere. Her eyes well up with tears, trembling in absolute fear, because the food has just splattered all over Chicken Comb's vest. He leans down, that same chilling smile spreading across his face as he tells her it's dangerous to run around here. The little girl trembles, tears streaming down her face as he complains about his vest. Her spilled food is a mess on the floor as he coldly orders her to come with him. Two onlookers watch in absolute horror, certain they're about to witness something terrible. They can't believe it, the rumors were true. He's actually going to hurt a child. But a moment of confusion hits them as Chicken Comb turns and starts walking their way instead. He gets right in one of the men's faces, who immediately stammers out a fearful "sir." In a shocking twist, he points back at the little girl and asks for a favor. Get her another meal. The man is stunned, protesting that the rules say everyone only gets one ration. Chicken Comb's expression hardens. Fine, he says without hesitation. Then give her mine. He then presents his own tray of food to the speechless, wide-eyed little girl. The onlookers are just baffled. He's really giving her his meal, but why? Then, a dark realization seems to dawn on the ration distributor. He thinks this isn't charity at all, but a sick, twisted game to slowly torture the girl. But before that horrifying thought can even settle, someone else makes a move. A man suddenly dashes in, grabbing the little girl and pulling her safely behind him. He glares at the gang, demanding to know what they think they're doing to a child. Chicken Comb is completely blindsided, sputtering in confusion about what he possibly did wrong. The man ignores him, simply calling them awful thugs and deciding it's time to go. As she's led away, the little girl glances back, a single tear of fear and confusion on her face. And the thug is left standing there, utterly speechless, his act of kindness completely backfiring. Meanwhile, another thug watches from the sidelines, a smug grin plastered on his face. Other survivors look on with deep suspicion, armed and ready for the worst. The two girls from before notice the guards have multiplied, their hopes sinking. Our protagonist, however, is reaching his limit, tempted to just go out and find the jerk himself. His eyes narrow with cold focus. He's decided he's waited long enough. But as he makes his move, the blonde schoolgirl catches the motion. Without a second's hesitation, her hand shoots out, grabbing his arm and stopping him cold. She turns to him, her expression completely serious, silently telling him not to move. Her friend watches, stunned by the sudden and bold intervention. At that exact moment, the lights above begin to flicker, plunging the hallway into an eerie gloom. Meanwhile, in the relative quiet of the shelter, an old man in a lab coat is fast asleep. But a quiet rustle breaks the silence as someone else begins to stir. The freckled girl sits up, her eyes slowly adjusting to the gloom. Her gaze lands on our protagonist, huddled in the corner, seemingly lost to the world. Seeing an opportunity, or perhaps just driven by curiosity, she silently approaches him. She reaches out a hand, about to make contact with his shoulder, but her stealthy approach comes to a shocking and abrupt end. In a flash, his hand snaps up, grabbing her wrist with an iron grip. He wasn't asleep at all. He glares at her, his voice low and dangerous, accusing her of trying to ambush him. She winces in pain, stunned by his raw power, insisting she just wanted to talk. He repeats her words, his suspicion clear. Talk? What could she possibly want to talk about? Trying to ease the tension, she rubs her wrist and asks if he just doesn't like conversation. He stares back, his face a blank mask, letting the silence stretch between them. She then asks why he's always alone, a question that finally cracks his composure. He erupts, demanding to know what business it is of hers, and she flinches at his raw anger. Waving it off, he tells her to forget the small talk and just get to the point. He watches her intently, waiting for the real reason she approached him. She finally asks him directly why he always isolates himself from the other survivors. A light bulb seems to go off in her head as she guesses, is he just shy around people? He scoffs at the ridiculous notion, shouting that he would never stay near his enemies. She stares back, completely baffled by his declaration. Enemies? He confirms it without a hint of doubt. That's right, all humans are his enemies. She tries to reason with him, pointing out that she never had any intention of hurting him, but his paranoia is a fortress. He flatly states he doesn't believe her. She could be lying for all he knows. She sighs, seeing she won't get through to him, and changes tactics. Fine, he can be as suspicious as he wants, but why not at least make up with Haru? He's taken aback. Haru? The blonde girl? He clarifies they were never even fighting. A flicker of hope crosses her face. So then, he's going to be friendly with her again? He immediately shuts her down. That, he says, is a completely different story. To him, Haru is also human, no different from any other potential threat in this room. The girl is completely floored by his cold logic, trying to find the words to make him understand. She explains that Haru cries herself to sleep every single night, thinking no one can hear her. Surely, she must be going through something terrible. But then again, so is everyone else here. With a hopeful smile, She suggests that since they're the same age, he could be the friend Haru needs. Her heartfelt plea is met with a single, cutting word that hangs in the air: pathetic. Being sad, he declares with an icy stare, is a luxury reserved only for the weak. All that time spent wallowing in misery should be used to plan for survival instead. She looks up at him, her tone shifting, and asks a question meant to pierce his armor. Has he ever lost a loved one? A violent memory flashes through his mind, a struggle on a bridge, a fall, and his father's glasses tumbling into the abyss. But he shoves it down, his answer a sharp and final no, vowing it will never happen to him. Ever. She stares, shocked, as he doubles down on his cold philosophy. He doesn't have any loved ones. His eyes are dead serious, betraying no emotion. Because without anyone to care about, there's simply no reason to ever feel sad. It's a lonely existence he's carved out for himself in this broken world. Her voice cuts through his isolation, remarking that it sounds like a very lonely life. But she quickly adds that it's all right. With a gentle smile, she offers him a strange comfort. If he dies, she'll at least be sad for him. For the first time, her empathy seems to land a direct hit, leaving him completely stunned. He quickly turns away, unable to meet her gaze. He scoffs that her offer is ridiculous because he has absolutely no intention of dying. He glances back, trying to get the last word in, adding that he won't be sad when she dies either. But his petty jab just earns a light-hearted chuckle. She isn't fazed in the slightest. Suddenly, her amusement is cut short by a harsh, racking cough that echoes in the quiet room. Nearby, an old man stirs in his sleep, groaning at the late-night disturbance. She catches her breath and apologizes, figuring she's been talking for far too long. With a simple wave and a quiet good night, she gets up to leave him in peace. He watches her go, her footsteps fading into the darkness, leaving him completely silent. What a strange person, he can't help but mull over their bizarre conversation. As another survivor sleeps nearby, he retreats back into his corner, alone with his thoughts again. But not for long. As the boy with glasses groans, woken up and wondering how anyone can get any sleep in here, he sits in the dark, reflecting on the 4 days he spent trapped in this hellhole. He'd only come here looking for a safe place to rest his head. But instead, these bottom feeders stole his only photo, his single clue to finding his mother. The memory of their fists hitting him echoes in his mind. He remembers them standing over him, asking if he was enjoying their little game. The leader had sneered, claiming with mock sincerity that they took no pleasure in this. It was simply the punishment he deserved for trying to leave them last time. But something inside him finally snaps, his voice cutting through the silence. His eyes flare with a terrifying intensity as he dares them to come and punish him themselves. "Put the picture down," he says, and suddenly the thug's smug confidence evaporates into pure shock. The thug reels back, a sudden realization dawning on him: this kid isn't scared. In those cold green eyes, he sees no fear, only a chilling focus on the stolen photograph. He tries to regain his swagger, shaking the photo and threatening another beating for his insolence. But the prisoner's mind is already somewhere else, recalling the cold words of his father. A lesson that all humans are born evil, a lesson these thugs are doing their best to prove true. He clenches his fist, steeling himself, but then his memory shifts. He remembers the freckled girl, her eyes wide with genuine concern over his injuries, and the old doctor, who gently led him away from the crowd to get him treated. The doctor had been worried, offering to disinfect his wounds, a kindness that defied his father's cynical worldview. Yet even then, he'd brushed it off, telling the old man it was nothing, leaving him to worry alone. Lost in his memories, a soft thud brings him back to the present. He glances over, surprised to see a bottle of water and a can of food left for him. It's the freckled girl, offering him the meal shed saved for him. He takes the tray, the words of gratitude almost escaping his lips, but they die on his tongue, his lifelong cynicism refusing to yield. Turning away, he dismisses it, just as she begins to cough quietly. It's a weak, persistent sound, and for some reason, it catches his attention. Her coughing triggers a sudden, important memory. He recalls telling her that he'd never intended on attacking her to begin with. A dangerous thought takes root. If he was telling the truth, then what if she is now? Her last words to him echo in his mind, a strange promise that someone would be sad if he died. And for the first time in a long, long time, he wonders maybe he could actually trust someone. But a sudden clang snaps him out of his thoughts. He whips his head around, startled by the sound. She's collapsed on the floor, the food tray and bottle scattered beside her. The cap from her water bottle spins across the dusty ground, coming to a slow stop. He rushes to her side, his mind racing as he tries desperately to wake her. The old doctor arrives, confirming his fears. Her condition is bad, and she needs medicine. But there's a serious problem. They don't have any left. They'd have to go above ground. The girl weakly protests, coughing as she insists no one should risk their life for her. The old doctor insists she stop talking. Her condition will only get worse without medicine. But how are they supposed to get any? He looks at the doctor, desperate for a plan. His voice trembles as he asks what will happen to her if they can't find it in time. The doctor's grim silence is the only answer he gets, a confirmation of his worst fears. Suddenly, 3 men appear in the doorway, their leader announcing the captain wants to see the doctor. But the man's intense gaze isn't on the doctor at all, it's fixed on someone else. Our boy feels the hostile stare, his own confusion and unease growing. The messenger lets out a quiet, frustrated sigh, clearly unhappy with his orders. He grips a small photograph, annoyed at being told to hold it up every time he sees this kid. Glancing down at the blade on his hip, he thinks he could easily get rid of him without these games. He coldly informs the doctor that the captain has ordered him to treat the others, and he needs to get moving now. But the doctor, sweating, stammers that he can't do that right now. The messenger's head whips around, his voice dripping with menace as he asks if he's hearing this right defiance of the captain's orders. Panicked, the doctor quickly clarifies that he'll treat the others as soon as he's finished with his current patient. He gestures to the young woman beside him, insisting that she's in critical condition. Weakly, the girl steps forward, trying to defuse the situation by offering to go get the medicine herself. But a violent coughing fit racks her body as the doctor shouts that it's nonsense. She wouldn't survive a minute up there. The messenger takes a slow step forward, a sudden, twisted understanding dawning on his face. "Ah," he says, his eyes wide with mock realization. "You should have just said so earlier." Then, in a flash, he drives his knife straight into her stomach, whispering that he could have easily helped her with that. The entire room is frozen in a moment of absolute, silent horror. From the doorway, our prisoner's eyes widen, witnessing the unthinkable act. With a soft thud, the young woman's body collapses lifelessly to the ground. The doctor can only watch, his face a mask of pure, helpless disbelief. His assistants are paralyzed by the same shock, unable to process the sheer cruelty. She lies still, a pool of blood spreading from the brutal wound in her stomach. The messenger stands over his victim, his shadow looming large over the scene. But our prisoner sees it all, a cold, deathly stillness settling over him. And then, his eyes begin to glow with an unnerving, dangerous light. His gaze locks onto the dying girl. And in that instant, something inside him finally breaks. He can see it, a strange, crackling light emanating from the woman's fatal wound. It's the last embers of her life, slowly and surely fading away into nothing. The light vanishes completely, leaving only a cold, blood-soaked corpse behind. The prisoner's heart pounds in his chest, a heavy, rhythmic beat in the stunned silence. How could something so complex, so full of life, be extinguished so easily? He watches, transfixed, as the last of her essence disappears from the world. But the killer casually shatters the moment, pointing a blood-stained finger. The prisoner's wide, shocked eyes snap into a terrifyingly sharp focus. Looking up from his handiwork, the murderer smirks, asking our prisoner why he has such a long face. The question hangs in the air, but the prisoner's mind is a storm of white noise. A ghostly voice seems to whisper to him, reminding him he said he wouldn't be sad if she died. His mouth hangs open, a silent scream trapped in his throat. He stands frozen, just inches away from her cold, lifeless hand. All around them, the other survivors watch, their faces masks of pure, unadulterated horror. The blood splattered on his own clothes feels like a brand. Not a single soul can move, paralyzed by the sheer brutality they've just witnessed. Even the old man in the lab coat can only let out a sickened groan. But the killer simply wipes his blade, complaining about getting his hands all dirty. The old doctor's body begins to tremble with pure, unadulterated rage. He can't fathom how someone could kill without an ounce of remorse. To him, the real monsters weren't outside, one was standing right here. But the killer just laughs it off, telling the old man he's being too harsh. He explains it was a simple choice: lose a dying girl or a valuable doctor. The other survivors stare in disbelief as he says the girl should be grateful. A quick death, he argues, is a mercy compared to what the creatures would do. He glances down at her lifeless hand on the dirt floor and then he freezes. The boy's smug, condescending look instantly vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed shock. He stands frozen over the body, his entire form trembling with a quiet, suppressed rage. The killer's voice cuts through the silence, mocking him, asking if Hez finally feeling a little fear. He continues to needle him, wondering what happened to that tough facade from before. But our protagonist doesn't respond, his face shrouded in a dark, ominous shadow. Slowly, he raises his head, and his eyes flare with an intense, otherworldly green glow. A memory surfaces this same monster, younger, with that same grin, clutching a blood-soaked weapon. The killer's amusement fades when he suddenly realizes something: the photo is gone. His eyes snap to the floor, spotting the small picture he must have dropped in his haste. As the killer starts to panic, our boy kneels, reaching for the one thing that truly matters. Recovering his nerve, the killer's cocky smirk returns, asking what our boy's gonna do about it. He looks down on him, still kneeling on the floor, seemingly broken and defeated. But the atmosphere suddenly shifts, and the killer's confidence wavers into confusion. From the shadows of his hair, a single, glowing eye locks onto its prey. The thug's own eyes narrow, a cold sweat breaking as he processes the danger. His hand clenches into a tight fist, a desperate, nervous reflex. Then, a single step forward, the ground itself seems to warp under the pressure. Trying to sound tough, he spits out one last taunt, daring him to finally fight back. In a blur, he's met with a feral glare and a simple, bone-chilling confirmation. The thug leans in with a smug grin, asking what he's going to do about it. He keeps pushing, seeing the coiled form and mistaking it for fear. He asks if he's going to jump him, the words barely leaving his lips before his eyes widen in terror. Because in a flash of blinding speed, a knife is hurtling straight for his face. But it's just a distraction. The blade flies past as our boy is already moving. A blur that leaves the onlookers stunned. Before anyone can even blink, he's got the thug by the collar, rage burning in his eyes. With a grunt of pure power, he hurls the man through the air like a rag doll. He follows through instantly, not giving him a single moment to recover. The thug's head meets the concrete wall with a sickening, bone-shattering crack. And just like that, he's held up by the shirt, limp and unconscious, the fight over before it ever truly began. The onlookers can only stare, their jaws hanging open in utter disbelief. They're completely frozen, unable to process the sheer brutality they just witnessed. But our boy isn't finished. He presses the cold steel of his knife against the thug's throat. The blade digs in just enough to draw a thin, crimson line. His eyes are glacial, completely devoid of any pity or hesitation. All that bravado from before has vanished, replaced by the pure terror of a boy about to die. He grits his teeth, his mind flashing back to another time, a memory that fuels the fire tightening his grip. He remembers this punk's smug, mocking face from a past encounter, a time when he was the one who was attacked and utterly humiliated. He remembers the thug's smug face as his fist flew forward. But in that moment, our boy's eyes just went wide with shock. He didn't even react, just absorbed the blow without a single flinch. The regret burns him now. If he'd only realized how weak this punk was, he could have prevented the tragedy that followed. A haunting image of limp, lifeless feet flashes in his mind. He recalls the sight of a bloodied, wounded leg, and the memory of a fatal wound that should have never happened. It was all because of another man, a true monster from his past. And now his father's voice echoes from the darkness, giving a single, cold command. Kill him. A red glint flares within his eye as that cold voice takes root in his mind. His father's lesson was simple. Never show mercy to a defenseless enemy. His hand tightens around the blade, lethal intent gathering like a storm. But a part of him screams to stop, to pull back from the brink. The old man in the lab coat cries out, warning him that this is a choice he can't take back. He turns slowly, a cold smirk on his face. He can't undo it? So what? With a wild look, he asks if they're actually worried about this piece of human garbage. He scoffs, making it clear he certainly isn't. But the old man clarifies he's not talking about the thug's life. He's talking about his heart. The unexpected concern stops him cold, leaving him utterly confused. The old man clenches his fist, urging him to think this through. For the first time, our boy hesitates, asking if killing is really necessary. His gaze drops, the internal conflict raging within him. He sees his own reflection staring back from the cold steel of the blade. With that flicker of doubt, the knife begins to lower. A memory surfaces, a younger, more naive version of himself, asking the same question. He once argued that just beating someone half to death was enough to make them stay away. But his father simply laughed, mocking such a weak mindset. He leaned in with a cruel smile, asking if his son was afraid of killing humans. Snapping back to the present, he sharply tells the old man not to get ahead of himself. He glares forward, vowing that he will never become like his father. If the apocalypse truly comes, he'll survive on his own terms. He refuses to become a monster who just kills anyone he doesn't like. With a sharp twist, he disarms the thug instead of stabbing him. The blood-stained knife clatters onto the dirty floor. His hand, now free, trembles from the decision he just made. The old man's face lights up with relief, thinking his words had an effect. But our protagonist immediately clarifies that this wasn't for him. He admits that killing this man would make him no different than his own father. And besides, when he really thinks about it, there's just no reason to. He thinks back to the freckled girl, questioning why her life or death should matter to him. After all, even if she had lived, she wouldn't have helped him find his mother. His expression darkens, his mind made up with cold, hard logic. So in the end, her fate doesn't matter, just as another thug tries to attack him from behind. But the attack is clumsy and slow. He snatches the man by his jacket before the bat even connects. Without a word, he uses the man's own clothes to begin a ruthless beatdown. He slams the would-be attacker into the ground again and again with vicious force. The thug is left in a motionless heap on the floor, and another survivor can only stare. The onlooker is frozen in place, his face pale with utter shock at the display. Our protagonist turns his cold gaze on him, wanting to know what he's just standing there for. The man reveals the tattered photograph he picked up from the floor. He holds it out, thinking he's found a chink in the armor, asking if this is something precious. Our protagonist takes a single, deliberate step forward, his bare feet silent on the ground. His eyes are hollow and cold as he asks with chilling indifference, "So what?" The onlooker is stunned into silence, his attempt at an emotional appeal completely backfiring. But then, instead of panicking, he gently begins wiping the dirt from the photo's surface. He carefully cleans the image, treating this stranger's memory with unexpected respect. With one last breath, he blows away the remaining dust. He offers it back, simply telling him to be more careful with it. As the photo touches his skin, our protagonist's hand begins to tremble. The remaining survivors can only stare, their minds reeling from the carnage they just witnessed. They're all too familiar with the cost of weakness in this world, a body wrapped in a sleeping bag. For the first time, a crack appears in our protagonist's cold facade, his eyes wide with an emotion head long buried. The old doctor suddenly realizes the two children are nowhere to be seen, a new wave of panic setting in. Another survivor remarks that it's a small mercy they didn't have to witness the bloodshed. But our protagonist cuts through the quiet, his voice startling one of the men. The man whirls around, demanding to know why he didn't use that monstrous strength to save them earlier. His answer is simple, hollowed out by pain. They were holding something of his hostage. The man scoffs, unable to believe it was all for a single piece of paper, asking what could possibly be so important. With a voice laced with absolute conviction, he simply states that it's important. The man can only groan, left utterly speechless by such a simple, unbreakable answer. Our protagonist's world shrinks to the tattered photograph in his hand. Turning to the other survivors, he announces that he has something he needs to ask them. The small group gathers, trying their best to decipher the image he presents. But they're all stumped. The studious girl points out she's never even seen a flower like that before. He asks her if she knows where the picture was taken, admitting that he doesn't know either. Another survivor chimes in, noting that without internet access, identifying a location from a photo is nearly impossible. The old doctor then cuts to the heart of the matter, asking why he's so desperate to find this place. With cold, unwavering eyes, he states the obvious. He's going there. His simple, insane declaration leaves the entire group frozen in stunned silence. The old doctor tries to talk some sense into him, reminding him the surface is a death sentence. But our boy just cuts him off, stating with chilling confidence that he can survive. This absolute self-assurance leaves the others utterly stunned and sweating. He looks down at the crumpled photo in his hand, his expression unreadable. In his mind, he admits he never really expected these people to recognize it anyway. But just then, a new figure emerges from the shadows, and his eyes widen in recognition. The thug leader glares at him, his gaze sharp and full of hostile intent. He scoffs, revealing a startling connection to the photo, saying he told that kid to protect it. It seems the previous owner couldn't even handle that one simple task. But he dismisses it with a crack of his knuckles clearly. He's here for something else. With that settled, the thug leader calmly tucks the photo back into his jacket. He's decided to use a more intuitive method to get his point across. The scene cuts away to the desolate, broken-down city streets. In a narrow, rubble-strewn alley, something begins to take shape. A grotesque, four-legged creature materializes, its claws scraping the concrete. But just as quickly, it's put down, its body slumping to the ground. We then see where these survivors have made their home. A dark, abandoned subway station. It's a grim, but functional base of operations against the apocalypse. One of his men notes that with enough firewood gathered, they can finally eat well. A single flick of a lighter brings a small flame into the darkness, ready to cook their prize. The campfire roars to life, casting a flickering warmth through the desolate station. Haru watches from a distance, completely unfazed by the others' excitement over the fire. Just then, a little girl stomps up to her, her face a mask of pure irritation. She complains that everyone here is gross and that no one even bothers to flush the toilets. Haru awkwardly tries to explain that it's not their fault the flushing system is just broken. But she stops mid-sentence, her feet planted firmly on the grimy floor. A man with bandages wrapped around his head and waist blocks their path, his face grim. He tells her not to look at him with such judgment. He's just trying to survive like everyone else. Across the platform, another survivor spots the tense standoff beginning to unfold. And as the argument brews, the cooking fire continues to burn, hungry and indifferent. While stirring the group's meager stew, one of the survivors notices a small splash. His partner asks if he just dropped something in, telling him to stop being stupid and keep stirring. The man dismisses it, figuring his tired mind was just playing tricks on him. But then a sudden storm of rocks and debris rains down from the ceiling directly into their pot. He screams, staring in disbelief as their dinner is ruined. What in the world is happening? High above them, the ceiling groans and cracks under an immense, unseen weight. The cracks shatter, revealing a dark chasm and a pair of glowing, predatory eyes. A monstrous, rock-skinned worm bursts through, dangling menacingly over the two frozen survivors. As the new threat makes its grand entrance, the grim reality of their world sets in once more. And across the station, the thug leader's sharp eyes snap toward the source of the commotion. One of his men is already on the floor, dazed and confused. The leader internally confirms his suspicion. His initial discernment was correct. He remembers his old life, recalling that even then, you'd sometimes meet certain types, beings who were monstrous in their own right, deviating completely from the norm. A useful memory, now that the world is crawling with actual, literal monsters. One of his underlings nervously tries to warn him, stating that the kid is deceptively strong. A fact the leader already figured out, and he really doesn't appreciate the pointless advice. He has no time to be told what to do by his own incompetent men. His gaze finally locks onto the calm, unassuming boy across the way. He's met with a pair of cold, intense eyes that hold no fear whatsoever. The leader sneers, commenting on the kid's rebellious eyes as he moves in to assert his dominance. But the prisoner's gaze remains steady, thinking to himself that now, he'll finally be able to see it. The leader reaches out, unknowingly peering into the very depths of the boy's being. And just like that, his world shifts. He's suddenly trapped in a dark, empty space. He finds himself pressing against a strange, vast wall, utterly confused. The scene pulls back, revealing him to be a tiny figure before an endless black void. He's plunged into absolute nothingness, a crushing, silent darkness. Then, a single, faint light emerges from the abyss. His face twists from confidence into sheer, unfiltered terror at what he's witnessing. His eyes go wide, having seen something that has completely shattered his psyche. His pupil constricts, reflecting the absolute terror that has seized his soul. A single, chilling thought echoes through his mind. He was terribly, fatally mistaken. He believed he was the one looking into the boy's depths, but his face twists in horror as he realizes the truth. It was the other way around. Something from that endless void was looking out at him. His mind fractures, unable to comprehend the sheer scale of the being before him. He wasn't just staring into an eye, he was standing in the very maw of an ancient predator. A raw, primal scream finally escapes his lips as his sanity shatters completely. He's violently jolted back to reality, collapsing to the floor in a heap. His men can only stare in confusion as their once feared leader trembles, utterly broken. The boy's presence has become a pure, predatory shadow. He is a tiny figure at the heart of an incomprehensible, cosmic gaze. The thug leader gasps for air, the thought echoing in his mind he was almost swallowed alive. Even the facility staff can only stare, mouths agape at the sudden breakdown. His hand trembles uncontrollably, the phantom terror still gripping his very soul. His underlings are completely lost, wondering why their fearsome boss is so terrified of this kid. But his raw fear is contagious, and a wave of pure panic sends them scrambling. The boss himself stumbles down the hallway, desperately pleading for someone to help him. Just then, another man, bloodied and battered, staggers from a room, crying out that he can't see. The fleeing thug leader freezes, confronted by this new horror, forgetting the monster standing right behind him. The facility staff murmurs in confusion, wondering where all this blood even came from. One of them just shrugs, completely clueless. He says he was just taking a nap. But the source of their confusion, the bloodied man, suddenly flinches in pain. He groans, complaining about a headache that's been bothering him for a while. Standing alone in the hallway, he feels a strange weight settle on top of his head. The onlookers' eyes widen in terror, their minds screaming the same question. Is that a monster? Panic finally hits the man as he claws at his scalp, trying to rip off whatever has attached itself to him. He stands frozen in the doorway, a perfect silhouette of a man consumed by horror. Then, his body begins to convulse violently, twisting and shaking in a grotesque dance. He falls still, his form glitching like a broken image, as a shard of his glasses falls to the floor. The terrified onlookers can only stare, their minds struggling to process the horror. Through the man's cracked glasses, the last flicker of humanity seems to vanish. A grotesque tendril suddenly bursts from his head, spraying glass into the air. It whips out with impossible speed, skewering an unlucky bystander through the heart. Absolute chaos erupts as the survivors scream, but one man finally makes his move. A brutal right hook connects, shattering the host's head and ripping the parasite free. The lifeless body is sent tumbling down the concrete steps, a discarded puppet. But the fight isn't over. The creature writhes on the floor, very much alive. Its new savior turns, watching as the parasite coils, ready for another attack. He calmly steps past the fresh corpse, entirely unimpressed by the monster. With a final, brutal stomp, he crushes the parasite's remains into the ground. The creature is reduced to a mangled pulp on the cold stone floor. Without a word, he turns his back on the survivors, his part in this seemingly over. They stare in disbelief, realizing the monster has finally stopped moving. He killed it. Their boss actually killed that horrifying thing. but a cold dread washes over him. Where in the world did a monster like that come from? His focus sharpens as a faint sound cuts through the silence. Other survivors begin to emerge from hiding, crying with sheer relief. He glances down, still listening, his instincts screaming that this isn't over. His own staff cheer for him, their faith rewarded, completely unaware of their leader's chilling premonition. But his eyes suddenly widen, locking onto something new in the darkness. The leader's own face contorts in shock. That sound wasn't his imagination. A woman stands there with a smirk, casually holding the severed limb of another creature. With a heavy groan, the massive vault door behind her grinds open. A new horror is revealed, and the celebrating staff freeze in absolute dread. The air grows thick as the thing begins to shamble forward. It moves past their feet, its form alien and grotesque. Its skin is like cracked, living stone, its claws sharp enough to rend steel. All their hope evaporates, replaced by the cold certainty of death. The creature slowly rises to its full height, ready to begin the slaughter anew. But the sound of that vault door echoes a different memory, a door slammed shut long ago. After so much time trapped in the subway, they had almost convinced themselves it was over. They had tried so desperately to forget what survival really cost, staring at the corpse of a monster they'd barely managed to kill. But the faces of the dead never truly leave you. A cold sweat breaks as one man realizes it's happening all over again. They were trying to bury the memories of the initial outbreak, the desperate moments of grabbing anything that could be used as a weapon, the terrible, visceral memories of friends and strangers being torn apart, the screaming, the chaos, the sheer, unrelenting terror of it all. This was the memory burned into their minds, a shambling horror, a nightmare given form. Against such a beast, their only hope was a splintered piece of wood. So they ran, a frantic herd driven by pure, animalistic fear. The screams of the dying echoed in their ears, pushing them ever forward. But in the depths of their terror, a single thought broke through the panic. A desperate, defiant roar to stop running and finally face their demons. That's when he appeared, his voice cutting through the chaos, asking how long they would flee. He calmly explains that this time is different. It's just one monster, and they can win. And for the first time, the survivors stop, turning to face the threat. They listen because they'd already seen him single-handedly butcher the very embodiment of their fear. Or maybe it was just the look in his eyes, the unwavering conviction of a man who refused to break. The whispers started to spread, a growing murmur of hope. They saw him do it. He really killed one. And the grim reality settled in. There was nowhere left to run anyway. He was right. This was their last stand. A new fire ignited in their eyes, and a single, unified thought took hold. They would kill this thing themselves. The terror was still there, a cold sweat on their skin, but now it was mixed with a burning resolve. For the first time since this nightmare began, their hands weren't trembling in fear. They were clenching into fists, ready to turn their predators into prey. Their leader lets out a short breath, feeling the sudden immense weight of their trust. They turned to him as one, a makeshift army asking for nothing more than the order to attack. For one brief, fleeting moment, they felt a surge of hope before it was brutally snuffed out. His followers can only stare in horror, crying out his name as their world shatters. Their leader hits the ground hard, his hammer falling beside him, the fight over before it even began. But something is wrong. A dark, twisted tendril begins to slither out from his mouth. The foul appendage grows, hoisting his body up like a puppet on a string. His team is frozen in disbelief. He killed it, they were sure of it, so why? The parasitic growth snakes around his neck, reshaping him into something inhuman. The horrifying realization dawns on one of them. It didn't die, it's not something that can die. A cold dread grips the group as they understand the terrible implication. In the place where their leader once stood, a new, more terrifying monster now looms. One of the survivors grits his teeth, a grim realization washing over him. It's a thought born of pure despair. They can never beat these things. As if to prove his point, the newly formed monster crashes through the doorway with inhuman force. It immediately lunges for another survivor, whose face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. A woman watches, frozen, as the beast swats another man aside like a rag doll. One of the men desperately tries to brace for impact, a futile last stand. The rest of the group can only look on, their faces pale with horror at the unfolding massacre. The monster snatches the woman, its grotesque limbs coiling around her as she screams for it to let go. A sickening crunch silences her struggle, followed by a final, blood-chilling shriek. Her body hangs limp in its grasp as the creature begins to drag her away. A fine red mist is all that's left of the monster's latest victim. The remaining survivors stare, their minds struggling to process the sheer brutality. It's a chaotic blur of screams and violence unfolding in the dark. The creature tears through them without mercy, a force of pure destruction. In just a few moments, the hopeful group is reduced to a pile of broken bodies. And watching this massacre from the other side of the doorway is our protagonist. The last few survivors see him and bolt in his direction, screaming in terror. They cry out that they were wrong, realizing it's only a matter of time before they're next. One man in particular is frozen, sweat pouring down his face as the inevitable closes in. But before his panic can completely take over, a firm hand suddenly grabs his wrist. An old man in a lab coat tries to stop him, yelling at him to let go. But the desperate father screams that his child is out there, that he has to find her. His friend can only stare, horrified by this suicidal declaration. He tries to force the grim reality on him. If the monsters are at the entrance, his child is already. The unspoken truth shatters the man's spirit, and he collapses to his knees. His mind spirals, the current nightmare blending with some past, unspoken tragedy. Hes completely lost in his despair, clutching at something that isn't there. Looking up in a daze, he wonders who is standing before him. It's our protagonist, his back turned to the sobbing man, a silent guardian. He stares out into the red-soaked corridor, ready to face the carnage alone. The remaining survivors can only stare, mouths agape in sheer terror. But the old man in the white coat suddenly breaks rank, charging forward. A desperate, panicked shout escapes him as he runs towards the danger. The sight triggers a painful memory, him chasing a small, determined boy into darkness. He remembers that child, barefoot, about to cross a line he could never uncross. The boy had walked on, ignoring his pleas, swallowed by a crowd of shadows. Back in the present, the old man reaches the doorway, breathless and too late. Our protagonist is already handling it, eyes glowing as he coolly extends a hand. A grotesque monster of flesh and sinew begins to pull back at his command. It reveals its latest victim, the old man's friend, now lying dead in a pool of blood. Meanwhile, in another cramped, blood-soaked room, a different family hides in silent terror. The youngest child can't hold it in, her sobs turning into a desperate cry for her older sister. The teenager panics, hushing her fiercely, convinced the noise will get them all killed. The little girl tries to stifle her whimpers, her small body trembling with fear. But in her own mind, the older girl is spiraling, thinking she can't afford to care for anyone else. She hid here to survive, and if she's found, she knows she's dead. Suddenly, a small tug on her sleeve cuts through her frantic thoughts. The little girl's hand clutches at her jacket, a silent, trusting gesture. Her tear-filled eyes look up, pleading for a connection, for safety. And the teenager just stares back, her survival at all costs mindset completely shattered. Her selfish panic melts away, replaced by a sudden, terrifying clarity. She snatches the little girl's hand, her voice a fierce whisper, telling her to stick close. Nearby, another survivor stares down at a body, a grim reminder of their fate. He looks up, his face a hollow mask of pure, unadulterated terror. The girls find him, and the teenager immediately asks for a plan, insisting they have to escape. But the man is broken, muttering that there's nowhere left for them to run. She doesn't care where, she argues, as long as they can just find a way to live. He turns to her, explaining the cold truth. Monsters are above, and now they're down here too. With their only safe haven gone, he asks how she can possibly believe they can survive. But a fire ignites in her eyes as she screams back that she refuses to just wait for death. The man is left speechless, stunned by her unwavering defiance. She declares through gritted teeth that she will survive, no matter what. A fire lights up in her eyes, a promise to herself that she will not give up. He sees it then, not just fear, but a powerful will to live burning in her gaze. And in that moment, he understands. She has a reason to fight, a reason to survive this hell. His sudden shift in tone catches her completely off guard. But their conversation is cut short as a new horror emerges from the darkness. Raw panic takes over as the man screams for them to run, shoving the teenager forward. He throws himself at the monster, a desperate attempt to hold it back. She looks back in horror, realizing he's sacrificing himself to save them. A piece of his headband flutters to the ground as he's caught from behind. The girls don't look back, they just run for their lives. In his final moments, a crazed smile spreads across his face as the monster consumes him. The teenager can only squeeze her eyes shut as his screams fill the air. Her mind flashes back to a previous slaughter, a memory of another hopeless fight. The female fighter from their group had furiously attacked one of the creatures, but it was useless. The transformed man simply grabbed another survivor, unfazed. She slumps to the ground, the weight of their failure crushing her. It's over, she thinks, utterly defeated. There's just no way to win. But just as she gives up hope, a calm presence appears right behind her. The other survivors can only stare, wondering what on earth he's doing walking barefoot toward the carnage. All around them, the monster's tendrils impale anyone left standing without a shred of mercy. He stops, facing the grotesque creature that has butchered so many of them. With a heavy breath, he pushes himself up, ready to face the impossible. The woman with glasses watches in disbelief. A wild thought crossing her mind, is he actually going to fight it? The old man scoffs, certain the boy is just throwing his life away. Even their transformed leader couldn't handle this thing. But the female fighter grits her teeth, her only thought to kill the monster. But our protagonist doesn't just charge. He leaps, grabbing onto the creature's own writhing tendrils. With impossible speed and agility, he runs straight up the dark limbs, using them as a bridge. Then he launches himself into the air, flipping over the chaos to strike from above. He lands perfectly on the monster's pulsating flesh, his footing firm. But in his mind, he's somewhere else, facing the transformed leader who failed before him. While the leader is consumed by darkness, our protagonist's arm becomes one with it. He turns his back, having learned the lesson: you don't fight this thing, you devour it. Snapping back to reality, he plunges his hands deep into the creature's body. Hes not just tearing it apart, Hes absorbing its very essence, making its power his own. The survivors watch in stunned silence, the old man wondering if he actually stopped the monster. But the woman with glasses scoffs. Their leader stopped it too, and it didn't matter. This time is different, as the creature's flesh screams, its monstrous mouths wide in agony. The main body begins to shrink and wither, its power being drained away at an alarming rate. And as he devours it, a memory floods his mind, a much younger version of himself. He stands over the bodies of slain creatures, facing two more hulking brutes. They lumber towards him, but the boy shows absolutely no fear. Dropping the small corpse he was holding, he dashes forward without hesitation. One of the monsters roars, its massive jaw unhinging to swallow him whole. But he's already in the air, using its own body as a springboard. His eyes lock onto an axe, already embedded deep in the creature's back. He lands perfectly, his small hands gripping the wooden handle. With a brutal tug, he rips the weapon free in a spray of dark blood. The boy just plants his feet, grimly ready for the next swing. The axe lands with a sickening tear, and the two survivors can only stare in horror. But what explodes from the wound isn't blood, it's a strange torrent of white, fibrous flesh. And in the middle of the storm, the boy stands firm, completely unharmed. The old man and the researcher can't process what they're seeing. There's no way he's alive. How could a mere child possibly survive that? The other survivors who witnessed it were equally frozen in disbelief. After all, everyone knew the truth about these creatures. They possessed overwhelming strength, and a body that could constantly regenerate from almost any injury. To fight them head-on wasn't brave. It was simply an act of suicide. And yet, as the terrified crowd looked on, this boy was about to prove them all wrong. While the others could only cower in fear, this boy stood up and decided to fight them all alone. He was just a kid, panting and wounded, but his eyes burned with resolve. His father's words echoed in his mind. There is no being in this world that doesn't die. And that rule applied even to these regenerating monsters. The old man had taught him that for any living thing, whether plant or animal, there must be a source, a core that gives it life. Back in the present, a chilling realization washes over the survivors' faces. If that core could be found within the monster's body, then even an immortal creature could be destroyed. His father was sure of it. With his instincts, he would know exactly where to strike. The boy clashed with the creatures, feeling for that flicker of life. He moved like a storm, a whirlwind of desperate motion against the lumbering beasts. His father's voice explained that he had to find the very origin of their life, the place where it all began, and with a glint in his eye, the boy understood. This source was like a seed, its roots giving power to the entire monstrous form. And back in the present, he squares up against the transformed leader. He can see it now, a bright, pulsing light deep within the creature's chest. Its seed. With the thug leader's massive blade in hand, he has everything he needs. He thrusts the weapon forward, aiming directly for that glowing, life-giving core. Just as he learned all those years ago, he strikes the very heart of the problem. The blade plunges deep, and the monster's chaotic flesh convulses around him. Its form implodes, the dark tendrils collapsing back into their source. In a flash of light, the colossal body is gone, its life force extinguished. He gasps for air, the weight of the battle finally hitting him. All that remains of the hulking creature is a small, dark stone on the floor, a seed, containing all the malice and power of the monster it once was. The other survivors can only stare, their minds reeling from the impossible sight. Even the pragmatic old man is frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. One thought echoes in the silence: he actually killed that thing. But elsewhere, the horror is just beginning as a small child spots a skittering creature. For the others, the memory of that first attack is still fresh, a vision of pure terror. The blonde student remembers running, her heart pounding in her chest. She ducked around a corner, trying to escape the hulking beast right on her heels. Its rocky hide was impervious, its massive jaws snapping at the air. A single swipe from the monster sent her tumbling helplessly across the floor. It loomed over her, a predator cornering its exhausted prey. Pinned down by fear, she could do nothing but stare up at the creature. Its gaze locks onto hers, and her sanity begins to fray. The world dissolves into a vortex of absolute, mind-shattering dread. Her mind flashes with a strange image of small, frantic paws scrambling away, a fleeting memory of something tiny being violently snatched from her grasp. The vision shatters, and she stumbles forward, crashing back into reality. She gasps for air, eyes wide with lingering terror, completely disoriented. A voice cuts through the haze, a man expressing his immense relief that she's unharmed. The blonde girl looks up into the worried faces of the other survivors, but a cold dread begins to creep in. Something is terribly wrong. The man's voice grows urgent, asking her where the little child is. Her gaze drops to her own hand, which feels unnervingly empty. And as the realization hits, a collective scream of pure horror rips through the air. The little girl's cries echo in the empty room, abandoned and alone. She calls out for the older girl, wondering where she could have gone. The father's face contorts in a silent scream of pure panic, because right behind the child, a grotesque, single-eyed monster emerges from the shadows. The blonde teenager can only watch, frozen by a wave of sickening dread. But just as its claws descend, the Mohawk thug lets out a battle cry and dives in. He shoves the little girl to safety, sliding across the floor to intercept the beast. He stands his ground, facing down the tentacled horror that now towers over him. With a cocky grin, he cracks his knuckles, threatening to rip the creature's eye out. The monster just stares, and all that bravado instantly deflates into a pathetic, For one glorious, idiotic moment, the thug thinks he actually scared it off. But the old man beside him is quick to burst that pathetic little bubble. He explains that the reason they're still breathing is because someone else is currently serving as the main course. And that someone is our boy, absolutely tearing into these rock-skinned behemoths. His eyes burn with cold resolve, but he knows this is a losing battle. Hez a monster in his own right, but even he can't evade every single attack. He flashes back to the grim math of his past: kill one, and two more take its place. His initial plan was simple: wipe them all out and secure the area. However, facing a relentless pack of three, simple survival is now the only mission. He sizes them up, realizing these monsters are different. They have no blind spots. Every move must be perfect. A single misstep would be his last. And worse, he can sense that more are on their way. With his stamina already dangerously low, a prolonged fight is suicide. The thought creeps into his mind: should he just run? It would be so easy to escape, to find a place to hide and recover. But then he remembers the others, the helpless humans cowering in that room. He quickly dismisses the thought. What do they have to do with him? After all he's been through, he has no reason to save them. Humans are the enemy. And yet, a different memory surfaces: a kind, gentle smile. But his moment of distraction is a fatal mistake. As the monster lunges from behind, a vicious claw rips across his back, tearing through flesh and fabric. He's sent tumbling across the ground, his small axe flying from his grasp. The hulking beast looms over him, ready to deliver the final, crushing blow. He pushes himself up, trembling from the pain and exhaustion, his body screaming at him. But the look in his eyes isn't fear anymore, it's pure, cold fury. Suddenly, an unlikely figure steps in front of him, the punk with the mohawk. The thug says he's got the gist of the situation and asks if he knows a way to kill them. Our prisoner looks up, a flicker of surprise registering on his face. And that surprise slowly twists into a vicious, terrifying smile. He has a plan. The thug grins with a wild energy, ready for a fight and asking how he can help. He repeats that he understands the stakes and just needs to know if there's a plan to kill these things. Our prisoner just looks on, the offer of help catching him completely off guard. With a bat slung over his shoulder, the punk makes it clear he's all in. Then, another fighter steps forward, the scarred survivor, also pledging his support. The prisoner is stunned, his mind reeling. Humans are helping him? The question echoes in his thoughts, a concept so alien he can't process it. After all, he's always known humans are the enemy. There's no reason for them to stand with him. But the thug cuts through his confusion with a single, brutally honest answer: to survive. Our boy is left speechless, the simple logic of their shared desperation starting to sink in. The scarred leader lays it out plain and simple. If the monsters get him, they're all next. He even offers a hand, a gesture of solidarity that makes our boy flinch back in shock. His wide eyes dart around, the idea of a truce with humans completely foreign to him. The leader waits, his expression steady, letting the offer sink in. But the prisoner turns away, his mind already clouded with doubt and bitter memories. He lets his own hand fall, a silent rejection of the truce. After all, he knows the truth: he can never, ever trust humans. Because when their own lives are on the line, they will do anything to survive. A cold realization washes over him, born from a lifetime of betrayal, and his face hardens, the decision made. His old suspicions proven right once again. His mind is made up. Fine. If they want to help, they can make themselves useful and distract the enemy. He can't truly trust them, but their shared goal of survival makes them predictable tools for now. And just in time, a stocky, gator-faced monster stomps into view, roaring for a fight. The survivors flinch back, their eyes wide with panic as the creature approaches. But the prisoner remains completely still, his body coiled like a spring, laser-focused on the battlefield. Then he's off, exploding past the reptilian beast without giving it a second thought. The monster whips its head around, confused by the boy who just ignored it completely. That's when the Mohawk thug steps in, gleefully taunting the creature and drawing its full attention. As the beast lets out a furious screech, the prisoner continues his sprint, the plan working perfectly. He charges forward, cleaver in hand, his eyes locked on the real target, the red-eyed horror in the distance. The beast's massive eye suddenly constricts, its pupil glowing with malevolent energy. A split second of shock flashes across the prisoner's face. He knows exactly what's coming. With a terrifying roar, the monster unleashes a massive, concentrated beam of pure destruction. He barely throws himself aside, the raw power of the blast shattering his cleaver into splinters. Gritting his teeth in fury, he pushes forward, now completely unarmed but no less determined. But the monster isn't giving him a moment to breathe, firing off a rapid volley of smaller energy shots. He's forced into a desperate dance, weaving between the deadly projectiles raining down on him. Ignoring the searing heat and the fresh wounds marking his back, he closes the distance. Hez, right in its face now, the monster's defenses completely bypassed. With a roar of his own, he spots his opening, pulling back his fist to strike the glowing red core. He lunges forward, fist aimed directly at the creature's core. But a sudden memory paralyzes him, a past failure against a monster just like this one. Just as the beast fires its laser, the scarred leader dives in, shielding him with a simple pot lid. Impossibly, the makeshift shield holds, glowing red-hot as it deflects the concentrated beam. Watching from afar, the old researcher and his staff can only despair at their own helplessness. But their safety is an illusion, as a smaller shadow-like creature emerges from the rubble. Two of the students spot it first, their faces twisting in sheer, unadulterated terror. The others turn to see the spindly monster crawling right toward their hiding spot. In a flash, a figure lands silently, cutting off the creature's path. It's the female fighter, and with a cold glare, she recognizes it as an enemy of her boss. And so we flash back to a simpler, more brutal time, with our boy standing over his latest kill. The leader rushes to his side, asking if he's hurt, but the kid just stares blankly ahead. He'd just saved them all, stepping over the shattered remnants of the creature. One of the thugs, a bandaged brute, looks on in complete disbelief. His mohawked buddy is equally stunned, realizing this is what a dead monster actually looks like. Tired of running, the bandaged thug demands to know how he did it, begging for the secret. The kid calmly explains that every monster has a weakness, you just have to target. The thug squints, trying to focus as instructed, his face a mask of intense concentration. He triumphantly declares their weakness is their heads, to which the kid flatly replies, "No, it's not." The leader sighs. He doesn't get it. But if this kid is the only one who can see the weak spots, then they have no choice but to follow. The scarred man rallies the group, proposing they'll attack and create openings for the kid. But before anyone can agree, a blur of motion zips right past him. It's the Mohawk thug, screaming that he's getting in on the monster-killing action. The leader watches in disbelief at this kid's absolute lack of fear or common sense. Putting his body on the line, the scarred man grapples one of the rocky beasts, acting as a human shield. The overzealous thug follows suit, gleefully swinging his bat into the fray. For the first time, our prisoner looks genuinely surprised. He never expected to get help from humans. Back then, they would have just been another meal for the monsters. Feeling on top of the world, the thug taunts his opponent, daring it to make a move. But a sudden terror grips our hero's face. Hez spotted something they all missed. With a loud crack, the thug's bravado shatters along with his wooden bat. He's sent flying backwards, slamming into the wall with a sickening thud. Our prisoner scoffs internally. The idiot should have dodged. Humans are just too weak. But watching the scarred man hold his ground, he realizes these people are different. They'll die if he doesn't end this. The rocky beast lunges forward, claws outstretched to finish the job. But our hero intercepts, unleashing a torrent of biomass to shield the stunned man. With the immediate threat blocked, he sizes up the battlefield. Just one of the big ones left. A sudden, chilling thought interrupts him. Wait, wasn't there another monster? His eyes drift down to the female fighter, pierced and bound by a grotesque parasite. The other survivors can only stare in frozen terror at their fallen comrade. The grotesque parasite grine, its tendril pulsing as it feeds. It burrows deeper, draining the very life from the female fighter. Her body goes rigid, the last of her strength finally giving out. With a final shudder, her hand drops to the blood-soaked ground. But just as all hope seems lost, the parasite begins to tremble violently. It's torn from her back with a sickening rip, its grip broken in an instant. The fighter gasps, barely conscious, trying to warn them about the new monster. A shadowy, tendrilled creature now looms over her, its form shifting with a sinister grin. It ignores its first victim, turning its attention to the horrified girl hiding just a few feet away. Before she can react, A web of dark threads erupts from the creature, ensnaring her completely. The terrified girl watches as the dark tendrils suddenly retract from her body. They shrink back into a small, dense core, now held in the hand of the exhausted prisoner. He saved her, but the fight has clearly taken its toll, and he can barely stay upright. With a final gasp, he collapses face first onto the dirty floor, completely spent. The aftermath is grim. Bodies are strewn everywhere, a testament to the monster's rampage. After some time, he stirs, his gaze immediately falling upon the monster's core. A familiar hunger takes over as he slowly reaches out a finger to touch it. The fibrous mass seems to melt into his touch, beginning the process of absorption. His eyes flutter open later, the world coming back into sharp, clear focus. He sits up, examining his hand, now completely healed and pulsing with new power. He sits up, a bit dazed, while the girl he saved sleeps soundly beside him. Another survivor approaches, amazed that he's already conscious and asking if he's okay. The kid learns he's been out for 2 solid days and glances down at the bandages on his chest. He processes this for a second, a look of understanding dawning on his face. Then, without a word, he rips the bandages clean off. The old doctor who patched him up lets out a gasp of utter disbelief, because underneath, there's nothing. Not a single wound remains on his skin, leaving the old man speechless. He gives a satisfying stretch, feeling better than ever, as the doctor mutters about his miraculous recovery. Just then, the group's scarred leader stirs, his voice full of relief to see the boy awake. The man is overcome with gratitude, finally getting the chance to thank the boy for saving them all. But our hero just brushes it off, saying there's no need for thanks since he was fighting for himself, too. Then he pauses, a thought crossing his mind. What happened to that other human he fought alongside? Suddenly, the mohawked thug springs to life, yelling at them not to write him off so easily. He tries to puff out his chest and boast about his strength, only to immediately cough up a spray of blood. The leader then turns to the thug, thanking him as well, but asking the obvious question, why did he help them? The thug looks genuinely stunned when the leader asks if he isn't supposed to be a bad person. He's completely flustered, demanding to know what on earth would give them that impression. The leader calmly explains it's because of the whole gang of thugs that were following him around. At this, the thug absolutely loses it, denying any connection and shouting that they were the ones who had him all wrong. Hez met by a new face, a girl who seems to be lecturing him before he's even fully conscious. She's muttering about not judging by appearances, a philosophy she seems to be borrowing from someone else. The prisoner groggily wakes up, catching a glimpse of the girl's flustered expression. Snapping back to the present, she checks on him, asking if he's okay. But her curiosity takes over, and she questions why he was sleeping here when he doesn't even look hurt. His quiet confusion only seems to annoy her more, and she snaps that she's only there because she wants to be. Just then, the old man steps in, telling the boy he should thank Haru for staying by his side to treat him. Haru's face flushes with anger and embarrassment as she denies everything. She claims she was just helping the old doctor, but her mind flashes back to a certain thug. She remembers him watching her, his eyes full of awe as he admitted she was incredible. Her mind races back to that moment, to his unbelievable speed. She thought he had to be possessed, moving like a ghost to dodge that monster. It felt like they were in 2 different worlds, just barely out of reach. The memory leaves her feeling strangely isolated and quiet. She brushes back her hair, lost in the thought of what had happened. The thug had been staring at her, completely dumbfounded by her skill, but his praise was just noise. Her attention had already shifted to the prisoner. The thug could only stammer in confusion he was complimenting her. So why did she look away? Back in the present, the prisoner's curious gaze meets her. Flustered, Haru immediately turns her head, avoiding his eyes completely. She keeps her head down, still flustered by the whole situation. The prisoner's gaze, however, is sharp, a distant memory sparking in his mind. He recalls a gentle voice from long ago, a girl with a kind smile. In the memory, she tells him that she doesn't care if he suspects her, but she gently insists that he should make up with someone named Haru. Hearing his voice again pulls the real Haru back to the present, her eyes widening. He asks her quietly, confirming if that name he just remembered belongs to her. She freezes, not expecting him to speak, let alone know her name. He waits patiently for her answer, watching as she keeps her back to him. With a quiet yeah, she confirms it and begins to walk away. The scene shifts to the grim reality of the survivor's shelter. A young student steps forward to give a formal, devastating report. He confirms that after recovering 43 bodies, only 12 of them are left standing. The group reels from the 80% casualty rate, though a researcher coldly corrects the math. But the student isn't finished. He mentions a strange discovery they made among the dead. He reveals that all the bodies were found drained and colorless, an unnatural shade of gray. They looked mummified, as if they had died a long, long time ago. Another survivor chimes in, suggesting it's the work of that disgusting monster they saw latched onto the corpses. She wonders what these creatures even are, bringing up dark rumors about government experiments. At the mention of experiments, Haru's eyes widen, a flicker of horrified recognition on her face. Another survivor pipes up, adding that he's also heard that rumor. The monsters supposedly just fell from the sky. Haru is stunned by the implication. From the sky? So are they aliens or something? But before that theory can take root, a burly man with a mustache interrupts them. He says there's a much more important issue to address: the identity of the boy sitting quietly among them. The other survivors look on, remembering the impossible feats they just witnessed, his raw power, and the chillingly precise way he knew exactly how to kill the monsters. Haru watches, her expression shifting from confusion to a mix of awe and suspicion. The boy finally looks up and speaks, calmly revealing his entire life has been one long training session for this apocalypse. He then holds up a worn photograph of his parents, explaining it's the only thing he brought with him. But the Gothic girl crosses her arms, a look of deep skepticism on her face as she prepares to speak. She calls him out immediately, stating that a single photograph isn't nearly enough to earn their trust. After all, a picture is something that could have been easily forged. She continues listing the holes in his story, like being trained in a secret basement his entire life, or the fact that he conveniently knew the apocalypse was coming before anyone else. Everything about his ridiculous story should make him an enemy, but his eyes remain steady, waiting for her to finish. Everyone's mind flashes back to the unbelievable power they witnessed firsthand. She turns to the group and admits that after seeing what he can do, there's not a single person who can truly doubt him. He seems genuinely surprised by her sudden change of heart. But the moment is shattered when the curly-haired researcher suddenly grabs him, her face a mask of sheer panic. She's stunned for a moment. He actually dodged her frantic grab with ease. The researcher immediately starts pleading, screaming that she believes his story and that she's sorry. Just then, the old man in the lab coat speaks up, lending his support. He recalls what he saw when treating the boy, a sight that clearly shook him. It wasn't just a few wounds. His entire body was a canvas of scars, an unimaginable amount for anyone, let alone someone so young. Haru overhears this and quietly asks how he could have possibly gotten so many. He turns to her, explaining calmly that he earned them from his repeated attempts to escape the basement. Her heart goes out to him. She murmurs that it must have been so hard, but his reply is a simple, cold no, leaving her speechless. He looks down at his hands, explaining that his scars aren't bad memories. They're proof that he fought. But his stoic explanation is cut short by a furious shout from the crowd. The man with the mustache steps forward, demanding to know why he didn't warn anyone if he knew the apocalypse was coming. He insists that with a warning, people could have prepared, could have saved themselves. Our boy doesn't answer, his mind instead replaying his father's one simple, brutal lesson. Humans are the enemy. He looks at the survivors gathered around him, admitting to himself that he doesn't trust them either, but something's changed. He remembers moments of true camaraderie, of people risking everything for him. His father's words echo in his mind, painting humanity as a faceless, evil horde. But then he thinks of these people, the ones who have stood by his side. The girl in the dark dress speaks for them all, her gaze steady, telling him that whatever his past, he's important to them now. She gestures to a box of monster cores, telling him that, since he's the only one here who can actually take down the monsters, these belong to him. The thug with the mohawk chimes in, thinking out loud how useful it would be if he could just sense their weak points. He mimes a few wild swings with his bat, getting a little too excited at the thought of a perfect kill. The scarred leader adds a more serious point, suggesting that finding his mother might unlock vital information about the monsters. But the mustached man scoffs at long-term plans, asking what good information is when they don't even know if they'll be alive tomorrow. Outside, the ruined city is a silent graveyard, with strange new life forms floating ominously in the sky. The man explains that their one piece of luck is their location, hidden beneath the wreckage of a collapsed building. To even reach their shelter, one would have to descend deep into a dark, broken stairwell. It's a treacherous path, blocked by so much rubble that it's kept them safe from the horrors above. A person would have to navigate through all that destruction just to find their entrance. But the mustached man shouts that this is the only good thing about their situation. Their supposed luck is just a thin wall separating them from the monsters roaming the surface. And he reminds them there's no guarantee the creatures won't find their way down here again. But the thug with the mohawk cuts in, telling everyone not to be so pessimistic. After all, he says with a grin, they still have plenty of rations left to eat. He gestures towards the storage room, but his confident smile quickly falters. A quiet voice cuts in, stating the obvious. This isn't a storage room anymore. Our protagonist kneels down, his hand brushing across an empty, overturned food container. And then, in a blur of motion, he vanishes into the darkness. The Mohawk thug breaks down in tears as the grim reality of their empty food stores settles over the group. The old man in the lab coat steps up, stating the obvious. They need volunteers to scavenge on the surface. Eager for a fight, the Mohawk thug immediately volunteers, sick of hiding underground for over a week. but the scarred leader interjects, reminding the thug his wounds haven't healed and offering to go instead. His bravado is short-lived, as a sharp jolt of pain shoots through his own injured arm. The old man immediately shuts him down too, telling him it's too early to be taking off his bandages. Frustrated, he asks if there's anyone who isn't hurt that's willing to go on the supply run. The question is met with immediate, silent panic from the curly-haired researcher, who shakes her head wildly. Another survivor calls it a suicide mission for idiots, a sentiment the goth girl quickly agrees with. Finally, the hooded figure gives a silent, decisive no, crossing their arms to end the discussion. The old man sighs, grimly announcing they only have enough rations to last about a week. But just as despair sets in, a quiet voice cuts through the tension. It's him, volunteering to go. The old man's face floods with relief. If their strongest fighter is going, there's hope. Of course, he has his own reasons for accepting the mission. He needs answers about that picture. And besides, he figures he can probably find a much better base than this dreary subway station. Without another word, he leaps onto the escalator, ready to head towards the surface. But as he ascends, he admits to himself the most important reason he's going. A fleeting memory of a small, bolted window flashes through his mind. Staring up at the light, he remembers just how much he truly hates being trapped underground. Suddenly, a voice from behind him declares that they're coming with him. He turns to see the two students he saved earlier have followed him. The young woman apologizes for freezing up during the attack, admitting she was just too scared to move. But seeing him fight with such courage has inspired her to be brave, too. The boy agrees, saying it's incredible that he'd risk his life to protect them. Our hero just gives them a deadpan stare, thinking they're fools for not running away. Meanwhile, the old man is still trying to rally more people, asking if anyone else will step up. Suddenly, his eyes go wide with utter shock. A familiar face emerges from the crowd. It's the quiet blonde girl, Haru. She takes a single, resolute step forward. Despite her entire body trembling with fear, she has volunteered for the suicide mission. The old man watches her, thinking to himself that this is just too much for a young girl. But Haru ignores him, clutching her backpack strap and solidifying her resolve. The other two students turn to our hero, asking with a smile if he's ready to go. Their enthusiasm instantly dies on their faces. He stares back, completely blank, wondering what their problem is. They're just now realizing he's planning to march out there shirtless. The two nervously suggest that maybe he should put on some clothes first. Just then, the quiet gothic girl steps forward, holding out a stitched-together shirt. He looks at her, surprised that she'd made him something while he was asleep. She proudly informs him that he should be honored. She was a first-rate designer, you know. She adds that people used to line up for her designs, though her clientele has thinned out recently. He just stares, the concept of fashion completely alien to him. The simple gesture of receiving clothes triggers a painful memory. He remembers asking his father why they could only wear the same torn, filthy rags. His entire life, the only choice he had was from a rack of identical, drab uniforms. His father would just chuckle, telling him not to be disappointed because they were one and the same. Back in the present, he looks at the gift, admitting that wearing new clothes was a dream he had for the surface. And with a faint, genuine smile, he offers a simple thanks to the human who helped him. The gothic girl is left speechless, her confident facade completely crumbling at his sincerity. As the group heads up, she quickly recovers, boasting that her work has now ruined all other clothes for him forever. But the gothic girl suddenly stops Haru, a mischievous thought crossing her mind. She pushes the blonde girl forward, who nervously calls out right as the prisoner is mid-change. Haru's brain immediately blue screens at the sight. He just stands there, pants around his ankles, innocently asking what she wants. She's completely frozen, unable to speak a single word. Meanwhile, the other survivors riding the escalator behind them are absolutely losing their minds. Even the tough-looking girl and the spiky-haired punk are left gaping in total disbelief. But poor Haru is just stuck, her mind a blank slate of pure shock. The reality of the situation slowly starts to sink in, her eyes widening with panic. And then comes the delayed reaction. A silent, blushing, internal scream of absolute mortification. Her brain reboots, and with a scream of pure indignation, she calls him a pervert and swings. But he catches her fist with zero effort, completely baffled as to why she's suddenly attacking him. The failed punch sends her stumbling forward, losing her balance completely. As she falls, the kid with the glasses notices something odd, a faint scar on her forehead. With a thud, she lands hard on the escalator stairs. Haru is now sprawled on the ground, face down, right at his feet. He just stands there, a perfect picture of innocence and confusion, wondering what just happened. She's trembling on the floor, too humiliated to even move. He asks why she isn't standing, but she just screams at him to hurry up and put on his clothes. He agrees, quietly thinking to himself that he will truly never understand human beings. Finally dressed, he walks forward, his mind already moving past the bizarre encounter. Meanwhile, The scarred leader and the old man wonder aloud how the monsters found their shelter. Suddenly, the curly-haired researcher notices something on the ground. It's the remains of a small campfire, evidence that someone was cooking here. And right beside the ashes, she spots a perfectly good lighter. With a triumphant cheer, she holds it up, claiming her new prize as our hero looks on. He calmly connects the dots for her. The monsters were drawn here because they're attracted to fire. The two older survivors are stunned by this revelation, a simple but deadly weakness they never knew. He warns her not to even think about lighting it, not even for a second. She stares at the lighter in her hand, the small object now feeling like a death sentence. Haru stares at the lighter, her face pale with dread, the warning echoing in her mind. But the researcher, completely oblivious, cheerfully offers it to her as a gift. She then happily sprints away, leaving Haru alone with the cursed object. Suddenly, a memory clicks into place for the blonde girl. The kid with the bowl-cut glasses pipes up, positive he knows her from somewhere. He calls her out as the famous track athlete from Gasang Middle School. Haru is stunned, asking how he could possibly remember that. He says he recognized her from a scar, proof he'd been watching her even back then. With a smile, he admits he always thought she looked incredibly cool when she was running. And just like that, the fire is lit within her as she drops into a perfect sprinter's stance. Her fists clench, a silent promise to herself and the boy who remembered her. But as she prepares to run, a bitter memory suddenly floods her mind. The very scar he thought was so cool was nothing more than a mark of shame to her. She's pulled back into that awful day, remembering it wasn't cool at all. A time when she was just a normal student, laughing with her classmates. But this scar wasn't some trophy from a race. It was a brand from the day her legs completely failed her. A permanent reminder of the moment she froze in her tracks. The day that left her terrified, unable to bear the weight of anyone's expectations ever again. And in her memory, the other students all turned, calling out her name Haru. The sound of a car horn only drew more attention to her frozen form. It was her family, trying their best to cheer her on for her middle school debut. Her little brother popped up from the back seat, full of energy, telling her to hang in there. But all their shouting just made her shrink, pulling her hood over her head to hide from the world. Her new classmates were just confused, wondering who this girl even was. They tried to be friendly, asking why she wouldn't even say hi, but she was completely paralyzed. Watching from the car, her family's encouraging smiles slowly faded into concern. Her father could only think about how energetic she used to be before that incident. Now, she was so scared that just getting through the day had become an unbearable challenge. The memory hits him hard. His daughter, just a little girl, held by a monster of a man. The crowd could only watch in frozen, helpless horror. Her attacker grinned, a cruel, predatory smile promising nothing but pain. But even then, a flicker of defiance burned in her as she tried to fight back. In an instant, she was thrown to the ground, her small struggles meaning nothing. The shadowy figure loomed over her, a mountain of pure menace. Tears streamed down her face, her spirit finally starting to break. But as the man turned, a blade was jutting from his back. She had done it, she had stabbed him to save herself, and the spray of his blood was the price she paid, a scar that would never truly heal. In the chaotic aftermath, her father's face appears, a mask of pure shock and horror. The memory is so vivid she wakes up screaming, trapped in a nightmare that won't end. Her family is there, relieved she's awake, but their voices are distant and warped. She's panting, drenched in a cold sweat, her body still reliving the fight. Her eyes are wide with a terror that sees right through them, locked on the past. Her father pulls her into a hug, trying to soothe her, telling her it's over and she's safe now. But his comforting embrace feels like a cage. She's completely frozen, unresponsive. All she can see are the terrifying moments replaying over and over in her mind's eye. The blood seeping through her bandages is a stark reminder that this wasn't just a bad dream, and in the silence that followed, a part of her simply went dark. Days turn into weeks, and she finds herself back in a classroom, trying to fade into the background. A classmate tries to break the ice, cheerfully talking about something that was really scary. But Haru isn't really listening. Her gaze drifts toward the classroom window. Her trauma projects a horrifying, shadowy figure scrambling against the glass. She shudders, the phantom terror chilling her to the bone. The girl, completely unaware, leans in and asks what Haru's biggest fear is. The simple question puts her on the spot, a spotlight she never wanted. Surrounded by her new classmates, she stammers, struggling to find a normal answer. With a dead serious tone, she admits she's most scared of dying, instantly killing the mood. A moment of panic, oh god, wrong answer, and she quickly tries to play it off, saying they were just talking about scary movies. But the bell rings for gym class, and the teacher calls the next group of runners to the line. The other girls immediately start whispering, and Haru is hit with a wave of cold, suffocating dread. Her breath catches, her heart pounding as she's forced to face one of her greatest triggers. She plants her feet on the starting line, every instinct screaming at her to flee. Her mind drifts back, remembering that ever since she got the scar on her head, It's felt like something dangerous was constantly stalking her, just out of sight. And whenever that terrifying feeling got too strong, whenever she was forced to run, her vision would completely white out, the world dissolving into pure panic. The sharp crack of the starting pistol fires, and the other students surge forward. But Haru is left behind, completely frozen on the spot, trapped in her own mind. Because for her, running isn't a sport, it's a desperate escape. It always drags her back to that day, to the terror of being chased. The heavy thud of footsteps behind her echoes in her mind, a phantom pursuit. One of her classmates, running ahead, suddenly senses something is wrong. He glances over his shoulder, his eyes widening in complete disbelief. In a flash, Haru rockets past him, a blur of motion leaving everyone in a cloud of dust. She finally collapses, gasping for air, her mind screaming at her. That's right, all she can do is run away. She's just a coward. But as a teacher checks the stopwatch, their expression is one of pure shock. It's a new record. The other students, completely stunned, erupt into cheers, amazed by her incredible speed. Her classmates rush over, stunned, asking if she's secretly a track athlete. Even the coach is blown away, seeing her raw potential and offering to make her the best. But for Haru, the offer brings a chill. If she runs, that memory, the trauma of her past threatens to swallow her whole. Yet, despite the fear, she clenches her fist and makes a decision. She'll do it. 2 years fly by, marked by shelves of gleaming trophies. A news article pops up, detailing the rise of a new track star who shattered records. Elsewhere, a man confirms the rumors the girl with the scar, the new legend, is here. And there she is, a seasoned athlete now, wiping sweat from her brow after a workout. The men approach, calling her the athlete of the hour, and asking for a picture. She agrees with a strained smile, trying to play the part of a rising star. The older man proudly takes the picture, telling her what an honor this is for him. But the camera's bright flash shatters her composure, dragging up a terrifying memory. He's stunned speechless by her sudden, violent reaction. She gasps, hyperventilating as the panic attack consumes her. Haru stumbles back against the wall, desperate to escape a threat only she can see. Unfazed, the man just lights a cigarette, complaining that she ruined his mood. His companion tries to apologize, explaining that she's just a bit strange. But Haru hears everything from around the corner. They think the famous rookie is just a coward. Meanwhile, across town, 3 men stand on a sunny street, pointing up at a building. A quiet family dinner is underway at Haru's home. Her father taps at his phone, frustrated that the internet isn't working. His wife gently reminds him to put his phone away while they eat. Changing the subject, he cheerfully asks Haru if her interview with the reporter went well. She remains silent, her expression unreadable behind her bangs. Her little brother, however, is just focused on stuffing his face. The father beams with pride, remarking that he never knew she had such a talent for running. He's just so excited to see his daughter on TV, completely missing the heavy atmosphere. But Haru finally speaks, her voice chillingly quiet, revealing her speed came from that incident. The cheerful mood instantly shatters, leaving a stunned silence hanging over the dinner table. And our protagonist listens as Haru's story finally spills out. She explains that whenever she runs, she's reliving that horrifying incident, using the memory to push herself faster. It's a bitter irony that's how her entire running career began. She had hoped that by running, she could somehow overcome the cowardly personality born from that day. But as her hand trembles, the truth becomes painfully clear. She looks down, admitting that after all this time she's still a coward. We see her daily struggle, her hands shaking as she nervously adjusts her uniform. She stands frozen against a wall, overwhelmed by anxiety, when his voice cuts through the silence. He simply tells her she doesn't need to fix it, that it's perfectly okay to be a coward. Haru looks up, completely stunned by his unexpected words of acceptance. But Haru can't accept it, insisting that he's wrong, it's not okay at all. She's always been treated like an outcast because of her personality, hated for running away from every little thing that scared her. She remembers overhearing the whispers, how even the adults thought something was wrong with the famous newbie. And in her darkest moments, she came to believe it herself. So she tries to shut him down, weakly claiming that everything is fine. She tells him he doesn't have to try and make her feel better, pretending his words don't affect her. But he doesn't let her walk away, instead pulling her into a sudden, gentle hug. He holds her close, explaining that he wasn't just trying to comfort her, he was simply telling her the truth. So what if she's a coward? He tells her that in his eyes, nothing fundamental has changed about her. Before the incident, after the incident, she is still the person he knows, and her family still loves her. With a gentle touch, he pulls her back slightly. He tells her that it's okay, she doesn't have to hide anymore. Looking her straight in the eye, he finally addresses the scar she's so ashamed of. That mark, he says, isn't a symbol of weakness. It's a medal, proof that she fought valiantly. And with those words, the dam she's been holding up for years finally breaks. She confesses through her sobs that she only tried to change because everyone hated her for being a coward. but a memory surfaces of her parents, their faces etched with love and concern. And she remembers her mother's smile, a look of pure, unconditional acceptance. But she wasn't entirely alone. She remembers that there were people who understood. She recalls her little brother playfully calling her a crybaby, and her mother's gentle scolding. The memory of her father's words echoes in her mind. He had always told her that there was nothing wrong with who she was. Her mother would smile, always seeing the best in her. They taught her that it was okay to be a coward. Her father had once held out his hand, asking her to make a promise. He wanted her to promise she wouldn't cry the next time she felt that fear. And through her tears, she had managed to smile and agreed. This was her family, a group photo etched in her memory, a foundation of love she had almost forgotten. But that promise was made just moments before her entire world came crashing down. Her mother and brother could only stare into the abyss where their home once stood. Her father's face is a mask of pure, uncomprehending horror. In the chaos, a young Haru is struck by falling concrete, blood matting her blonde hair. She stumbles to her feet, survival instinct screaming at her to run. Adrenaline propels her forward through the crumbling landscape. An entire section of the city collapses in a massive landslide, swallowing everything. And high above the devastation, a titanic monster looms, the cause of it all. Back in the rubble, her father gasps for air, his mind racing with panic. He throws all his strength into lifting the debris, desperate to find his family buried beneath. He finally struggles free, his eyes widening with a dawning, soul-crushing dread. But a voice cuts through the dust, and for a second, there's a flicker of hope as he sees Haru. His relief is fleeting as he scrambles through the ruins, screaming for his wife and son. Haru's own shock quickly curdles into a new kind of alarm. She sees the deep gash in his leg, the bloody trail he's leaving in his wake. He whirls around, roaring at her to stay back, to not come any closer. His eyes are fixed on a strand of familiar blonde hair peeking from under a massive slab of concrete. A gut-wrenching scream escapes Haru as she understands what he's found. And right next to the impossible sight of their mother is a small, still leg. It's her little brother, Soyul, now just a horrifying memory of a happy, smiling face. And in the darkness, a final, peaceful memory of her mother's smile. But it's swallowed by a tidal wave of trauma, happy moments violently torn apart. Her mind fractures, her entire world spiraling into a vortex of despair. She can only kneel in the dust, tears streaming down her face, utterly broken. That's when her father speaks, his back to her, declaring hell, stay here with them. A raw scream of protest erupts from Haru's lungs. She begs him not to say such things, asking how she's supposed to leave him behind. With tears pouring down her face, she cries that he's the only one she has left. But his expression is grimly set. He refuses to run away. To flee now, in his mind, would be a sin he could never forgive himself for. For him, the memory is fresh, a scene of chaos and people dying. The screams of those fleeing the monsters echo in his ears. Fueled by desperation, Haru struggles to her feet. He turns his back on her, his decision made. He declares that he will never run away again, walking toward the ghosts of his past. These are the phantoms he feels he abandoned, the ones he couldn't save. A tremor of pure terror runs through Haru as she understands his intent. Her eyes widen, reflecting the horrifying light. An explosion of energy erupts, consuming her father in its glare, and she can only stand there, frozen, as the spectral figures claim the last of her family. His form dissolves into a pillar of blinding light. Haru can only watch, her eyes wide with unspeakable terror. The light intensifies, a silent scream of energy that erases him from existence. A cry escapes her lips, a sound lost in the aftermath. She turns and walks away, swallowed by the encroaching shadows of her past. A ghostly hand reaches for her, a final, desperate plea from the man she left behind. Her father's words echo in her mind, that it was okay to be a coward. But in this moment of clarity, she knows with all her heart that he was wrong. She had promised to stay, but in the end, she abandoned him. Just like she'd abandoned her family before again and again. But as one story ends, another arrives, met with both fear and a thug's eager grin. The newcomer and his companion walk past, their destination set, ignoring the onlookers. His eyes are fixed forward, a silent intensity radiating from him. The old man watches them go, a look of dawning horror on his face. And in that moment, Haru's mind plunges back into a memory of being small and utterly alone. A time when someone stood before her in the darkness. She remembers the overwhelming terror, cowering with her hands over her head. Every fiber of her being was braced for more pain, more suffering. A hand reached down, pulling her up from the floor. She thought she'd always been abandoned, but someone was there for her then. As the small group of survivors rides the escalator up, our protagonist leads the way, but he stops short, a sudden intuition telling him something has changed. He turns, and for a fleeting moment, he sees a ghost of the past, a small, helpless girl. His eyes lock onto the person standing behind him, taken completely by surprise. It's Haru, panting heavily. But her stance is no longer one of fear. Her hand tightens, a silent vow to herself. She declares with newfound strength that she's not running away, she's going with them. The timid girl is gone, replaced by someone with fire and determination in her eyes. Meanwhile, outside, the city remains a hunting ground, with monsters watching from the rooftops. And now, their party is finally complete, crouched together and ready to face the horrors ahead. With their new party formed, they begin to move through the ruins, a tense silence hanging over them. But our prisoner suddenly halts, raising a hand to signal danger. He sensed something up ahead. Just around the corner, a grotesque monster feasts on a fresh kill, completely unaware of their presence. Haru's heart pounds in her chest, the raw terror threatening to overwhelm her, but she stays quiet. He quickly guides them down a narrow, hidden path, away from the creature's line of sight. Once they're tucked away in a safe alcove, he finally gives the all clear, assuring them it's safe to speak. The other students collapse in relief, admitting just how close they thought they were to being eaten. The boy with glasses then turns to Haru, asking how her assigned task is coming along. At the same time, the prisoner holds up a blank sheet of paper, reminding her of their plan. He explains that making a map is just as vital as finding food. It's the only way they can strategize and survive. Haru processes his words, her mind racing. An important task for her? Then, a surge of confidence hits her. She'll do it. After all, she knows this neighborhood like the back of her hand. But as she stares at the blank sheet, that confidence immediately withers away. She used to know this city, she explains. But now it's a complete wasteland. All the familiar, easy paths have been warped into treacherous, unrecognizable chasms of rubble. The other students then lay out their haul from the supply run, and it's not much. They look over the meager collection, admitting they walked for hours but found barely anything. The prisoner points out the grim reality. It's summer, the power's been out for 9 days, and most of the food has spoiled. Hearing this, a new plan begins to form in his mind. In that case, he starts, that they have no choice but to eat the most perishable food right now. The other students are shocked. One girl argues they should take it back to base first. But the bowl-cut student scoffs at that idea, reminding them the food will be rotten by then. Besides, he adds, they risk their lives for this, so isn't it only fair they get a reward? The girl is still against it, feeling a pang of guilt for everyone waiting back at camp. Haru quietly agrees, her expression troubled by the selfish suggestion. But while they were arguing, our prisoner has already started eating, declaring it's pretty good. This sends the bowl-cut student into a frenzy as he lunges to steal the food from Haru. Meanwhile, the prisoner watches calmly as the other girl, now on his side, offers him more. He's never tasted anything like this, musing that the slop he ate underground was just fuel. But this food from the surface is different, and a small smile forms as he realizes just eating can bring happiness. He then turns to Haru, reminding her of the bread they shared when they first met. She can't help but chuckle, admitting she thought he was a complete idiot back then. He flinches slightly, embarrassed by her calling him out for not even recognizing what bread was. A quiet, slightly awkward moment passes between the two of them. Suddenly, he shoves a pile of supplies into her arms, declaring that now his debt is paid. Haru stares blankly at the offering, completely confused by what he's even talking about. Seeing her reaction, he's just as baffled, wondering why she doesn't understand this simple transaction. A memory flashes back to when she gave him the bread, demanding he pay her back fourfold. But in the present, Haru just stares, her eyes wide with total confusion. He struggles to understand, did she want him to forget her words? A thought dawns on him. Maybe she never expected him to pay her back at all. She finally breaks her silence, looking up at him and simply calling him stupid. That, of course, sets her off, and she starts yelling that he has no room to talk. Their bickering feels small and pointless against the backdrop of the ruined world. With the argument settled for now, the small group continues on their way. But the prisoner walks in silence, a bead of sweat on his face as he processes the encounter. As they ride the escalator to the surface, he lays down the one, unbreakable rule. They must never, under any circumstances, get discovered by the monsters. He explains that even if he can handle one, the noise from a fight would be a dinner bell for every creature nearby. The group moves cautiously through the narrow, debris-strewn alleyways, but his lecture on stealth is already a failure, as a massive, clawed hand appears over a wall. A predator has them in its sights, and they are completely oblivious. Suddenly, he freezes, a sixth sense kicking in as he turns to look back. His eyes widen in absolute horror, the warning dying on his lips. They look up just in time to see the monster, his worst fears realized as it leaps down upon them. With a desperate roar, he throws himself forward, shoving her with all his might. A colossal, fleshy limb smashes down, pulverizing the very spot she just stood. He lands beside Haru, the grotesque arm now, a wall between them and the others. The students are frozen solid, but Haru's mind is completely fracturing, her eyes spiraling into a void of terror. His voice cuts through the chaos with a single, life or death command. Split up and run. but she can't move, her body completely seized by the crushing weight of her trauma. Seeing her frozen, he wastes no time, grabbing her arm and pulling her into a sprint. They race towards the blinding light at the end of the alley, a desperate escape. His grip on her wrist is the only anchor she has as he drags her from the jaws of death. Dazed and trembling, she looks back at him, the one who just saved her life. But he suddenly stops her, his expression hardening with a command to wait. His eyes narrow, a critical detail finally clicking into place. Up ahead, one of the other students notices it too, a small, grotesque creature, completely ignoring their presence. Another student trembles in disbelief, wondering how they could possibly have gone unnoticed. But then, a stray can goes tumbling across the pavement. The creature instantly snaps its attention toward the source of the noise, and in that moment, he understands it's blind. It hunts by sound. The terrifying revelation sends a fresh wave of panic through Haru as a scream builds in her throat. Before a single sound can escape, his hand clamps firmly over her mouth. He puts a finger to his own lips, a silent, desperate command for absolute quiet. The other students can only gag in horror at the monster's mangled corpse, but he knows this is bad. A loud fight here will become completely uncontrollable. He has to take care of this thing in a single, decisive strike. Just as he prepares to move, a hand stops him, telling him to wait. An old man from the survivor group offers him a sturdy-looking rod. He takes it, completely confused by the sudden gesture. With a tap of his hammer, the old man explains that this is a weapon. He says he has no intention of going to the surface, but he crafted this after watching him fight. With a soft click, the rod reveals a sharp, piercing blade within. A perfect weapon, designed specifically to target the creature's weak spots. He grips the new weapon, its purpose clear and deadly. Across the way, two terrified students are cornered by one of the creatures. With no time to waste, he explodes into motion, a silent hunter closing the distance. The students can only watch in stunned silence as he descends upon the monster. He drives the blade deep into its tough hide, a surge of effort coursing through him. But as the creature dies, strange, dark tendrils flood his vision. His mind is suddenly overwhelmed by a blinding flash of white light. The light fades, replaced by the image of a serene full moon in a starry sky. A strange, rocky sphere begins to coalesce out of the darkness. Hess no longer himself. Hez seeing through the eyes of that other group's leader as a young man. The shared vision fades, leaving the rocky sphere hovering silently between the exhausted survivors. He sits up, his mind struggling to separate his own memories from the ones he just inherited. His hands instinctively grip his weapon, a simple metal rod he's come to rely on. It triggers a memory of his own past, reaching for a real weapon, a massive axe from a wall rack. But his father's voice cuts through time, a stern lecture about not depending on weapons. The young boy had asked if the enemies he needed to fight barehanded were the humans on the surface. His father paused, a heavy silence hanging in the air before he admitted that was correct. Weapons don't suit people like us, Head said, promising the boy he would understand one day. Back in the present, he finds the logic completely backward. How could he possibly face these monsters without a weapon? And then it hits him with the force of a physical blow in all that time. His father never mentioned monsters. And now, a grim understanding finally clicks into place. All that bizarre, inexplicable training his father forced upon him, all those years spent running in that desolate room under his father's cold gaze. It was never about fighting humans. It was all to survive these actual monsters. But even as the pieces connect, a cold knot of doubt forms in his gut. He remembers his father's cruel smile, the absolute promise that he would never leave the basement. So if that was true, why train him for a world he was never meant to see? His eyes widen in horror as a terrible possibility begins to surface. Was it all just a lie? Did his father never intend to send him out at all? The memory of his father's face twists into something nightmarish, a silent scream of betrayal. But the more he thinks, the more his father's face contorts into a mask of pure desperation. No, he can't accept it. He can't believe that his father's entire persona was just an act. He sits in the darkness, remembering that his father rarely ever lied except for that one time he said his mother was dead. His mind flashes back to that fateful day, the day the apocalypse began. The very day he finally escaped from that suffocating basement. He remembers running through the sterile halls, a blur of motion and hope. And then, a critical detail surfaces. The remote command on the security system. He realizes with a jolt that his father was the one who unlocked all the doors. It must have been a last-minute decision, because if he hadn't escaped when he did, the monsters that swarmed the facility would have found him trapped in that basement and torn him to absolute shreds. His mind reels with the knowledge that his father saved him, but that brief moment of clarity is shattered by a new, horrifying question. Why were all those monsters targeting the basement specifically? They were hunting for him. His thoughts race, spiraling towards an even bigger, more impossible truth. He pictures his father, standing at the precipice of the apocalypse. How did he know? How did he know the world was about to end? The scene shifts to the day before the invasion. A student examines a bizarre, brain-like object. It's impossibly hard. He can't even break it, so he casually tosses it to a curious classmate. She holds the strange thing in her hands, bewildered by its texture. Then, with a sudden shiver of disgust, she flings it away as a quiet boy watches from his bunk. The strange, brain-like object floats right in front of him. His eyes widen in alarm, a single drop of sweat tracing down his cheek. He can't help it. He's drawn to it, his hand reaching out instinctively. The moment his fingers brush against its surface, a flash of raw information seems to surge directly into his mind. The object drops, clattering onto his bunk with a dull thud. He's left sitting there, stunned into silence as it rolls to a stop. The noise draws the attention of the student with glasses, who asks what's wrong. But our boy can only stare back, his face a mask of pure shock. He slowly picks up the object, now understanding it's something far more important than it looks. He's just lost for words, staring at the strange sphere in his hand. The student with glasses gives up, suggesting they should just get some sleep. But our boy isn't listening, his eyes wide with a silent, dawning horror. In his palm, the strange artifact begins to crack and splinter apart. It crumbles completely, turning to dust that slips right through his fingers. He can only stare at his now empty hand, the revelation still echoing in his mind. Elsewhere in the shelter, Haru is lost in a restless sleep. Her dreams are haunted by fragmented memories of being pulled through chaos. She remembers trying to run away on her own, but she made a promise to herself, a promise fueled by the image of that terrified little girl, refusing to flee from the monster before her. A single thought pierces the darkness. He needs to apologize to her when he gets back. Our prisoner is fast asleep, but his mind is traveling somewhere far away. His eyes begin to open, not to the grim shelter, but to a golden haze. A fuzzy image begins to form, a ghost from a life he barely remembers. And then it sharpens his father, bathed in a warm, gentle light. What is this memory? It all comes back to him, a simple moment surrounded by books. He remembers a smile that wasn't cruel or calculating. This was a time when his dad was just normal. He sees his own face, young and full of innocent joy. A precious memory he had locked away. A past he'd almost completely forgotten. His father's voice echoes warmly, asking if he wants to hear this story. He explains that the book is from his homeland, written in a language he's never seen. It's a tale about a hero, his father says. A hero whose name is... But the memory begins to dissolve before he can finish the sentence. The warm, golden light shatters into a disorienting blur. His vision is suddenly blocked by a pair of panicked, downward-looking eyes. He's awake now, his own eyes snapping open in the dim, cold shelter. And he finds himself staring up at the blonde girl, Haru, who's right on top of him. Apparently, she'd been using him as a human heater all night. His brain short-circuits, completely unable to process the situation. Before he can even ask what's happening, her hand clamps over his mouth, silencing him. Haru's eyes are wide with terror, frantically pointing at something just out of sight. A rustling sound echoes from a pile of rubble nearby, sending a chill through the air. They're both frozen in this ridiculously compromising position, bracing for an attack. Her heart pounds in her chest as she glares into the darkness, expecting the worst. But the great, terrifying threat emerges, and it's just a tiny rat, scurrying across the floor. The girl's entire body deflates with relief, realizing she just panicked over nothing. With the danger gone, the only thing left is the thick, suffocating awkwardness of their situation. He finally breaks the silence, bluntly asking her to get off because she's heavy. And just like that, Haru's mind goes completely blank, hit by a wave of pure humiliation. Her face flushes a brilliant red, mortification overriding all other senses. From a high rooftop vantage point, he just scoffs, calling her a scaredy cat. Ignoring him, Haru gets to work, scouting the ruined cityscape with binoculars. Through the lens, a grotesque, spiny-headed monster looms over a distant building. The view pans to reveal more of them ape-like beasts crawling over the concrete jungle. She meticulously sketches every creature and their location, creating a map of the threats. He approaches from behind, asking how the map is coming along. He plans for them to leave soon. Annoyed, she says it's going fine, but tells him to stop calling her human. Her words trigger a memory another student, long ago, asking him for his name. He turns to her, his expression blank, and explains that he doesn't have one. Back in that classroom, his fellow students point out the obvious issue. The girl gets a bright idea, suggesting they should just give him a name right now. He's stunned by the offer. The very concept of being named is completely alien to him. But a younger, smug-looking Haru has her own suggestion. Call him stupid. The memory washes over him in the present. He'd truly never considered it before. Then, a thought sparks in his mind. A warm, fleeting vision of his father appears, smiling gently. The image of a book, filled with his father's writing, flashes through his thoughts. And with that inspiration, a single word escapes his lips. He turns back to his classmates in the past and gives them his name. Blue. His classmates stare back, completely dumbfounded by the name he chose. Haru is the first to speak, finding the name strange and asking if there's any special meaning behind it. He admits there isn't really. It was just a name he saw in a book when he was little. Seeing an opportunity, one of the students suggests they all finally introduce themselves properly. She goes first, smiling warmly as she tells him her name is Yujin. The boy with the glasses follows suit, happily introducing himself as Jihyun. Then it's Haru's turn, and she introduces herself with her arms crossed, adding that he'll probably forget it anyway. Blue is just stunned, caught off guard by this sudden, normal interaction. But they just wait patiently, a genuine moment of acceptance passing between them, a memory that now echoes in the silence as he sits alone in the present. A past self, hunched over a notebook, carefully writing down words he'd only read, practicing a phrase he never thought he'd get to use. And in the present, a tiny, hesitant smile forms on his lips. He takes a breath and finally says it aloud. His name is Blue. He hesitates for a second, feeling the weight of the moment. It's just like he practiced as a child, writing it over and over, hoping for this day. Then, he finishes the thought, telling them it's nice to meet them. Haru, for the first time, offers a small, genuine smile in return. Yujin and Jihyun's faces light up with warmth and acceptance. Together, they tell him it's nice to meet him too, welcoming him into their group. And for Blue, this moment is everything. Their simple act of kindness sends a shockwave through his memories. He remembers a time when the light was just something to reach for. A forgotten dream from his childhood suddenly comes rushing back. The dream he had while trapped alone in that dark, cold basement. He imagined what it would be like to walk freely on the surface. If he ever got out, if he ever saw the sun, all he wanted was to exchange a simple greeting with other people. Now, seeing their kind, welcoming faces, he realizes that impossible dream is finally his reality. He'd always wanted this, to just have a normal conversation, to be on the receiving end of such unguarded, friendly smiles, to feel the warmth of their acceptance, a light he'd only ever dreamed of. Because in the darkest corners of his mind, he held onto a fragile hope, but a sudden gesture of friendship jolts him from his memories. He remembers writing it down, a secret wish, that he might one day make friends. And now, Jihyun's voice cuts through years of silence, saying those exact words. For a moment, his world stops, the weight of that simple declaration hitting him. This outstretched fist, this simple offer, it's the son he's been chasing. And after a lifetime of pulling away, he finally starts to reach back. Has so close, reaching for a connection has craved his entire life. His fingers tremble, just inches away from finally accepting that friendship. But a violent flash of memory pulls him back. The carnage, his father's face, a family portrait that feels like a lie. Jihyun waits patiently, holding his fist out, completely unaware of the storm raging inside him, and with crushing finality, his hand drops. The answer is a silent, heartbreaking no. The others, Haru and Yujin, can only stare in disbelief at the sudden rejection. In a world this broken and hostile, he knows that attachments are just another weakness. He turns his back on them, leaving Jihyun's friendly gesture hanging in the empty air. A single glance over his shoulder shows not anger, but a profound and lonely resolve. He's made his choice, to walk his path alone, through the ruins and the ghosts of the past. A quiet thought echoes in his mind. If not for this ruined world, he could have been their friend. He sees his parents in his memory, a fleeting, almost painful image of what once was. But finding his mother is the only thing that matters. Dreams of a normal life can wait. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the desolate streets, snapping him back to reality. He and Jihyun turn to see a man down in the rubble, not alone. A grotesque, spider-like creature has pinned the poor soul to the ground. The man desperately tries to pry open its horrifying maw, a cage of razor-sharp teeth. As Yujin instinctively moves to help, he grabs her arm, stopping her cold. What is she thinking? She turns back, horrified, pleading that the man will die if they don't do something right now. But Haru and Jihyun can only watch, paralyzed by the brutal scene unfolding before them. But he shuts her down with a cold, hard no. That scream is a beacon, and more monsters are already on their way. Yujin argues back, desperate, saying they can save him and get out before that happens. He cuts her off, reminding her of the warning he gave before they ever set foot on the surface. She made a promise to follow his lead, no matter what, in exchange for bringing her here. The weight of her words hits her, and for a moment, she's frozen by the cruel logic of their deal. But another blood-curdling scream from the man being mauled shatters any hesitation she had left. In a flash, Yujin breaks from cover, sprinting towards the chaos while he and Jihyun can only watch. He stares in utter disbelief, his frustration boiling over. That absolute idiot. She snatches a jagged piece of rebar from the ground, the victim looking up in a daze, and with all her strength, she brings the makeshift club crashing down onto the creature's skull. A wet crunch echoes as her makeshift weapon finds its mark. She follows through with the swing, sending the spider-like creature flying. It splatters against the concrete, its legs twitching one last time before going still. The survivor she just saved stares at her, asking in disbelief if there are others out here. Yujin quickly tries to reassure him, promising they'll get him to safety. But his expression shifts from relief to pure, undiluted terror. He screams a warning for her to look behind her as a new monster lunges from the shadows. A massive maw of needle-sharp teeth snaps shut, missing her by a hair's breadth. Just as it's about to strike again, their companion appears, unleashing dark, fleshy tendrils from his hand. But he wasn't saving her. The tendrils shoot past and wrap around the stunned survivor instead. Eugene confronts him, horrified, but he cuts her off with a single cold glare. He tells her she has no idea what she's just done. Her reckless heroism, he snarls, has put every single one of them in grave danger. The survivor, oblivious, pipes up that his leg seems to be broken and he'll need their help. A wave of frustration hits their companion. He knew this was exactly how it would play out. His eyes dart to the side, a flicker of movement catching his attention. Just as he feared, the sounds of their struggle have attracted more of these twisted creatures. The injured man turns to the others for help, but Ji-hyun gives him a flat, cold no. With a terrified Haru hiding behind him, he explains they've risked enough just saving him once. Yujin can only stare in disbelief as her friends abandon the man she tried to save. Blue turns away, his voice cold as ice. If she really wants to help that man, he doesn't care. But there's a condition. If she chooses the stranger, she can't follow them anymore. The brutal ultimatum leaves Yujin absolutely speechless. He reminds her of the promise she made to get to the surface that she would do as he said. To her shock, Ji-hyun grabs his attention, his own face pale with fear. He sides with Blue, telling her they just don't have time to be worried about others right now. Ji-hyun pleads, reminding her that people are waiting for them back at the base. The weight of the choice presses down on Yujin, her ideals clashing with their reality. Her hand clenches into a tight fist, the internal struggle finally reaching its breaking point. Defeated, she relents, whispering that she'll listen to him. But just as the decision is made, a voice cuts through the silence. The man they were about to abandon confronts them, demanding to know how they could dare leave him. Both Blue and Yujin whip around, stunned by the sudden accusation. He pleads desperately, crying that if they go now, he's a dead man. Blue's face twists with irritation, coldly agreeing that yes, this is murder. The man's desperation boils over into a raw scream, accusing them of killing him. That's the last straw for Blue. The noise is a death sentence for them all, and he roars for the man to be quiet. But it's far too late. Heavy footsteps are already pounding down the dark corridor. Something massive is charging straight for the source of the sound. The civilian's defiant screams die in his throat, replaced by a choked gasp of absolute horror. Without a moment's hesitation, Blue leads the frantic escape, pulling the students along. The civilian, however, remains rooted to the spot, his mind completely shattered by fear. He's paralyzed, a single drop of sweat tracing a path down his face as his doom approaches. Harris' voice cracks with panic, asking Blue what they're supposed to do now that they're surrounded. Blue stares grimly into the darkness, telling her this is far from the worst of it. They just need to escape. He reminds them that the path they came from was empty, so their only hope is to backtrack immediately. But just as they're about to move, the civilian calmly strikes a lighter, the tiny flame cutting through the gloom. The students turn back, absolutely stunned, asking what in the world he thinks he's doing. He takes a long drag from his cigarette, ignoring their wide-eyed panic completely. Then, he simply gestures towards a sign on the wall. This is a designated smoking area, after all. Ji-hyun frantically tries to explain that the man is practically ringing the dinner bell for monsters, but the civilian just stares back, coldly confirming he knows exactly what the fire will attract. The student's mind short-circuits if he knows the danger. Then why is he doing this? Without another word, the man flicks his lighter, and a small flame bursts to life in the darkness. In that instant, his mind is thrown back into a visceral, chaotic memory, a vision of a ruined city, of a world that has already fallen. He sees a desolate landscape of shattered buildings and endless debris, and the monstrous, furry beasts that were responsible for all of it, tearing through the streets. Back in the present, he stands frozen, the smoke from his cigarette rising like a ghost. His eyes are wide and empty, completely lost in the horrors of his past. And he thinks, in the face of certain death, he's at least earned one last smoke. The sky of his memory is filled with them monstrous beasts tearing human bodies apart like paper. A vision of a wide, toothy grin, an expression of pure, predatory hunger. He remembers a desperate scream from a kid with familiar green eyes, telling him to run. But it was too late. Something had grabbed him, yanking him back into the chaos. Yet even then, the young boy who would become the man before him stood his ground. He'd pulled a small blade, ready to fight monsters when he was barely a child. Snapping back to the present, that same man is now in motion, leading the charge away from danger. Ji-hyun sprints desperately, his mind struggling to process the sudden flight for his life. All he knows is the cold sweat of terror and the instinct to follow the man who just saved him. But Haru suddenly freezes, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Her eyes are wide, a horrifying memory flooding back to the surface. Jihyun is right there with her, equally paralyzed by the same sudden, chilling dread. The world dissolves into a vision of a desperate battle from their childhood. A much younger Haru is hopelessly swarmed by grotesque monsters in a ruined city. She looks over her shoulder, her mind reeling with a single, desperate question. Why? A young boy, our mysterious protector, screams at her, demanding to know why she isn't running. His words are cut short as a monstrous fist comes hurtling right for his face. But even then, he was a fighter, catching the blow and digging his small knife in for leverage. And just like that, reality slams back in, as the man he is now takes that very same hit. He faces down the hulking golem, its singular eye glowing with menacing power. A glint of cold focus in his own eye reveals he's found a weakness. There it is, the glowing core, right in the center of its chest. With a feral cry, he lunges forward, aiming his blade with everything he has. The knife plunges deep, striking the core with pinpoint accuracy. He slides back, using the momentum to try and tear the monster apart from the inside. But the creature doesn't even flinch, its twin eyes now burning with fury. And then, a sickening crack, his blade shatters against its impossibly hard hide. His face twists in shock. His only weapon is gone. Jihyun and the others can only stare in horror, their one protector now completely disarmed. Haru and Yujin are frozen in place, their faces twisted in absolute horror. He turns on them, his voice raw with fury, screaming at them for not running. But a defiant no rings out from the terrified group. He stops, shocked. They're actually refusing to leave him? Jihyun fires back, calling him out. He promised he'd run too. So why is he still standing there? The question hits him hard, and for a second, he has no answer. Why isn't he running? But while he hesitates, Jihyun finds his own answer, his hand closing around a steel pipe. A grim determination settles on his face as he prepares to stand his ground. He couldn't run, he realizes, because he knew his friends would die if he did. And with that thought, a strange, almost crazed smile spreads across his face. The coward is gone. With a defiant roar, Jihyun swings the pipe with all his might against the stony beast. But his eyes widen in terror as he realizes his attack has done absolutely nothing. A memory of Yujin, the very person he's trying to protect, flashes through his mind. And in that same instant, the monster's other head whips around, snatching her from behind. She can only let out a choked scream, trapped in the creature's crushing stone jaw. Haru watches the scene unfold, her body frozen solid with overwhelming dread. She's trembling, completely paralyzed by her past trauma as her friends face death. But before the final blow can land, the monster's heads suddenly shatter into pieces. A strange, dark energy, with a glowing core, whips through the air where they once were. And there he is, screaming at the students that he told them to run away. But Jihyun, filled with a sudden surge of courage, tells everyone that it's okay now. He thinks with the big one gone, they might actually have a chance to make it back alive. Oh, you sweet summer child, because that's when a new nightmare steps out of the dark. Blue stares at him, his expression shattering from anger into pure disbelief. His eyes widen in absolute terror. He recognizes this thing, and it's a death sentence. A deep hum fills the air as 4 glowing cores ignite within the creature. Its grotesque, crimson hands begin to clench and writhe with power. One of the hands slides across its featureless head, blinding it. Jihyun finally senses the dread, turning to ask his friend what's wrong. He's about to get his answer, reflected in the lenses of his own glasses. This is the memory that haunts Blue, a battlefield of twisted, ghoulish creatures, each one a unique and horrifying nightmare, and they all knelt before the true king of that hellscape. Jihyun's naive bravery finally evaporates into cold, clammy sweat. His mind screams the only logical command left. Run. He turns to his friend, expecting him to be right behind him. But Blue is already facing the monster, holding its freshly ripped out heart. With a sickening squelch, he crushes the core in his fist. Jihyun can only stare, clutching his bat, his mind failing to process the impossible. And in that moment of stunned silence, a hole is blown straight through his chest. Jihyun's body slumps to the ground, his glasses lying shattered beside him. The sight is too much for Haru, whose legs give out from under her. A broken scream tears from her throat, her mind refusing to process the scene. Yujin is frozen in place, screaming his name in absolute terror. Blue finally turns, his back to the monster he just annihilated. His eyes widen in shock as he sees what has become of his friend. But morning will have to wait, as a new shadow falls over him. A massive stone golem swings its fist down, aiming to flatten him completely. In a flash, Blue's arm rockets upward to meet the crushing blow. His own monstrous hand smashes through the rock, shattering the golem's arm like brittle clay. But the impact triggers a memory, a flash of a different monster, a different time. He remembers being thrown, utterly powerless against an overwhelming force. On the ground, gasping for air, he could feel nothing but sheer terror and exhaustion. He was beaten, coughing up blood, his body giving out. A crushing blow had shattered his ribs, the pain searing through his memory. But even then, something within him refused to break. He recalls the grotesque form of his enemy, a creature of bandages and raw flesh. He remembers the moment it began to fall apart, pieces of it dropping, defeated, to the floor. A memory of his own power awakening, tearing his foe to shreds from the inside out. But the memory shifts from that victory to an earlier, darker time. He remembers a slender, featureless creature, wrapped in grotesque red arms. It wasn't alone. A hulking golem of rock and burning light charged right beside it. He was just a kid, standing before a nightmare horde. Behind him, his friends could only scream in abject terror. The look on Haru's face, pure, undiluted fear, was seared into his mind. With blood trickling from his lips, he roared at her to run. His feet dug into the ground, refusing to give a single inch. He would be the shield. He had to be. He turned his back on her and walked forward, ready to face them all alone. Watching him walk away, Haru is completely paralyzed by sheer terror. Visions of a past massacre, a bloody, fleshy nightmare, flood her senses. Her heart hammers in her chest. Every instinct screams at her to flee. But a thought cuts through the panic. She can't run away. She remembers the faces of the people she couldn't save last time. She remembers his back as he faced the end for her. If she runs now, she'll be abandoning someone precious all over again. And with that realization, her fear gives way to a hardened resolve. She lets her heavy backpack slide from her shoulders, casting it aside. Her hand grips the wall, steadying herself, ready to turn back. With a guttural cry, she throws herself forward, brandishing a broken pipe. Her mind flashes back to him, beaten and bloody from a fight he couldn't win. His eyes then held the same desperate, haunted look she feels now. He remembered being helpless as a monster, closed in on his friend. He could only watch as the creature's arm plunged straight through Eugen's back. The sight left him paralyzed, his mind shattering in pure horror. Haru feels that same terror grip her heart, the fear of being too weak to save someone. In that memory, he could only choke out a weak apology. It was all his fault, he thought, the weight of his failure crushing him. But even as she died, Eugen whispered that she was the one who put them all in danger. And so he was left kneeling over his friend's body, broken glasses glinting on the ground. His trembling hands gripped the monster's arm, a desperate resolve forming in his mind. With blood streaming from his lips, he begged for the others to at least survive this. He ripped his own hand free from the grotesque creature that had killed his friend. Then, he rose to his feet, each step a testament to his unwavering will. As Haru watched the memory unfold, she saw him walk toward the monsters, telling everyone else to live. The memory flashes with a violent spray of blood. It was Eugen's last moment, her dark hair whipping through the air as she fell. Back in the present, his eyes are wide, still trapped in that horrifying day. The memory fades to a simpler time, a ghost of his two friends smiling, forever lost to him. But the memory wasn't over. A new, bandaged horror stepped into the fray. It moved through the carnage, standing over the beasts he had just fought. Then, without warning, a brilliant flash of energy lanced down from the darkness. It slammed into the ground with devastating force. Tendrils of raw power erupted from the point of impact. The true predator revealed itself, a many-armed creature absorbing the others to fuel its own strength. And watching this hellish scene was the young boy, frozen in utter disbelief. His mind struggled to process the sight of monsters, devouring monsters. His hands trembled, desperately clutching a metal pipe as his only weapon. He bit down hard, the sharp pain a reminder that he was still alive, and he still had to fight. Haru's face twists in horror as the boy suddenly shoves her back. He turns his back on her, his voice cold and resolute with a single command: run. Her eyes widen, trembling with confusion and fear. Run? Without him? He warns her through gritted teeth that this is her one and only chance. His mind flashes back to the bloody carnage he's already witnessed. He knows exactly what that many-armed creature is capable of, and he won't let it touch her. Lost in a haze of terror, Haru can't process his words, asking what he's talking about. He doesn't answer, his focus locked entirely on the impending threat. Finally, her fear erupts into a furious, tearful scream. She yells that he was the one who planned their escape, so why is he abandoning it now? He doesn't turn around, simply admitting that she's right, their plan was the correct one. But that only confuses her more, her voice cracking as she demands to know why he's giving up. His answer is quiet, almost a whisper, yet it hits her like a physical blow. It was fun. Haru stares, completely stunned, the tears freezing on her cheeks as his words sink in. He's not talking about the escape anymore. His mind is somewhere else entirely. He remembers the simple act of eating with them, sharing food like they had no cares in the world. He remembers their smiles, their easy company, these tiny pockets of normalcy he'd never had. Even just the awkwardness of them all introducing themselves for the first time, he can still see their bright, hopeful faces from that day. And in that moment, Haru begins to understand. For him, those memories were worth everything. He continues, his voice distant, explaining that every time they connected, every moment of understanding, it just reminded him of the simple joys he'd only dreamed of back in that dark basement. Haru can only listen, her heart breaking as his logic unfolds. And then, his tone shifts as he stands barefoot on the cold, hard ground of his memory. He states the brutal truth he learned that day. It's all over if you die. He remembers Eugen's bright, confident smile, and the horrifying finality of death. If they die, he realized, they can no longer talk to each other. All those moments, her pointing and laughing, would just be gone. They could no longer call each other's names, their existence reduced to a bloody memory on the floor. And with death, all of it would just end. He remembers his friend Jihyun trying to fight back, a futile gesture of defiance. But in the end, he just lay there, broken and bleeding out on the cold ground. The memory fuels a grim resolve, his hand trembling as it clenches into a fist. If they become friends, if she gets close, this is the only future he can offer. He recalls being asked a long time ago, back at the base, if he'd ever felt the sadness of losing someone precious to him. Back then, the concept was alien, a feeling he couldn't comprehend. But now, looking at Haru, he thinks he finally, truly understands. And so, with all the weight of his past, he begs her to please, just run away. Tears streaming down her face, Haru can only choke out her refusal. She doesn't want to. Her tear-filled eye shows her unwavering refusal to abandon him. He finally breaks, screaming that he can't bear to see anyone else die for him. Overwhelmed by years of repressed grief, he completely falls apart. Haru watches on, heartbroken by the raw pain he's been hiding. His mind flashes back to the carnage to Eugen, lifeless on the floor. He remembers Jihyun, his glasses shattered, another friend he couldn't save. But a sudden, sharp crack cuts through the tense air. Haru's expression instantly shifts from sorrow to disbelief. Her eyes widen, locked onto something happening right behind him. As he turns, a shadowy specter of his trauma seems to dissipate into thin air. He turns back, his eyes lost in a memory she knows all too well. For Haru, a chilling realization dawns. It's happening just like last time. Her mind flashes back to that day, to a small boy standing alone against the encroaching shadows. The memory brings a fresh wave of terror and regret to her face. She remembers him turning his back, preparing to face the monsters by himself. His expression then was the same as it is now, a grim, selfless resolve. Back then, he had told her just one thing: run away. The echo of that moment hits her with the force of a physical blow. Why is he trying to make the same sacrifice all over again? But this time, she screams in defiance. No, she's made up her mind. She's not leaving. Her words hit him like a shockwave. She wasn't going to run away this time. For Haru, that single decision triggers a cascade of unwanted memories. A moment she has spent her entire life trying to forget. She sees herself as a little girl, frozen in pure, unadulterated terror. The memory of abandoning her own father rushes back to the surface. Her eyes widen, reliving the horror of that day. She remembers his face as he prepared to face the danger alone. Even then, he had held her tight, trying to calm her down. He told her it was okay to be a coward, that none of this was her fault. But all she could ever feel was the crushing guilt of leaving him behind. All she could remember was the feeling of being so scared. A single, haunting question has poisoned her mind for years. What if her father hated her for being a coward? What if, in his final moments, his face was not one of love, but of resentment? The thought shatters her, the tears of that little girl still fresh on her face. But in the present, Blue watches her breakdown, a bead of sweat on his brow. He can't believe she's not running. Haru is completely lost in the past, her eyes wide with remembered horror. And then, a slow, knowing smile spreads across Blue's face. He gets it now. He knew it. He sees right through her. She's the type to carry her losses. The words snap her out of her trance, stunned that he could understand her so perfectly. Her eyes fly open as the true memory finally breaks through the fog of fear. It wasn't resentment she saw on her father's back that day, but the silhouette of a man facing his own inevitable end. His face, once just a blur shaped by her own guilt, sharpens into focus. The tears of that terrified little girl stream down her cheeks once more. But this time, she remembers his hand resting on her shoulder. She remembers he turned to her not with anger, but with a gentle smile. A profound sense of relief washes over her. A lifetime of weight finally lifted. Even in his last moments, he hadn't blamed her at all. And armed with that truth, she turns to face the monster standing before her now. In his final moments, her father had one last thing to ask of her. He made her promise not to cry the next time she felt like a coward. His words echoed in her memory, washing away years of misplaced guilt. He offered this final lesson with a gentle, reassuring smile. and the terror in her heart began to harden into resolve. Through her tears, she smiled back, accepting his final wish. Their pinkies interlocked, sealing a promise that would define her future. In that moment, a bond was forged that even death could not break. As the memory fades, Blue watches, sensing a profound shift in the air. The trembling girl from moments ago is gone, replaced by something far more dangerous. A familiar, weary look crosses Blue's face. He mutters to himself that it's all over if they die here. He can't stand to watch another person fall. But before he can sink further into his despair, a foot stomps forward. Haru's voice rings out, filled with a defiant fire, asking who he thinks is going to die. Blue is completely floored, staring at her in utter disbelief. She promises him she will live no matter what, so it won't be over. With a sharp kick, she knocks over a can of gasoline. If they live, she explains, they'll be able to talk more, to call each other by name, to finally have a future worth fighting for. Blue's mind is completely reeling, unable to process this sudden turn. But Haru just gives him a tearful, determined smile, offering a simple promise. They can become friends. With a flick of her thumb, a tiny, defiant flame sparks to life in her hand. Meanwhile, the monsters are still a very real threat, tearing another victim apart just meters away. He can only stare, mouth agape, asking what in the world she thinks she's doing. She pleads with him not to give up, her voice filled with a desperate conviction. Her promise to live, no matter what, hangs in the air as her fingers release the lighter. She's done running for herself. From this moment on, she fights for a future. The lighter hits the gasoline, and the ground erupts into a roaring inferno. She stands firm as the flames engulf the floor around her, creating a blazing circle of death. Her feet wreathed in flame, she's no longer running away, she runs for others. The sudden explosion of heat and light immediately draws the monster's attention. She gives a confident smirk, telling him she'll see him back at the base. Blue can only watch, stunned into silence by her reckless bravery. And just like that, the entire ravenous horde turns towards the new threat. Their previous targets are forgotten, their gaze completely fixed on the girl. With a collective roar, the stampede of grotesque beasts begins to move, and she's off, a blur of motion drawing the tidal wave of death behind her. She leads the chase, pulling the entire swarm away from the station. All that's left behind is a trail of fire, marking her desperate path. Her feet burn across the pavement, a desperate gambit in full swing. She pushes herself faster, knowing even a moment's hesitation is death. For a flash, the terror of it all shows on her face. The weight of 1,000 lives on her shoulders. But it's instantly replaced by a sharp, focused glare. There's no time for fear. Just as she thinks she has a rhythm, a monster lunges from the side, a blur of claws and malice. She drops low, a slide so smooth it almost looks practiced, dodging the fatal blow by inches. Using the monster's own momentum, she kicks off the ground, flipping clean over its head. As she lands, she's not empty-handed. She's ripped off its bladed arm in the process. With a brutal twist, she swings her new makeshift weapon right into the face of another pursuer. The creature crumbles, but she doesn't stop, gaze locked forward on the path ahead. Her feet barely touch the ground, leaving trails of fire across the shattered landscape. She's successfully pulling the entire grotesque horde away from the city center. With every stride, she becomes a blur of pure, burning velocity. Each step scorches the earth, her eyes fixed forward, a human lure against a tide of death. But elsewhere, a new threat emerges from the shadows, its clawed hand-crushing stone. A creature wrapped in countless grasping, crimson hands blocks the path forward. Its fleshy, unsettling feet plant themselves firmly on the ground. The monster focuses on Blue, its voice echoing, asking where he thinks he's going. But Blue's eyes flare with cold light as he declares, "Your opponent is me." Meanwhile, Haru's desperate gambit continues, leading the swarm ever onward. But her desperate run is interrupted by a sudden, terrifying realization. Back at the choke point, Blue's gaze sharpens, his breath catching in his throat. Before him stands the grotesque creature, an unholy sculpture of flesh and hands. Haru can't afford to stop, her feet still blazing as she pushes onward. But this new monster isn't moving an inch, its strange feet rooted to the spot. It questions him, its voice echoing from the darkness, asking where he's going. A crimson hand covers its featureless face, as if focusing all its attention on Blue. But our boy doesn't even flinch, his jaw set in cold defiance. With eyes glowing like embers, he makes it perfectly clear, he's not going anywhere. The two now face each other, a silent challenge hanging heavy in the air. He immediately understands this creature is on a completely different level, but his special sight cuts through the monster's form, revealing the glowing seeds of power within. The life force overflowing from them is almost overwhelming. He coughs, the sheer pressure of its presence taking a physical toll, and for the first time, a chilling realization grips him. He has no idea how to win. His eyes widen in a cold sweat as the terrifying reality sinks in. But then, his gaze falls upon a sharp piece of debris on the floor. A desperate, almost manic grin spreads across his face as an idea sparks. He lunges, snatching the makeshift weapon from the ground, and with a powerful kick, sends the sharpened spike hurtling towards his enemy. But the monster is faster, its limb slamming down with brutal force. It doesn't strike him, however it pulverizes the very weapon he just threw. He can only watch as his one chance is shattered into useless fragments on the floor. A cold dread washes over him. This thing knew exactly what it was doing. It intelligently identified and eliminated the only real threat to it. Now disarmed, he knows he has no way of reaching its hidden weak spot. But in that moment of despair, a memory of his father's face flashes in his mind. He remembered being warned never to depend on weapons. His father had told him that their kind simply wasn't suited for such things. As a child, he could only wonder what those cryptic words were supposed to mean. A sinister smile spreads across his father's face in his memory. He had told him that even without the weapons lining the walls, their kind were, and always would be, the strongest. And suddenly, it all makes sense. His dad never once used a weapon. Facing the monster, he instinctively sinks into a low, powerful posture. This stance, it feels so familiar, a forgotten part of himself. His arm extends, muscles coiling with a purpose he hasn't felt in years. The memory sharpens. His father, demonstrating the very same form. It was something he called the human stance. But the lesson wasn't over. His father warned that this was merely the setup. His father's voice cut through time, explaining a fundamental truth about the world. Every organism carries a life force, from the humans on the surface, to the beasts in the wild, and the very plants in the ground. It was a power that flowed through his father, he explained. And, most importantly, it flowed through him, his own son, as well. A raw, untamed energy binding all things together. With a knowing smile, his father urged him to learn how to use this power. He taught him that his hand was the conduit, the gateway for that very force. The lesson was simple. Focus all his will on the ends of his fingers, and pull that latent life force there until it manifested, glowing with raw potential. And with that power, his father's lesson continued. He explained that one must learn to command it, to make it bend to their will. The ultimate goal was to freely manipulate that raw life force. But back then, a young and skeptical Blue couldn't make it work. He felt nothing, accusing his father of lying about the whole thing. His father simply smiled, cryptically promising that a day would come when he'd need it. That day arrived years later, when Blue was broken and bandaged. He planted his feet, his mind racing back to that long-forgotten lesson, focusing everything he had, just like his father had once shown him. The memory of his father's voice echoed. When you finally feel your life force, you must learn to use it to fight. In that moment, something finally clicks. A brilliant teal light flares to life within his eye. An electrifying energy, raw and untamed, surges through his senses. His father's words echo from the past, promising this very power would become his. And now, in the present, the ground cracks beneath his feet from the sheer force. He's stunned. What is this intense heat spreading through his body? It feels like his very veins are on fire with this newfound strength. He recalls asking his father what would even change if he learned to use it. And all he got back was that mysterious, all-knowing smile. He stares down the monster, this new, searing power still a stranger in his own body. His father's voice echoes in his memory, promising that hell finally be able to move. In a flash, the creature is gone, leaving nothing but a shattered crater in the floor. His glowing eyes can't comprehend the impossible speed he just witnessed. The memory of his father's voice continues, calling this newfound ability just a fractional piece of a much larger puzzle. The monster reappears as a blur, a phantom streaking across his vision. It circles him at an impossible velocity, a very tiny taste of true power. He's at the heart of a vortex, a storm of flesh and speed, and his father's face surfaces in his mind, grinning, saying this just makes him a little bit more like him. The monster lunges, its talons reaching to tear him apart. But Blue is no longer standing still. He explodes into motion. He channels all of this newfound velocity into a single, devastating punch. The impact is immense, his fist sinking deep into the creature's core. A sonic boom echoes as the monster is blasted backward from the sheer force. It digs its heels in, carving a deep trench into the concrete floor. But the momentum from that one hit is just too much to handle. Its entire body begins to tremble, the powerful frame starting to break down. The creature is stunned, unable to comprehend the sudden reversal, and Blue stands his ground, breathing heavily, the power coursing through him as he glares at his weakened foe. In this state of heightened perception, Blue realizes he can see it all. He can track the creature's every move, and his body is finally fast enough to react. To him, it feels as though time itself has slowed to a crawl around them. But this incredible power comes at a steep price. His entire body is on fire, every vein and muscle screaming in agony. He grits his teeth through the searing pain, enduring the backlash. But with this power, he's certain he can finally fight this thing on an even playing field. Across from him, the bandaged monster plants its foot, Having recovered from the blow, it looms over the boy, ready to re-engage the fight. The creature stomps forward, each step shattering the ground as it charges. His eyes blaze with newfound power, a grim determination etched on his face. The monster throws a wild swing, but he's already gone, a phantom slipping past its reach. It lashes out again, a blur of motion, yet he's still one step ahead. But just dodging won't win this. He sees an opening and grabs its arm mid-swing. His grip is like a vice, shocking the monster with his unexpected strength. He plants his feet and pulls with all his might, yanking the hulking beast off balance. He begins to spin, using the creature's own massive weight against it. Round and round he goes, turning the monster into a living projectile. He hurls it away, but the creature recovers instantly, lashing out with a powerful kick. The blow connects, sending him skidding across the ground, but he's still on his feet. The monster attacks again, its grotesque arms slicing through the air. But he's like a phantom, weaving through the deadly barrage with grim focus. He ducks under one final, heavy swing, seeing the perfect opening. In the next instant, he leaps forward, closing the distance between them. He pivots, channeling all of his power into his right arm for a counter. His fist connects with a thunderous impact right against the creature's head. A sickening crack echoes as its skull gives way under the force. The monster's head completely shatters, sending fragments flying everywhere. He lands, turning to face his opponent, expecting it to be over. But he's left panting and in shock, desperately wondering if it was enough. But his hope dies as he sees the monster's clawed feet still planted firmly on the ground. Its grotesque, fleshy appendages begin to whir and shift around its headless torso. They cross over its chest, forming a shield to guard its true core. He grits his teeth, realizing it's now protecting its only weak spot. The attack that shattered its head, it won't be enough to break that defense. To get through, he knows he needs to find more power, and fast. He clenches his fist, his mind set on a dangerous path. A grim resolve settles over him. There is a way. Thankfully, it's a method he already knows how to use. All he has to do is push past his limits and draw out more, much more. He grits his teeth, focusing every ounce of his will to draw it out. The power crackles around his hand, but he knows it's not enough. He needs more. His eyes snap open, glowing with a desperate, terrifying light. The cost of failure flashes before him, a memory of his friend, dying on the cold floor. He remembers being frozen in fear, watching helplessly as they were cornered. He remembers another, Haru, forced to fight all alone against a sea of monsters. All that regret, that weakness, he thinks he should have harnessed this power long ago. He should have been ready for this moment, so that the past would never repeat itself. Fueled by that bitter resolve, the energy finally erupts, surging up his entire arm. Blue lightning engulfs his body, the immense power matched only by the agony on his face. The pain is excruciating as every cell in his body screams under the strain of this new power. But through the agony, a cold, unwavering resolve settles in his glowing eyes. He lowers his head, the chaotic energy finally bending to his will. Now, standing alone in the darkness, he is ready for what comes next. His gaze locks forward, issuing a silent challenge to whatever lurks in the shadows, and something answers. A grotesque creature unfurling a forest of spidery limbs from its back. The bandaged horror sprints forward, a blur of unnatural speed and contorted appendages. It towers over Blue, its many arms creating a terrifying cage as it closes the distance. All of its limbs converge into a single, colossal strike, aimed to crush him into dust. But Blue just looks up, completely unfazed, ready to meet the hammer of death head-on. He meets the colossal strike with a single, crackling fist of his own. As his knuckles connect, a glowing fragment of the monster's core is absorbed into his flesh. The result is absolute annihilation, a gaping hole blown straight through its chest. But as the creature falls, Hez haunted by a single thought. No one would have died if Hed been this strong. The victory is short-lived as a sharp pain throbs through his head, the new power turning on him. He wobbles and crashes to the ground, his body struggling to contain the foreign energy. The backlash leaves him completely drained, gasping for breath against the floor. He flinches, a ghostly silhouette from his past appearing before his weary eyes. Cursing his weakness, he notices the monster's remains begin to quiver behind him. He was wrong, a piece of the core is still alive, glowing menacingly in the dark. The pulsing light triggers a nightmare, the phantom pain of a past failure. He remembers a woman being lifted effortlessly, her life draining away before his eyes. Helpless on the ground, he begs the ghost of the monster to stop, to just leave them alone. The vision sharpens, showing the creature's true form, its back writhing with parasitic limbs. A gaping maw of flesh and teeth opens where its spine should be. He's ripped from the memory by a familiar, crushing weight on his own shoulder. With what little strength he has left, he tries to pry the monstrous hand away. The regenerated creature stands before him, a terrifying mirror of the past he just relived. It leans in, its featureless, bandaged head filling his vision. and through the wrappings, a wide, malicious grin spreads across its face. The grotesque, red hand reaches for him, and all he can do is stare, paralyzed by fear. An image burns in his mind, his friends, lying dead on the cold floor, just like before. His glowing eyes reflect the monster, his spirit utterly broken. He doesn't know what to do. But then, the despair in his gaze begins to harden into something cold and empty. His mind is going hazy, the world around him blurring into nothing. He feels himself falling backward, tumbling into an endless, silent abyss. All conscious thought drains away, leaving only a single, sharp focus. The taunting, grinning face of the monster that destroyed his life. He lands softly in a sea of encroaching darkness, his body limp and defeated. With a final, weary breath, his eyes close, and he lets the blackness take him. But in that void, something new begins to twist and take form. The image of his tormentor, the bandaged monster, rises in his mind. This time, however, his eyes snap open, and they are burning with crimson rage. He grabs the creature's arm, not with fear, but with crushing certainty. The monster barely has time to register its shock, as a torrent of raw, untamed power explodes from the boy's body. It's thrown around effortlessly, a mere plaything in his grasp. His fingers dig in, squeezing with enough force to shatter bone. A sickening crack echoes through the darkness, and with a final, violent twist, he rips its head clean off. He calmly holds the last remnants of the creature he just obliterated. With a clench of his fist, its head crumbles into nothing but dust. The memory of another fight, another scream, echoes in his mind. It was a time when this crimson power first truly awakened within him. A feral, terrifying grin had stretched across his face. He became the epicenter of a swirling vortex of pure, destructive rage. The bandaged monster he'd been fighting could only stare in horror. Its final, desperate shriek was swallowed by the overwhelming darkness, as the memory and the sound of heavy boots echoes through the desolate streets. A small search party follows a crumpled, hand-drawn map, hoping they're in the right place. But tensions are high. The Mohawk, wearing muscle, is losing patience, and the scrawny kid wishes they'd never left camp. Suddenly, the nervous lookout spots something. It's a person, lying motionless in a crater of rubble. They've found him. The leader rushes to his side, relieved to find him breathing, though completely unconscious. The Mohawk punk, however, is less concerned and more horrified by the surrounding scene. As the leader looks up from our boy's still form, his eyes go wide. The entire city block has been annihilated, and a lone, severed hand floats ominously in the distance. They've walked into the aftermath of a truly monstrous battle. As they retreat, the group's priorities become clear. The punk is already yelling about his cut of the rations. The scrawny kid is already drooling, fantasizing about the feast he's going to have. The Mohawk punk surprisingly offers to help carry the load, and the kid happily agrees. But as he hoists the bags up over a ledge, he conveniently loses his grip. He turns back with a smug grin, telling the horrified kid there's no need to thank him for his help. The punk taunts him to catch him, but the leader, carrying our boy, tells them to shut up before they attract attention. Suddenly, a weak groan comes from his shoulder. Their package is waking up, confused about where he is. He looks down at his hand, clutching a crumpled, hand-drawn map. A jolt of pain, a fragmented memory, flashes through his mind. He grabs the leader, his eyes wide with desperation, asking if she survived. The leader simply turns back, giving him a calm, knowing smile. The leader explains that the place they found him was a complete disaster, and his memory is blank after grabbing onto that thing. A sudden, chilling thought hits the boy. How is he even still alive? Just then, the ground rumbles as a hulking monster smashes through a wall, catching the group by surprise. The tusked beast lets out a ferocious roar, its eyes glowing with a menacing light. But the Mohawk survivor just grins, grabbing his bat. He was getting bored anyway and happily challenges the creature. Before he can act, our boy calmly steps right past him, moving to face the threat himself. The others look on, shocked, realizing he doesn't even have a weapon on him, but he doesn't need one. A faint blue energy begins to crackle around his bandaged hand. He stands firm as the monster bears down on him, ready for the inevitable charge. Then, with a burst of speed, he launches himself forward to meet the beast head-on. He meets the monster's charge not with a weapon, but with a single, devastating punch. The other survivors can only stare, their jaws hanging open in utter disbelief. Even their seasoned leader is completely stunned by the raw power on display. The creature's rock-hard body cracks and shatters under the impossible force. In an instant, the entire beast dissolves into a cloud of dust and fading light. The backlash of his own attack leaves him breathing heavily, the energy still swirling off him. The Mohawk survivor rushes over, grabbing him by the shoulders, completely bewildered. He can't even form the words, his mind reeling from what he just witnessed. All he can wonder is if the kid standing before him is even human. With the monster gone, the path forward is clear, an escalator leading up to an exit. Back at their shelter, another group of survivors is hard at work. Their leader approaches, asking if they've had any luck finding a radio signal. All their hopes are pinned on a salvage transmitter they've set up, but the man working on it can only shake his head in frustration. He reports that it's useless. Every single frequency is completely dead. The leader tries to keep spirits high, urging patience for a government signal, but his calm facade falters as he admits his real concern. The other team should have been back by now. Elsewhere, Haru sits huddled in a corner, her wrists bound. She hasn't slept a wink since she returned, waiting desperately for the young boy. Her hands tremble uncontrollably, gripped by a terrible, silent fear for his safety. Suddenly, the mustache technician looks up, a flicker of surprise on his face. A voice cuts through the tension, announcing with relief that they're finally back. Haru's eyes snap open, a jolt of hope and fear striking her all at once. She sees him, the boy she's been waiting for, his eyes closed, utterly spent. The rest of the team emerges, the leader carrying the unconscious boy on his back, while the Mohawk survivor grins behind them. The leader gently sets him down, letting him know they've made it back safely. But the boy's legs give way, his body wobbling with sheer exhaustion. Before he can fall, Haru is there, throwing her arms around him in a desperate embrace. He can barely keep his eyes open, weakly murmuring that he's alive. Tears of pure relief stream down her face as she holds him, just thankful he's safe. The leaders watch on. A wave of relief washing over them. He ran, but he survived. The other survivors collapse in exhaustion, the Mohawk-haired man proudly presenting their haul. They had successfully brought back 2 bags of precious supplies. It's a small victory in this broken sanctuary, a moment of peace after a brutal fight. The leader's thoughts drift back to their very first supply run, into the heart of the ruined city. He remembers the fear on their faces as they ventured out into the unknown. The Mohawk-haired man had tried to keep spirits high, wiping sweat from his brow. But even his forced optimism couldn't hide the grim reality of their situation. They had found only 7 days of food, a meager reward for the sacrifice of 2 of their own. And back then, the boy they now carried had a chillingly different look in his eyes. Harris' voice cuts through the haze, telling him he's finally awake. A faint, peaceful smile touches his lips as he recalls the feeling. He murmurs that he had a dream where someone was holding him close. Haru freezes, her eyes wide as he adds how warm the embrace felt. She practically shouts that it was definitely a dream, maybe a little too forcefully. But her flustered denial makes his own eyes widen in sudden realization. His gaze drops, landing on the fresh wounds covering her legs. Embarrassed, she turns away, insisting she's fine and that he's the one who's a total mess. He scoffs at her claim of healing fast, asking if she's some kind of monster. The ironic question hangs in the air as a heavy silence falls over them. Haru breaks the silence, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. He watches her, a similar expression on his face, curious about where this is going. Turning away, she admits that they are complete opposites. Her life has always been about running away, a constant retreat from the monsters. But he has always chosen to fight head-on, no matter what stood in his way. The blunt honesty of her words catches him off guard. She confesses she's spent her whole life hiding and denying her own cowardly nature. But now, clenching a fist, she's decided she's going to accept that part of herself. With new fire in her eyes, she proclaims that she is a coward, but she's going to be a coward who fights back. Her sudden fierce resolve leaves him stunned as she vows to keep working to change for the better. And with that vow, she finally turns to face a ghost from her past. A memory materializes before her, a little girl she left behind. The phantom of the child she abandoned seems to recognize her. Confused, tears stream down Haru's face as she finally apologizes for her cowardice, for running away. But instead of judgment, the little girl's hand simply reaches out. She offers a small hairpin, leaving Haru utterly speechless and confused. The girl from her memory asks if the pin she found belongs to Haru. With a warm smile, she calls it a present, meant to keep Haru's long bangs from her eyes. Haru is floored, stammering how she could possibly accept it after she fled without her. But the girl's kindness is unwavering, simply saying it's okay, she has another one for herself. Haru stares at the small pin, a token of forgiveness from the ghost of her past. And after so long, a small, genuine smile finally breaks through the gloom. The little girl then points, noticing the faint scar on Haru's forehead. But Haru doesn't hide it this time, a newfound strength blooming within her. Wearing the pin proudly, she calls the scar proof that she fought to survive. Her companion, Blue, can only watch, completely stunned by this sudden transformation. She playfully asks if she looks pretty, a flicker of her old confidence returning. This small moment of light shines brightly within the cold concrete walls of their shelter, a grim reminder of the harsh reality they still face. But watching from a distance, their leader observes that despite their recent losses, perhaps there's still hope. The leader reflects that even amidst the crushing feelings of frustration and doom, they must continue to find their own small sparks of hope. For Blue, that hope seems to be a single, glowing strand of hair. It's a tiny anchor to keep him moving forward in this desolate world. But just as he's lost in thought, something new shatters the silence. A sudden crackle of static cuts through the air. His eyes dart towards an old radio as a voice begins to test the connection. Haru and the little girl join him, all of them frozen in utter disbelief. The voice on the other end gives a brief warning before counting down. And then, a nervous survivor's face appears, his voice echoing from the speaker. The voice on the other end decides to cut right to the chase. He makes an almost unbelievable claim. He knew the apocalypse was coming, and he's prepared for it. Blue listens in the dark, his eyes wide with skepticism. Prepared for this hell? The broadcaster, with a shaky but determined grin, says it's up to them whether they believe him or not. He introduces himself as List, offering a few words of encouragement to anyone still out there. Simply surviving this long without any warning, he admits, is an incredible feat in itself. And now, for all the scattered survivors listening in, he has a proposal. The radical idea echoes over the ruins of the city. He wants everyone to share their locations with each other. His logic is simple: if they're going to survive against the monsters, humans have to band together. The leaders group stands on a high rooftop, listening as List drives his point home. List already knows the question on everyone's mind. Just how are they going to do this? He raises a hand, holding the answer. Their method will be simple, and hopefully safe. Light. He issues a stern warning, hoping no fools out there try to use fire and attract every monster in a mile radius. The plan is synchronized. At the stroke of midnight, for just 10 seconds, all survivors will activate their light signals across the ruined city. The moment arrives, and his companion counts down with bated breath. 2-1 now. With a click, a single brilliant beam cuts through the darkness. And somewhere else, hidden away, Haru's head snaps up in shock. A beacon of light reflects in her wide, disbelieving eyes. From their rooftop perch, the group watches as the city below them begins to sparkle. The leader can't believe his eyes, there are so many of them. A wave of relief washes over the others. They are not alone in this nightmare. Across the horizon, dozens of lights answer their call, a network of hope in the ruins. The leader wonders aloud, could the man who organized this really have known the apocalypse was coming? Perhaps he even knew our protagonist's father. The mustached technician agrees. It's highly likely he's telling the truth. To pull off a broadcast of this scale would take military-level gear and weeks of preparation. The boy's hand clenches into a fist. He knew only his father was aware of the impending doom, but if this stranger also knew, a shocking thought hits him. He might know where his mother is. And just as this hope ignites, somewhere else, a cold blade is pressed against a throat. And not only that, the leader explains, their own location is now the brightest beacon on the horizon, a rally point for all survivors. With a confident smile, he wishes everyone luck, his part of the plan now complete. But Blue isn't waiting around. He's already zipping up, ready to move. He slings his pack over his shoulder, a silent mission burning in his eyes. Before he can leave, however, the Mohawk survivor stops him with a yawn, asking to tag along. Annoyed, Blue grumbles to himself he was trying to sneak out quietly. He tells the man to stay back, but his new acquaintance simply doesn't care. Blue freezes, his voice turning cold as he rejects the offer. He can't let him come along. He might end up dead, just like the others from last time. But instead of arguing, the Mohawked man just pats him on the head. The gentle pat turns into a rough, playful hair ruffle, catching Blue completely off guard. Annoyed, Blue grunts and tells him to knock it off. But the man isn't messing around anymore. He gets serious, telling Blue he's not as weak as he thinks and the others chose to come. The words hit Blue like a truck, his self-righteous guilt shattering in an instant. The Mohawk survivor continues, explaining their friends knew leaving the base could mean death. He says trying to carry all the burden alone is just doing a disservice to their memory. Seeing he's gotten through, he smirks, telling the kid to stop overthinking everything. He reminds Blue that when things get rough, he can lean on them, because they're comrades. Blue just stands there, silent, the unexpected wisdom leaving him speechless. The Mohawk survivor grins, amending his statement they're more than just comrades now. He throws a thumbs up, laughing as he tells Blue to just call him Big Bro from now on. Blue turns and silently heads for the escalator, finally relenting that he won't stop them from following. But he can't resist a parting shot, calling the guy Chicken Comb. The good mood shatters as the punk erupts, screaming that it's a Mohawk and demanding he take it back. Suddenly, their argument is interrupted by a new voice from behind. Haru appears, panting but determined, announcing she's coming along as their guide. She looks Blue dead in the eye, making it clear she is not asking for permission. With a smirk on his face, Blue looks back just as she insists she's coming whether he likes it or not. To her complete surprise, he simply says he won't stop her, and she lights up with relief. Meanwhile, the group's departure hasn't gone unnoticed, as the mustache technician wakes up early. He finds the bespectacled leader already up, explaining that it's his turn for guard duty. The technician blinks, still trying to piece together why everyone is moving so early. Then he spots a weapon case, remembering that Paran forgot the shotgun he'd just made for him. but the leader calmly informs him that he probably won't be needing it anymore. A wave of suspicion crosses the technician's face, trying to read the man's expression. The leader turns away, his mind clearly elsewhere, focused on the boy leading the expedition. He admits to the others that the young man, Blue, never ceases to amaze him. He flashes back to when they first met, witnessing a mere kid take down a full-grown adult. And then came the monsters, creatures they all thought were invincible, which Blue tore apart with ease. Hell, recently the kid's movements in combat were damn near superhuman, leaving the technician asking what he's even trying to say. The leader can only wonder to himself, who exactly is this young man? And what other terrifying talents is he hiding up his sleeve? Meanwhile, out in the ruins, the Mohawk survivor tries mimicking one of Blue's poses, asking if this is the secret to becoming strong like him. He throws a punch with all his might and gets absolutely nothing, screaming in frustration that he's being messed with. Blue calmly explains that he understands the skepticism, but to use his power, one must first feel their own life force. Life force? The concept is completely alien to them, but Blue clarifies it's simply the energy of one's own body. The thug presses him, asking when he first started feeling it, and for a moment, Blue seems to genuinely have to think about it. But then he freezes, his senses picking up something no one else can hear. He warns them that something is here. Hera's face drains of all color, her voice trembling as she asks if it's a monster and if they should run. But Blue corrects her with a grim certainty, it's not a monster. What he's sensing, what's approaching them right now, is a person. And from the shadows, a terrified young woman stumbles out from the ruins. With wide, desperate eyes, she explains her family was fleeing monsters and got trapped under rubble. The whole group is taken aback, unsure how to react to this sudden, frantic plea. She continues, her voice trembling but determined as she makes an offer. She promises that if they save her family, she will do anything, absolutely anything to repay them. The weight of her desperate words hangs heavy in the air, the group staring in silence. But the Mohawk thug's eyes light up, a greedy thought crossing his mind as he repeats her offer. Anything? Flustered but resolute, the young woman confirms it, a blush spreading across her dirt-streaked cheeks. A truly brilliant, and utterly sleazy, idea strikes the Mohawk thug like a bolt of lightning. Haru flinches away, completely disgusted by his predatory excitement. He laughs, trying to get Blue on board, while Haru demands to know why he's so eager. But Blue isn't listening to them. His sharp eyes are locked on the desperate survivor. He calmly cuts through the noise, asking if they are truly the only ones who could possibly help her. The girl stammers, insisting they are, but Blue's unwavering gaze tells him something is off. He turns away slightly, a single thought echoing in his mind. That's strange. It's especially strange, he considers, as his eyes scan the desolate ruins around them, because from every window and every shadow, dozens of other survivors are silently watching. The woman's desperate facade melts away into a predator's grin, admitting he caught on quick. She admits the plan was to lure them to their base and kill them, a confession that leaves Haru stunned while Blue remains unreadable. From the shadows, the rest of their crew emerges, led by a thug with a mohawk complaining that their work just got harder. But he's not worried about the fight. He's genuinely furious that he can't ask for any favors in return now. He whines that his one favor was going to be asking for 10 more, causing Haru to groan at his absolute idiocy. Another thug steps up, laughing at the Mohawk for being dumb enough to fall for the woman's act in the first place. His mocking expression quickly hardens into a serious glare. It's clear the time for games is over. The woman leading the trap smirks, finally laying out their true demands. They are to hand over everything they've got. That includes, she adds, the very clothes on their backs, a demand that leaves Haru sputtering in disbelief. But while she's still arguing, Blue is already approaching the Mohawk thug, who has casually started taking off his shirt. Haru is absolutely losing her mind, screaming in a flustered panic. She can't believe it as Blue actually starts to undress, dropping his bag without a word. The woman leading the trap smirks, turning her attention to Haru, telling her she's next. The threat finally hits home, and Haru is paralyzed with pure, unadulterated terror. Her fear only seems to amuse the other thugs, who creep forward with disgusting smiles. Meanwhile, the furry-vested thug is barking orders at the Mohawk, demanding his weapons and the bag. But he watches in confusion as the Mohawk just drops his own shirt. It lands softly on the grimy floor. The thug scoffs, thinking he's got him. Too scared to even hold on to your own things? That cocky thought is immediately silenced by a vicious kick straight to the face. The Mohawked brawler casually rips the vest off his downed opponent, thanking him for the new threads. He then turns to Paran, cheekily asking how he looks, while his partner just stretches, limbering up. Their leader is absolutely furious, screaming at her men to kill these two before any real monsters show up. One of her goons takes the order to heart, rushing Paran with a knife, vowing he'll be the first to die. But the blade stops dead, caught effortlessly in Paran's bare hand, his expression unbothered. A single, solid punch sends the thug stumbling back, completely disoriented. Perron spins the captured knife with practiced ease, his fist clenching with a thud. A moment later, the weapon is buried right in the attacker's shoulder. The woman who set this trap can only stare, her mind struggling to process what just happened. Meanwhile, her other men are getting absolutely wrecked by the Mohawk, who laughs like a maniac, loving every second of it. Their leader is absolutely livid, screaming that they're messing around with just 2 people. She points a trembling finger at Haru, deciding to take out the weakest link first. Her thugs obey, swarming the terrified girl with pipes and knives raised high. Haru can only watch in horror as the weapons come swinging down on her. But in that frozen moment of fear, something else, some long-dormant instinct, awakens in her eyes. A sudden whoosh cuts through the air, a blur of motion too fast to track. Haru is now a whirlwind, effortlessly weaving between her attackers and whipping them with a strap from her bag. The desperate woman who ordered the attack stares in utter shock, her mind short-circuiting. Just like that, the trio stands united, leaving their enemies to wonder who in the hell they just provoked. But their standoff is violently interrupted as actual monsters pour in, forcing the thug leader to scream for his people to run. The woman's arrogance evaporates into pure terror. There's no time for fighting humans when these things are on the hunt. From a hidden location, someone watches the desperate survivors scramble through the ruins, their every move tracked through a scope. The watcher's attention then shifts, the crosshairs settling on our peculiar trio as they navigate the chaos below. Their perch is a weathered, desolate building, a silent watchtower overlooking the end of the world. Inside, a gaunt man with gray hair peers through a window, holding a flashlight, his expression cold and calculating. He turns away from the carnage, having seen enough, a silent figure in a dark room, unaware they were being watched. Our protagonist finds a door, deciding it's time for them to rest for a moment. But as they step inside, the Mohawked thug can only gape at the wreckage, wondering what kind of battle tore this place apart. The Mohawk thug figures the place is empty, and Haru seems to agree. After all, when the survivors were signaling, this entire area remained ominously dark. But our protagonist freezes, his senses telling him something is dangerously out of place. His eyes scan the room, lingering on the piles of debris and overturned furniture. His sudden tension puts his 2 companions on edge, their relief turning to confusion. It clicks in his mind. This mess wasn't made by a fight. It was arranged to hide something or someone. Just as he pieces it together, a foot unknowingly steps into the loop of a hidden rope trap. He spins around, shouting for them to stop, but his warning comes a second too late. With a sudden jolt, Haru and the thug are yanked upside down, dangling helplessly from the ceiling. Haru dangles helplessly, her immediate concern being her dignity, not the danger. Her thug companion, meanwhile, is having a full-blown panic attack, screaming in confusion. But before our hero can even move to help them, a figure drops down from the rafters with a soft thud. He casually steps past the struggling captives, completely unfazed by their predicament. The trapper positions himself perfectly between his 2 new prizes. As our protagonist glares, he realizes these aren't just random survivors, they're uninvited guests. The man's intentions become crystal clear as the cold gleam of a knife fills the room. With a smug grin, he finally speaks, recognizing them as the morons who ran away earlier. Our protagonist's eyes narrow, a cold sweat breaking on his brow as he assesses the situation. The captor presses the gleaming edge of his blade right against the girl's throat. He sneers, warning that one more step means she dies right here, right now. The poor girl's eyes widen in absolute terror, a silent scream caught in her throat. But our boy doesn't flinch, retorting that the same goes for him if he dares to lie. The thug ignores the threat, instead demanding to know why they even came to this place. Annoyance and anger flash across our protagonist's face as he clenches his jaw. Walking forward slowly, the thug explains they were just following a radio broadcast. Hez stunned. They heard it too? Then why didn't they just follow the signal light? The thug just scoffs at his question, as if it's the most naive thing he's ever heard. With a smug grin, the thug asks if he's foolish enough to actually trust that broadcast. He calls him naive, questioning how he knows it isn't just a trap set by a group of thieves. In this world, he explains, and besides, the claim that they predicted this apocalypse is just a laughable joke. But our protagonist cuts him off with 2 simple, unwavering words. It's true. The thug is stunned into silence, completely thrown off. Excuse me? Our hero reveals that he's also been training his whole life for this very apocalypse. Because of that, he's willing to believe there's a chance they're telling the truth. But the thug's patience has run out, asking if he simply didn't hear him earlier. He presses the knife to the girl's throat, reminding him that one more lie means she dies. The thug presses his advantage, but for a fatal instant, the blade slips on her skin. In that single moment, our hero explodes into action, seizing the thug's wrist. The goon smirks, thinking he's got him anyway, as he thrusts until he sees the flash of a blood-red eye. Because our hero isn't where he's supposed to be, having already dodged the clumsy attack. But a flicker of shock crosses his face. This thug is faster than he looks. He has no choice but to bring his hands up in a desperate, last-ditch block. The blade is stopped, cold, caught between his palms just inches from his own throat. He spins out of the hold, slamming a powerful kick into the thug's side. Yet as he lands, panting, his opponent simply takes a steady step back, barely even flinching. Before he can even process it, the thug is already countering, whipping a strap straight for his neck. He's too slow to dodge, and the strap slams hard into his side. The thug gives him no room to breathe, immediately following up with a vicious knife swing. But our hero ducks under the blade, pivoting with a desperate counterpunch. The thug is left staggering, utterly shocked that he managed to dodge yet again. He slowly turns, the initial cockiness completely gone from his face. A glimmer of respect appears in his eyes. This kid is nothing like the other thieves he's dealt with. Frustrated, our hero yells, "You know back that they're not thieves," all while Haru hangs helplessly in the background. But a bead of sweat rolls down his face. This opponent is far more dangerous than he looks. The thug coolly analyzes him, realizing there's something strange about his movements. His attacks aren't swift, he thinks, stepping on a bottle to launch himself into another assault. He stumbles, completely thrown off balance by the simple bottle trick. But the thug finally puts it together. This kid isn't dodging. He's reading his every move. A blade whizzes past his cheek, almost as if confirming the thug's theory. Our hero plants his feet, realizing his secret is out. So if that's the case, the thug thinks, it's time to test this little precognition ability. A new resolve flashes in our hero's eyes. Hell just have to be too fast to be read. He unleashes a punch with blinding speed, a desperate gambit. For just a moment, the thug's eyes widen in genuine surprise at the velocity. But the flurry of follow-up attacks all hit nothing but empty air, because the thug is casually kneeling, tying his shoe, effortlessly dodging every single blow. Still kneeling, the thug casually tilts his head, another punch whistling past his ear. A cold dread washes over our hero. This isn't just a dodge. In a blur, the thug is on his feet and closing the distance. He's too fast, the gap shrinking before our hero can even process it. Suddenly, the thug is right there, his eyes glowing with an unnerving red light. His pupils constrict, blood vessels flaring as he focuses. Hez not just looking at our hero, Hez looking through him, into time itself. Through his eyes, every possible future punch is laid bare as a red phantom. He sees the exact trajectory, the precise moment of impact, and meets the incoming fist not with a block, but with a perfect, calculated intercept. His punch connects, but it doesn't send the thug flying, it just stops him cold. Our hero grunts with the impact, but the thug's eyes gleam, already moving on to his next step. Because while one hand was busy predicting, the other was pulling a knife. The shock in our hero's eyes is met with the cold, bloodshot certainty of his opponent. But before a fatal blow can be struck, a heavy thud echoes from outside the room. Both fighters pause as a monstrous silhouette fills the window frame. An enormous creature, all bone and sinew, casually stomps through the ruined city streets. Our hero's attention is instantly broken, his face twisting in alarm. The thug, however, barely even glances over, a calm, almost bored expression on his face. A sudden swoosh of air whips past our hero's ear as he realizes he's been completely outplayed. The thug smirks, seeing not a threat, but an opportunity to end this right here. A series of lightning-fast slashes cut through the air, aimed to kill. But our hero can only block, realizing a powerful counterattack would just summon the monster. Hez trapped small moves won't let him get close, but a big one means certain death from outside. And his opponent knows it. Calmly stepping forward to press his advantage. For a moment, doubt creeps in, but it's immediately crushed by grim determination. With no other choice, he takes the gamble, leaping across the room in an instant. The thug's smug confidence shatters, his eyes widening in pure shock. Our hero drops into a low stance, focusing his power for one precise, explosive strike. His enemy can only stare, completely baffled by this sudden, all-or-nothing gambit. He gathers his focus, channeling all his power into a single point. A faint blue energy crackles at his fingertips. This has to be perfect. The thug's eye widens, a flicker of terror finally replacing his arrogance. In less than a heartbeat, a streak of light tears through the darkness. And just like that, he's behind him, a cold blade already pressed to his throat. The thug can't even process what happened. His mind is blank with fear. A single finger raises to his lips, a silent, chilling command. Don't make a sound, or this all ends right here. Suddenly, a rope snaps clean in two, and his allies stumble, feeling dizzy. But their confusion quickly sharpens into focus as they realize what just happened. Now the tables have turned. With the thug tied up and at their mercy, he asks what they're going to do. A smirk plays on his lips as he taunts them, wondering if they actually have it in them to kill him. But the Mohawk survivor and Haru just exchange a silent, knowing glance. Their faces suddenly break into wide, unnervingly cheerful smiles, confusing him completely. and then they're spinning him around like a top, laughing that this is what he gets for his attitude. Dizzy and sick, he screams at them, demanding to know what they want from him. Stepping forward, our hero flatly tells him they want nothing, just as he'd told him before. The thug can't believe what he's hearing.